Episode 51, The Other Side of Success. Type, minor episode setting, a neighborhood bar/venue and Owen's corporate office. Cold open, the venue, late afternoon, pre-rush. The bar's busier than it's ever been on a weekday, a small line already forming outside the window even before opening. Jake stares at it through the glass, coffee in hand, looking almost spooked. Jake, there's a line. On a Tuesday. Priya, peering over his shoulder, that's usually considered a good problem. Jake, not convinced, feels like the calm before something. Priya, you're being dramatic. Jake, I contain multitudes, remember? Drama's one of them. Priya rolls her eyes, unlocks the door. The line surges in immediately. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, rush hour, a plot. Full house. A new hire, Ryan, early 20s, headphones half on, visibly proud of himself, mans a small DJ setup near the stage, mixing in something with a heavy house beat. Mia stands a few feet away, arms crossed, watching with an expression somewhere between concern and disapproval. Leo leans against the bar, arms crossed too, but for a different reason. Leo, you're being judgmental about the new guy's playlist. Give him a break. MIA, I'm not being judgmental, I'm being observant. There's a difference. Leo, sounds the same from here. MIA, gesturing at the speakers, it's a tricky concept for him, mixing house music with our vibe. We're inching one's way toward a real identity here. Leo, amused, inching one's way. Very formal for a bar. MIA, not backing down, this place worked because it felt like all of us. Now it just sounds like a club that happens to sell whiskey sours. Across the room, Ryan, unaware he's the topic of conversation, throws in a bass drop that makes a nearby glass rattle. Mia visibly winces. Leo, watching her reaction, softening, okay. Maybe talk to him instead of talking about him. MIA, sighing, fine. Diplomatically. Leo, very diplomatically. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Mia approaches the DJ table. Ryan pulls one headphone off, grinning, oblivious to any tension. Ryan, crowd's loving it, right? I read the room. MIA, choosing words carefully, you definitely read a room. Just maybe not this one. Ryan, confused, what do you mean? MIA, this place has a specific feel, warm, a little scrappy, like your favorite living room that happens to serve drinks. The house stuff is great, it's just a different living room. Ryan, deflating slightly, oh. MIA, quickly, not bad. Just not us. Yet. Ryan nods slowly, actually listening. Behind them, Jake watches the exchange from the bar, quietly impressed. Jake, to Leo, she's good at that. Leo, scarily good. Act 2. Scene 1, Owen's office, same afternoon, B-plot. A sterile, fluorescent-lit office space. Owen sits at his desk, 3 monitors glowing, tie slightly loosened, deadline countdown visible on one screen. Around him, coworkers murmur in low, stressed tones. He stares at a shared document, watching comments populate in real time. Owen, to himself, checking a deadline, we're a matter of hours from the deadline and half the team is picking on formatting instead of content. A new comment pops up on his screen, highlighted, bright yellow, clearly not his. He reads it, exhales slowly through his nose. Owen, muttering, consider a different shade of blue for the header. We are hours from the deadline, Gary. His phone buzzes, a text from Mia, how's the deadline going? He glances at it, doesn't answer yet, turns back to the screen. Scene 2, Owen's office is continued. A coworker, Danielle, leans over the cubicle wall, looking equally frayed. Danielle, tell me you're almost done. Owen, statistically, based on current comment velocity, we finish at 11:47 p.m. realistically, closer to 1. Danielle, groaning, sliding down out of view. I can't do 1 a.m. again. Owen, typing rapidly, not looking up. Nobody's doing 1 a.m. I'm handling it. He starts resolving comments one by one, efficient, almost mechanical. A new highlight appears, this one about a comma. He stares at it for a long beat. Owen, flat, to the screen. The comma is fine, Gary. He deletes the comment. Doesn't ask permission. A small, quiet act of rebellion. He almost smiles. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, late evening, a plot resolution. The bar's settled into its usual rhythm, the music's shifted, something warmer and more familiar now playing under Ryan's control, a blend rather than a takeover. Mia sits at the bar, nursing a drink, watching the room with visible relief. Leo slides onto the stool next to her. Leo, told you talking works better than judging. MIA, not looking at him, I never said it wouldn't work. I said I was observant. Leo, grinning, sure. Observant. Ryan approaches, a little sheepish, holding 2 drinks. Ryan, made you something. Tried to split the difference, bit of both worlds. Mia takes it, sips, considers. MIA, surprised, that's actually good. Ryan, relieved, yeah? MIA, yeah. Keep going in this direction. Ryan beams, heads back to his setup with new energy. Leo watches Mia watch him go. Leo, see? Inching one's way toward an identity. MIA, rolling her eyes but smiling, don't quote me. Scene 2, Owen's office is late night, B-plot resolution. The office has emptied out except for Owen and Danielle, both hollow-eyed but functional. The document on screen finally shows 0 open comments. Owen leans back, exhales. Danielle, we did it. Owen, we did it despite Gary, which is the harder version of doing it. Danielle, laughing, exhausted, buy you a drink sometime? As thanks. Owen, standing, gathering his things, actually, I know a place. He checks his phone, a string of texts from Mia, increasingly casual updates about the DJ situation resolving itself. He smiles faintly, texts back, on my way. Bring Gary's ghost, we'll toast to him not ruining tonight. Tag/outro. The venue, near closing. Owen walks in, tie fully undone now, looking like a man freshly escaped from a war. He spots Mia at the bar and drops onto the stool beside her. Owen, deadline's dead. I'm alive. Barely. MIA, sliding a water toward him without being asked, statistically, you look like you need this. Owen, taking it gratefully, statistically accurate. Ryan's music plays low and warm in the background, a good blend now, nobody complaining. Jake wipes down the bar nearby, catching the tail end of the conversation. Jake, good day? Owen, long day. Good ending. MIA, raising her glass slightly, same, honestly. They clink glasses, water against cocktail, as the bar winds down around them, warm and steady. Freeze on the 2 of them, quietly content. End. Episode 52, Damage Control. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, before and during a rush hour shift. Cold open, the venue, just before opening. Jake stands behind the bar, staring at the schedule pinned to the corkboard, one name circled in red pen. Priya walks in, sees his face, stops in the doorway. Priya, that's your someone didn't show up again face. Jake, not turning around, it's my someone showed up but wasn't really here face. Different, but related. Priya, wincing, Ryan? Jake, Ryan. He circles the name a second time, harder, like it'll help. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, evening, a plot. Rush hour, but Ryan's energy behind the DJ table is flat, headphones half on, scrolling his phone between songs, letting dead air stretch too long. Jake watches from the bar, jaw tight. Leo leans nearby, guitar case at his feet, not yet playing. Jake, irritated, if he's phoning it in every shift, we have a problem. Leo, carefully, knowledge is a tricky thing, you knew he was overcommit when you hired him. Jake, sighing, nice save. Really? Thanks for that. Leo, shrugging, I'm just saying, this isn't exactly a plot twist. Jake, rubbing his face, I know, I wanted it to work out. He was good, that first week. Leo, first week's easy. First week's a honeymoon. Jake watches Ryan let another song end without transitioning to the next, dead silence for a full 3 seconds before he scrambles to fix it. Jake, flat, that's the third dead air moment tonight. Leo, you counting? Jake, I'm always counting. It's a bartender thing. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Jake walks over to Ryan, tone measured but firm. Leo watches from a distance, arms crossed. Jake, hey, you good tonight? Seem a little checked out. Ryan, not looking up from his phone, yeah, sorry, just got a lot going on. Other gig ran late. Jake, the wedding thing? Ryan, nodding, and the club thing. And I'm covering a shift at the record store Sunday. Jake, carefully, that's a lot of things. Ryan, finally looking up, a little defensive, I can handle it. Jake, not pushing, but not letting it go either, can you handle it here, though? That's the part one need to know. Ryan doesn't answer right away. Jake nods slowly, walks back toward the bar, expression unreadable. Act 2. Scene 1, behind the bar, same time, B-plot, MIA. Mia arrives mid-chaos, a server has just tipped an entire tray of drinks across the floor, glass shattering, liquid spreading in slow motion under the stage lights. Mia stands frozen, hand over her mouth. MIA, grimacing at a spilled tray, I'm physically nauseous just watching that happen in slow motion. Priya appears beside her, already laughing, phone still in hand from something else entirely. Priya, laughing, that review he left online left little to the imagination either. MIA, turning, alarmed, wait, what review, who? Priya, turning her phone around, some guy from last week. 1 star. Titled it DJ ruined my proposal. MIA, reading, horrified, he proposed during the bad mix? Priya, apparently the bass drop hit right as he got down on one knee. She said yes anyway, but he's furious. MIA, covering her face, oh, that's so much worse than a spilled tray. Scene 2, behind the bar, continued. A busser rushes to clean the glass. Mia, ever the event manager, is already directing traffic, pointing at the mess, then the bar, then a wet floor sign someone finally locates. MIA, to the busser, cordon it off, don't let anyone walk through wet glass in sandals, we do not need a lawsuit on top of a 1-star review. Priya, scrolling further, there's a second review. Slightly kinder. 3 stars. Says the drinks were great, music was an experience. MIA, an experience is not a compliment in Yelp language, Priya. Priya, I know. I just like saying it. Mia checks her phone, sees a text from Jake, a single line, handling the Ryan thing, might take a minute. She exhales. MIA, checking her phone, at least Jake's taking it pretty well. Priya, glancing over her shoulder at the text, that's taking it well for Jake? MIA, for Jake, that's practically zen. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, later, quiet corner, a plot resolution. The crowd's thinned. Jake and Ryan sit at a corner table, drinks untouched between them. Leo hovers nearby, pretending to tune his guitar but clearly listening. Jake, I'm not trying to fire you. I'm trying to figure out if this can actually work. Ryan, quieter now, guard down, honestly? I took on too much. I didn't want to say no to any of it. Jake, nodding slowly, yeah. I get that. I used to be you, different job every 6 months, saying yes to everything because I was scared of saying no to the wrong thing. Ryan, looking up, what changed? Jake, gesturing around the bar, this did. Eventually you gotta pick the thing and actually show up for it. A pause. Ryan looks at the room, the chalkboard menu, the mismatched but familiar decor, the sign that says trust the process, Owen. Ryan, I'd rather pick this one. If that's still on the table. Jake, considering, 2 shifts a week. Not 5. You show up for those 2, all the way in. Ryan, relieved, deal. They shake on it. Leo, satisfied, finally starts playing something low and easy. Scene 2, the bar, same time, B-plot resolution. Mia and Priya have moved to damage control on the review front, Mia typing a careful response on the venue's phone, Priya reading over her shoulder. MIA, typing, we're so sorry the moment didn't go exactly as planned, but congratulations on the engagement. Drinks on us next time you're in. Priya, that's really good. Very, we're sorry, but also please come back and spend money. MIA, that's the whole art form, yes. She hits send, exhales, sets the phone down. Priya nudges the mop bucket with her foot, glancing at the now clean floor. Priya, crisis technically averted. MIA, 2 crises. Averted. Priya, grinning, you're getting good at this. MIA, small, proud smile, everything runs better with a program. Even the chaos. Tag/outro. Closing time. Jake wipes down the bar, Ryan gathering his things nearby, looking lighter than he has all episode. Leo packs up his guitar. Mia and Priya sit at the counter, sharing the last of a basket of fries. Ryan, heading out, see you Thursday. Both shifts. All the way in. Jake, nodding, both shifts. Ryan leaves. Jake turns to Leo, exhaling. Jake, that went better than I thought. Leo, knowledge is a tricky thing. Jake, pointing the bar rag at him, don't. Priya's phone buzzes, another review notification. She checks it, laughs out loud. Priya, new one. 5 stars. Just says the vibe fixed itself, 10 out of 10. MIA, deadpan, the vibe did not fix itself. The vibe was fixed by me, specifically. Priya, I'll leave a comment correcting the record. Dana passes by with a tray, not even slowing down. Dana flat, nobody reads the comments. Freeze on the group, mid-laugh, fries basket nearly empty. End. Episode 53, Under This Roof. Type, minor episode setting, Mia and Owen's shared apartment, and the venue. Cold open, apartment A, morning. Owen stands at the kitchen sink, arms crossed, staring down at a single unwashed mug like it personally betrayed him. Mia shuffles in, still half asleep, reaching for the coffee pot. Owen, not moving, this has been here since last night. MIA, pouring coffee, unbothered, it's a mug, Owen. It's not evidence at a crime scene. Owen, picking it up carefully, like evidence, it's a slope. Today it's 1 mug. Tomorrow it's a sink full of them and neither of us can find the drain. MIA, sipping, deadpan, that's a very dramatic mug. Owen washes it anyway, sets it in the rack with exaggerated precision. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the apartment, later that morning, a plot. Living room. Owen stands near the kitchen doorway, addressing the room like it's a staff meeting. Mia sits cross-legged on the couch, planner open but not really looking at it, clearly amused. Owen, under my roof, we don't leave dishes in the sink overnight. Simple rule. MIA, laughing, come clean with him, Owen, you just don't like clutter. Owen, pausing, that's not, I mean, that's also true, but the rule stands independently of my personal preferences. MIA, does it, though? Owen, sitting down, slightly defeated. Statistically, a sink left overnight has a 60% higher chance of becoming a situation by the following evening. MIA, you made that number up just now. Owen, quietly, maybe. The feeling behind it is real. Mia pats the couch cushion next to her. Owen sits, still visibly bothered by the phantom mug incident. Scene 2, the apartment, continued. Mia flips open her planner, tapping a pen against a blank page. MIA, okay, if we're doing house rules, I have one. No moving my planner. Ever. Even to tidy up. Owen, that happened one time. MIA, it happened twice, Owen, and the second time you alphabetized my sticky tabs. Owen, a little proud, they function better that way. MIA, pointing the pen at him, see, this is exactly what I mean. You say it's about function. It's about control. Owen, after a beat, quietly, fair. They sit in comfortable silence a moment, both a little pleased with the exchange. Owen glances toward the kitchen, can't help himself. Owen, there's a spoon on the counter, by the way. MIA, not looking up, I see it. I'm choosing peace. Owen, already standing, I'm not there yet. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, midday, B-plot, staff cuts. Empty bar, pre-opening. Jake sits at a corner table with a ledger and a calculator, doing math with visible reluctance. Leo wanders in, guitar case over his shoulder, drops into the seat across from him. Jake, to Leo, quietly, we might be layin' off the weekend guy. Slow season. Leo, frowning, Marcus? He's been solid. Jake, I know. It's not about solid, it's about the numbers not lining up for 3 people on a Saturday when Saturday's barely covering payroll right now. Leo, leaning back, that's the thinnest argument I've heard from you all month, but okay. Jake, sighing, I have no recollection of ever saying business would be easy. Leo, you said it, like, 3 weeks ago. Opening night. We got this. Jake, rubbing his eyes, that was a different Jake. Pre-invoiced Jake. Naive Jake. Leo picks at a loose string on his guitar case, considering. Leo, you talked to Marcus yet? Jake, not yet. Wanted to run the numbers twice before I said anything. Leo, and? Jake, closing the ledger, same number twice. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Leo sets his guitar case down properly now, sits with more weight, more serious. Leo, what if it's not layoffs? What if it's fewer hours instead of losing the person? Jake, considering, cut him to 1 shift instead of 3? Leo, he's got another gig lined up anyway, right? Bartending's not his only thing. Might actually take pressure off him too. Jake, slowly nodding, huh? That's actually not bad. Leo, grinning, I have my moments. Jake, don't let it go to your head. Leo, too late. Jake reopens the ledger, starts recalculating with visibly less dread than before. Act 3. Scene 1, the apartment, evening, a plot resolution. Kitchen. Owen and Mia stand at the counter together, a small dry erase board now mounted on the fridge, house rules written at the top in Owen's careful handwriting, with a much messier addition below in Mia's scrawl. MIA, reading the board, Rule 1, dishes washed same night. Rule 2, planner stays exactly where Mia leaves it, no exceptions, no alphabetizing. Owen, I'm still allowed to think it should be alphabetized. MIA, you can think it quietly. Owen, smiling slightly, noted. A beat. Owen glances at the sink, spotless now, with visible relief. Owen, this is nice, actually. Having it written down. MIA, softer, yeah. Feels less like nagging and more like rules we both agreed to. Owen, statistically, written agreements have higher compliance rates than verbal ones. MIA, laughing, there it is. There's the real Owen. Scene 2, the venue, same evening, B-plot resolution. Jake sits across from Marcus, a calm, easygoing guy in his late 20s, mid-conversation. Leo hovers nearby, pretending to tune his guitar but clearly listening in support. Jake, so instead of cutting you loose, I want to cut you down to Saturdays only. Keeps the numbers workable, and I know you've got other stuff going on anyway. Marcus, relieved, honestly? That works better for me. I picked up hours at my brother's shop, this frees me up. Jake, surprised, oh, really? Marcus, really? I was gonna ask you the same thing next week. Jake and Leo exchange a look, equal parts relief and disbelief at how easily that went. Jake, standing, shaking Marcus's hand, Saturdays it is. Marcus heads out. Jake exhales, sits back down heavily, looking at Leo. Jake, that was way less awful than I built it up to be. Leo, most things are. Jake, pointing at him, don't get philosophical on me, I've had a day. Tag/outro. The attic, that night. Owen and Mia arrive together, noticeably calmer than usual, sitting at their usual corner table. Jake and Leo are already there, nursing drinks. MIA, we made a rules board. For the apartment. Jake, a rules board. Very married couple energy. Owen, flatly, we are not a couple. Jake, I said energy, not fact. Priya slides into the booth last, setting her bag down, immediately noticing the mood shift. Priya, everyone seems weirdly at peace tonight. MIA, we solved 2 crises before dinner. It's very unusual for us. Priya, grinning, should I be worried? Owen, deadpan, statistically, peace never lasts more than 48 hours in this group. Dana walks by, drops off a round of drinks nobody ordered, keeps walking. Dana, over her shoulder, enjoy it while it lasts. Everyone laughs. Freeze on the table, glasses raised. End. Episode 54, Leo's Offer. Type, major event episode setting, the bar/venue and apartment B. Cold open, the venue, early evening. Leo sits on his usual stool near the stage, guitar across his lap, phone propped against a water glass in front of him. He's not playing, just staring at the screen, thumb hovering. Jake passes by with a rack of clean glasses, does a double take. Jake, you've been staring at that phone for 10 minutes. It's not gonna answer itself. Leo, not looking up, yeah. Just reading something a few times. Jake, setting the rack down, curious now, that bad or that good? Leo, finally looking up, unreadable expression, honestly don't know yet. Jake studies his face a beat longer, decides not to push. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, night, a plot. Rush is in full swing. Leo's still at the same stool, phone now held with both hands like it might get away from him. Jake's behind the bar, mid-shift, catches Leo's expression again from across the room and abandons a half-poured drink to walk over. Leo, staring at an email, they want me on tour. 6 weeks, 3 cities. Jake, leaning in, reading over his shoulder, who's they? Leo, Sable Horizon. The band that opened for that festival lineup last spring. Jake, eyes widening, wait, the actual Sable Horizon? The ones with the song that was everywhere for like 2 months? Leo, nodding slowly, still processing, that's them. Their guitarist tore something in his shoulder. They need someone who can learn the set fast and not embarrass them. A customer at the bar waves a hand, trying to get Jake's attention for a drink order. Jake doesn't even glance over. Customer, excuse me, can I get? Jake, blowing off a customer's question to focus, blow off closing early. This is bigger. Customer, confused, I just wanted a beer. Jake, not even looking, waving vaguely toward Priya, she'll get you. Give me a second. He turns fully back to Leo, ignoring the bar entirely now. Jake, okay. Walk me through it. Slowly. Scene 2, the bar, continued. Leo scrolls back up the email, reading pieces aloud, still slightly stunned by his own words. Leo, rehearsals start in 10 days. Tours 6 weeks after that, 3 cities, bigger venues than anything I've played. They said if it goes well, there's talk of a longer run in the fall. Jake, quiet, processing, Leo. That's not a gig. That's a door. Leo, setting the phone down finally, I know. Jake, so why do you look like someone told you your dog died? Leo, exhaling, because it's 6 weeks. Away from here. Away from the residency I just started building. Away from. He stops himself before finishing the sentence. Jake catches it anyway. Jake, gently, away from Claire. Leo, not denying it, yeah. A beat. Jake glances toward the door, half expecting Claire to walk in on cue. She doesn't. He turns back to Leo. Jake, you gonna tell her tonight? Leo, I don't even know what I'm gonna tell myself yet. Act 2. Scene 1, Apartment B, late night, B plot, the group's reaction. The apartment's crowded. Mia, Owen, Priya, and Jake all gathered on and around the couch, the news having clearly already spread. Leo stands near the window, guitar case leaning against the wall, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else being looked at like this. MIA, careful, don't let anyone put out of business your excitement about this. It's huge, Leo. Leo, quiet, it doesn't feel huge right now. It feels complicated. Owen, from the armchair, laptop already open, I ran some quick math on opportunity cost, if that's helpful. MIA, sharply, Owen. Owen, closing the laptop immediately, not helpful. Understood. Priya, sitting cross-legged on the floor, looks up at Leo with a directness that cuts through the room's careful tiptoeing. Priya, any lame excuse to stay would just be fear talking. Leo, turning to her, that's easy to say from the floor. Priya, shrugging, unbothered, maybe. Doesn't make it less true. Scene 2, Apartment B, continued. Leo sits down heavily on the arm of the couch, running a hand through his hair. Leo, quiet, that's a typical guy response, Jake, right? Just go? Jake, sitting up straighter, taking the question seriously, it's not a typical anything. It's the actual answer. The room goes quiet. Mia glances at Owen, who closes the laptop the rest of the way. Priya watches Jake carefully. Jake, not bluffing, I'm not bluffing when I say, go. We'll be here. Leo, searching his face, the bar. Jake, the bar survived a DJ crisis and a review calling me a proposal ruiner. It'll survive 6 weeks without you playing background music. Leo, a small, tired laugh, you need me for more than background music and you know it. Jake, softer now, yeah. I do. Doesn't change the answer. Mia leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. MIA, for what it's worth, you talk about music like it's something you fell into. This doesn't sound like falling into anything. This sounds like the thing you've actually been working toward. Leo, quiet, feels like admitting that out loud makes it too real. Priya, it's already real. The email exists. Denial's not gonna unsend it. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, the next morning, climax, Claire. Empty bar, morning light. Claire sits at the corner table, coffee untouched, having clearly been told the news already. Leo enters slowly, guitar case in hand out of habit even though he's not playing today. Leo, sitting across from her, Jake told you. Claire, a flat, Jake texted me at 7 this morning in all caps. So, yes. Leo, wincing, that tracks. A silence stretches. Claire finally looks up, and for once, her composure has a visible crack in it. Claire, 6 weeks. Leo, 6 weeks. Maybe longer, if it goes well. Claire, carefully controlled, and you're going. Leo, quiet, I think I have to. Claire nods slowly, looking down at her coffee, processing. When she speaks again, her voice is steadier than her face suggests. Claire, good. Leo, surprised, good? Claire, meeting his eyes, I've spent a long time watching people around me play it safe because the alternative felt too uncertain. I'm not going to be the reason you do that too. Leo, quiet, Claire. Claire, cutting him off gently, I mean it. Go. We'll figure out the rest of it when there's an us to figure out. Scene 2, the bar, continued. Leo reaches across the table, takes her hand, the same gesture she gave Mia back on opening night, now returned. Leo, I'll call. Every night I can. Claire, a small, real smile breaking through, noted. A beat of quiet between them, not resolved exactly, but honest. Behind the bar, unnoticed, Jake watches from the doorway, then quietly backs out to give them the moment. Tag/outro. 1 week later. The attic, evening. Leo's guitar case sits packed by the door, a small duffel bag beside it. The whole group's gathered, a low-key send-off, drinks in hand. Owen, raising a glass, statistically, this is the first time any of us has known someone who's about to be, technically, famous. Leo, laughing, I'm playing guitar for someone else's band. Owen, not walking a red carpet. Owen, same spreadsheet category. Priya hands Leo a small, clearly hand-drawn card. He opens it, inside, a doodle of the group, badly drawn, with "Don't Forget US, Rockstar" scrawled across the top. Leo, genuinely touched, this is terrible. I love it. Priya, I worked really hard on that. Mia hugs him tightly, quick and fierce. Jake claps him on the shoulder, no words needed. Claire, standing slightly apart, waits until last. Claire, quiet, just for him, play it by ear out there. Leo, smiling, echoing his own line back at him for the first time, no pressure. He picks up his guitar case and duffel bag, heads for the door. At the threshold, he turns back once, taking in the group, the bar, the noise, the life he's about to step away from for 6 weeks. Leo, see you all on the other side. He exits. Dana, wiping down the counter, doesn't even look up. Dana, flat, he'll be back in 3 weeks, homesick and complaining about hotel pillows. The group laughs. Freeze on the empty doorway, guitar case gone, the bar humming on without him. End. Episode 55, Packing Up. Type, minor episode setting, Leo's apartment and the venue, the week before the tour. Cold open, Leo's apartment, morning. Leo's room, half dismantled, drawers open, clothes in loose piles, guitar strings and cables tangled on the bed like a nest. An empty suitcase sits open on the floor, completely untouched. Leo stands over it, hands on his hips, staring at it like it owes him money. Leo, to the suitcase, you're supposed to be easier than this. The suitcase does not respond. He kicks it lightly. It tips over. He sighs, writes it again. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Leo's apartment, later, a plot, packing. Claire sits cross-legged on Leo's bed, methodically folding a shirt into a perfect rectangle while Leo paces around the room, picking things up and putting them back down without actually placing anything in the suitcase. Leo, staring at an empty suitcase, that's pure crap advice, packing light for 6 weeks. Claire, folding a shirt anyway, you'll get the last laugh when your bag's the only one that closes. Leo, gesturing at the pile on the bed, I need options, Claire. I don't know what city's gonna want what version of me. Claire, not looking up, every city wants the version of you that isn't hauling 4 jackets through an airport. Leo, defensive, 2 of those are for different moods. Claire, deadpan, which mood requires the flannel with the hole in the elbow? Leo, pointing at her, that's my lucky flannel. That hole has history. Claire sets the folded shirt into the suitcase with quiet precision, then holds out her hand for the next item. Leo hesitates, then hands over the flannel anyway. Claire, history or not, it's coming. Leo, surprised, wait, really? Claire, I never said it wasn't coming. I said the other 3 jackets weren't. Scene 2, Leo's apartment, continued. Leo drops onto the bed beside the suitcase, watching Claire fold with unnerving efficiency. Leo, how are you this good at this? Claire, I used to travel for work constantly. You learn fast when you've missed one connecting flight because your bag wouldn't close. Leo, softening, you never told me that story. Claire, a small, private smile, there's a lot of stories I haven't told you yet. A beat, quieter, more honest than the bickering a moment ago. Leo reaches over, takes her hand mid-fold. Leo, guess I've got 6 weeks to think up questions. Claire, squeezing his hand once, then going back to folding, guess you do. She picks up the guitar strings tangled on the bed, holds them up with mock horror. Claire, these are not clothes, Leo. Leo, they're essential. Claire, setting them aside, unimpressed, they're going in your carry-on, not the suitcase. Different rules. Leo, muttering, didn't realize I was dating a TSA agent. Claire, flat, not missing a beat, you're dating someone who wants you to make your flight. Similar energy. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, late afternoon, B-plot, the farewell party. The bar's decorated in a slapdash, clearly pre-away, a string of the same tangled lights from episode 48, finally untangled, and a hand-drawn banner reading Bon Voyage, Rockstar taped crookedly above the stage. The whole group's gathered, drinks in hand, waiting for the guest of honor. Owen stands near the front, raising his glass a little early, testing the moment. Owen, raising a glass, to Leo, a tough hand to beat, and we mean that as a compliment. MIA, gently lowering his arm, Owen, he's not even here yet. Owen, lowering the glass, unbothered, I wanted to make sure the toast landed. Now I know it lands. Priya, grinning, you rehearsed a toast? Owen, I rehearsed several. This was the best of the drafts. Scene 2, the venue, continued. Jake's behind the bar, checking his phone every few seconds, visibly anxious about something unrelated to the party. Priya notices, leans against the counter. Priya, to Jake, at least he's not doing touristy things the whole tour, he's actually working. Jake, checking his phone, he already answers to the name Leo Solo on the tour poster. Wild. Priya, leaning over to look, wait, show me. Jake turns the phone around, a promotional poster for the tour, Leo's name in smaller print below the headline band, with feet Leo Solo underneath. Priya, reading, that's not even his last name. Jake, I know. I texted him about it. He said, quote, it's a stage thing, don't worry about it. Priya, delighted, we're never letting him live this down. Jake, pocketing the phone, already added it to the group chat. Owen's making a spreadsheet column for it. Owen, overhearing from a few feet away, doesn't even look up from his laptop. Owen, columns already made. Row 1, Leo Solo. Row 2, pending future stage names. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, Leo arrives, climax. Leo walks in, suitcase rolling behind him, noticeably closer to full than the empty one from the cold open, but still not overstuffed. Claire trails a step behind, looking quietly satisfied with her packing victory. The group erupts into cheers, someone whistles, Priya immediately snaps a photo. Leo, laughing, overwhelmed, okay, this is a lot for a Tuesday. MIA, already tearing up, we had 1 week's notice. Leo, this is the best we could do on short notice. Leo, taking in the crooked banner, the untangled lights, it's perfect. It's exactly right. Owen steps forward, glass raised, the rehearsed toast finally getting its moment. Owen, raising a glass, to Leo, a tough hand to beat, and we mean that as a compliment. The group raises their glasses. Leo, a little stunned, raises his water glass, he hasn't gotten a drink yet. Leo, I don't even have a drink. Jake, sliding one down the bar instantly, handled. Leo catches it, raises it properly this time. The group drinks. A comfortable quiet settles for a moment before Mia, eyes already glassy, steps forward. Scene 2, the venue, the song. MIA, wiping a tear, this song makes your toes curl every time, Leo. Play it before you go. Leo, hesitating, I'm not really in performance mode right now, I've got a flight to. Priya, cutting in, you have 4 hours. Play the song. A chorus of agreement from the group. Leo sighs, but it's the good kind of sighing, the kind that means he was always going to say yes. He crosses to the small stage, pulls his guitar from its case one more time before it goes into storage for 6 weeks. Leo, settling onto his stool, okay. 1 song. Then I really have to go. He starts playing, something warm, familiar, clearly a song the group's heard 100 times but never gets tired of. Mia's crying openly now. Owen sways slightly, offbeat but earnest. Claire watches from the bar, arms crossed, expression soft in a way she rarely allows. Jake leans over to Priya, quiet, during the song. Jake, quiet, 6 weeks is gonna feel long. Priya, watching Leo play, yeah. It really is. Tag/outro. The song ends. Applause, a few whistles. Leo sets the guitar down carefully, checks his phone, winces. Leo, okay, car's outside. I actually have to go now. A flurry of hugs, Owen's is stiff and formal, Priya's is fierce and a little too long, Mia's comes with fresh tears, Jake's is quick with a hard clap on the back. Claire walks him to the door, the suitcase rolling between them. Claire, at the door, text me when you land. Leo, smiling, every city. I promise. He kisses her, quick but real, then grabs the suitcase and heads out. The door swings shut. The group stands in the sudden quiet, glasses still half raised. Owen, breaking the silence, statistically, 6 weeks will pass faster than it feels right now. Mia, still wiping her eyes, statistically, I don't care, Owen. Dana walks by, collecting empty glasses, pauses at the abandoned Leo Solo poster Jake left on the bar. Dana, deadpan, reading it, Leo Solo. Sounds like a guy who sells insurance. The group bursts into laughter, the tension breaking at last. Freeze on the group, glasses raised one more time toward the empty stage. End. Episode 56, Messages from the Road. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, Mia and Owen's apartment, Claire's law firm. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana wipes down the counter. Priya walks in, 1 sock polka, 1 sock striped, carrying way too many tote bags. Dana, not even looking up, you know you live 5 minutes away, right? You don't need 3 grocery runs a day. Priya, interesting theory. And yet here I am. She dumps the bags on a table. A single onion rolls out and across the floor. Owen, sitting at the corner table with his laptop, watches it roll past him without reacting. Owen, statistically speaking, there's now a 14% chance that onion ends up in someone's shoe today. Priya, already chasing it, just testing how far it can go, honestly. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Mia and Owen's apartment, day. Mia is at the kitchen table, planner open, 3 different colored pens lined up. Her phone is propped against a mug, mid-video call with Leo, who is clearly backstage somewhere, holding his guitar case one-handed. MIA, he wants me to take something up with the venue about his gear, long-distance logistics, ugh. Leo, via video call I might have spilled the beans to the band about you guys already. Sorry. Claire, walking in with her coat still on, phone in hand, my initial gut feeling is that's completely fine. MIA, not looking up from the planner, your gut feeling is not a logistics plan, Claire. Claire, no, but it's free, and it's all I've got to offer before 9 a.m. Owen enters from the hallway, tie half done, laptop under his arm. Owen, whose gear are we talking about? Because if it's amps, venues usually require advance clearance forms. I can walk you through it, I did this for a wedding once, long story. MIA, flipping to a blank page, already color coding, Leo needs someone to confirm load and time with the venue, because apparently his tour manager forgot, which I'm choosing not to read too much into. Leo, via she's standing right here, for the record. A muffled voice off screen says something. Leo winces. Leo, via she heard that. Claire, checking her own phone, distracted, okay, not to make this about me, but does anyone know a dry cleaner that's open before 7 tonight? MIA, why do you need a dry cleaner before 7? Claire, no reason. Forward planning. Owen and Mia exchange a look. Scene 2, Claire's law firm, Claire's office's day. Claire is pacing, blazer draped over her chair, phone pressed to her ear. Claire, into phone, no, I understand it's a firm dinner, not a deposition, I want to be prepared for both, is that unreasonable? She hangs up. Owen appears in the doorway holding 2 coffees. Owen, I brought you a decaf. Strictly speaking, you don't need actual caffeine right now, you need the illusion of caffeine. Claire, taking it, sitting on the edge of her desk, you've clearly thought about this more than I have. Owen, I made a probability chart. Don't look at it. Claire, Owen. Owen, sighing, turning his laptop around, fine. There's a 62% chance tonight goes completely smoothly, and 28% chance of mildly awkward, and a 10% chance you accidentally tell a partner what you actually think of the Baxter case. Claire, staring at the screen, that 10% is doing a lot of work. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, afternoon. Mia, Priya, and Owen sit around the corner table. Mia's planner is open, covered in color-coded sticky notes now. Priya is still wearing mismatched socks, feet tucked under her. MIA, okay, so I called the venue. They said load-ins confirmed for 6, but they need a signed rider from Leo's side by 4, and he's not answering. Priya, have you tried texting him in all caps? That's what gets my landlord to respond. MIA, already typing, worth a shot. Her phone buzzes almost instantly. MIA, reading, he says, quote, on it, don't stress, we'll figure it out. Which is Leo for, I have not thought about this at all. Owen, to be fair, that's consistent with his established pattern. I could pull the data if you want a visual. MIA, flat, I do not want a visual, Owen. Dana walks by, drops off a coffee for Priya without being asked, and keeps walking. Dana, over her shoulder, not stopping, he's fine. Musicians always land on their feet. Landlords never do. Priya, to Mia, see, even Dana agrees with me. Scene 2, Claire's firm, hallway, late afternoon. Claire is walking fast, phone to her ear, blazer now on properly. Claire, into phone, I might share too much at this firm dinner tonight if I have more than one drink. Owen falls into step beside her, adjusting his tie. Owen, adjusting his tie, at least dressed up properly, unlike last time. Claire, hanging up, sighing, that was one time, Owen, and the invitation genuinely did not specify cocktail attire. Owen, it said cocktail attire in the subject line. Claire, I don't check subject lines. I check whether the meeting has free food. They round the corner. Claire glances down at a small stain on her sleeve, coffee, from earlier. Claire, deflating slightly, I might need an advance on my salary just to cover the dry cleaning bill from tonight. Owen, gently, it's one stain, Claire. Claire, it's not about the stain. It's about what the stain represents. Owen, which is? Claire, already walking off, I don't have time to unpack that right now, I have a dinner to survive. Scene 3, MIA and Owen's apartment, evening. Splitish energy, Mia is on a video call with Leo, who's now visibly in a green room, someone tuning a guitar behind him. Leo, VO riders signed, gears confirmed, we're good. You're the best. Seriously. MIA, relieved, closing her planner, I know. Tell your band I expect a group thank you text. Leo, VO already drafting it. It has bullet points. I know how you like bullet points. MIA, small smile despite herself, that's disgustingly considerate of you. Priya wanders in from the hallway, now wearing 2 socks that somehow match, a first. Priya, look. Matching socks. Big day for me. MIA, deadpan, everything runs better with a program, Priya. Priya, interesting theory. Jury's still out. Act 3. Scene 1, law firm, private dining room, night. Claire stands near the entrance of the dinner, one drink in hand, untouched. She spots Owen across the room and makes a beeline for him. Claire, low voice, I've had exactly 1 drink. I am currently at 0% chance of incident. Owen, checking watch, the night's young. Claire, glaring, not helpful. A senior partner approaches. Claire's posture instantly straightens, professional mask sliding on. Partner, Claire, good to see you out of the office for once. Claire, smooth, controlled, wouldn't miss it. Noted, actually, that we don't do this often enough. The partner smiles and moves on. Claire exhales, shoulders dropping the second his back is turned. Owen, impressed, that was genuinely smooth. Claire, quietly, to herself, as far as I'm concerned, that's the only sentence I'm allowed tonight. She takes exactly 1 more sip of her drink and sets it down firmly, done for the night. Scene 2, MIA and Owen's apartment, later, night. Mia is curled up on the couch, planner finally closed, phone propped up again, Leo's face on screen, backstage lights behind him, clearly post-show and buzzing. Leo, VO we killed it. Also I told the whole band you basically run my life now. They think it's sweet. MIA, rolling her eyes, smiling, it's called project management, Leo, not romance. Leo, VO sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Priya flops onto the couch beside Mia, uninvited, stealing a blanket. Priya, to the phone, tell him I said the socks situation has improved. Leo, VO, confused, noted? Tag/outro. The attic, next morning. Claire walks in first, visibly exhausted but intact, blazer slightly crooked. Owen follows with his laptop already open. Owen, so, final results, 0 incidents, 1 dry cleaning bill, and updating the chart now, I'm bumping your smooth night percentage up for next time. Claire, sitting down heavily, please don't ever show me that chart again. Dana slides a coffee toward her without a word. Claire takes it gratefully. Dana, already walking away, you survived a room full of lawyers. Dry cleaning bill's the cheap part. Claire almost laughs, the first real one all episode. Claire, quietly, to no one, noted. Freeze on her small, tired smile as the door chimes with someone else walking in. End of episode 56. Episode 57, Thanksgiving from afar. Type, minor episode setting, Mia and Owen's apartment during the holiday, Leo joining remotely. Cold open, Mia and Owen's apartment, kitchen, morning. Mia stands in front of the oven wearing an apron over pajamas, planner propped against the toaster, color-coded like a battle plan. Owen enters mid-yawn, sees the planner, stops. Owen, is that a cooking schedule broken down by the minute? MIA, not looking up, turkey doesn't baste itself, Owen. Owen, leaning in, you have a column labeled buffer time for crying if something burns. MIA, flipping the page shut, that's a private column. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, MIA and Owen's apartment, living room, afternoon. Grocery bags everywhere. Jake walks in holding a guitar case like it's a person, sets it gently in the empty armchair like a placeholder seat. MIA, first traditional feast without Leo. Feels weird. Jake, holding a guitar case like a placeholder, he sent brand new songs to play at dinner, at least, via video. MIA, softening, that's actually really sweet, coming from him. Jake, don't tell him I said that. He'll get a big head and start signing autographs at the attic. Priya enters dragging a rolling suitcase, still in her travel coat, one sock striped, one sock plain, but she's clearly proud of herself for making it at all. Priya, I made it. Barely. My flight got delayed 40 minutes and I had a full internal crisis about the stuffing timeline. MIA, checking planner, you're not even on the stuffing timeline, Priya. Priya, I know, I just like being included in things. Owen enters carrying folding chairs, slightly out of breath. Owen, statistically, we're one folding chair short if Claire brings a +1 again. MIA, she's not bringing a +1, she's bringing a mood. Owen, same risk profile, honestly. Scene 2, MIA and Owen's apartment, kitchen, later. Mia is elbow deep in prep, hair falling out of its clip. Jake leans against the counter, unhelpfully testing everything with a spoon. Jake, tasting the gravy, needs salt. MIA, not looking up, everything you taste needs salt, Jake. You have no palate. Jake, I have an adventurous palate. MIA, you put hot sauce on cereal once. Jake, pointing spoon at her, that was a dare, and I stand by it. Priya pokes her head in, holding her phone up. Priya, Leo's calling. Should I answer it, or is that your job? MIA, wiping hands on apron, hurrying over, give me that. Act 2. Scene 1, MIA and Owen's apartment, living room, late afternoon. Phone propped against a vase on the side table, Leo's face on screen, clearly backstage somewhere, guitar in hand. The group half gathers around it while still setting the table. Elio, Vio, okay, so, I know I can't be there, but I wrote you guys something. Consider it my dish for the potluck. Jake, grinning, told ya. Leo starts playing something warm and a little goofy, clearly written fast, clearly heartfelt. The group quiets down to listen. Owen, mid-chair setting, actually stops moving. Priya, whispering to Mia, is it bad that this is making me emotional and I've known him for like 8 months? MIA, eyes a little glassy, no. Same. Leo finishes, a little embarrassed by his own sincerity. Elio, Vio anyway. Happy Thanksgiving. Save me a plate, I mean it, I will know if you didn't. MIA, laughing, wiping her eyes quickly, will take a picture of the plate as proof. Scene 2, MIA and Owen's apartment, kitchen, moments later. Claire arrives, no +1, carrying a store-bought pie like it's a legal document she's handing over carefully. Claire, I come bearing pie. I did not make this pie. I want that on the record. MIA, taking it, noted and appreciated. Claire, glancing around at the chaos, do you need help with anything, or is this a everyone stand around while Mia does everything situation? MIA, pointed look, it has historically been the second one. Claire, setting down her bag, not this year. Put me to work. Owen appears in the doorway holding his laptop, mid-panic. Owen, slight issue. I ran the numbers and we don't have enough seating for 6 people plus the gestures at the propped-up phone, 7th, virtual attendee. Jake, Leo doesn't need a chair, Owen, he's a screen. Owen, it's about the principle of representation. Jake, already dragging in a stool, fine. Leo gets a stool. Downgrade befitting a man who ditched Thanksgiving for a tour. Act 3. Scene 1, MIA and Owen's apartment, dining table, evening. Everyone's seated, Claire, Owen, Jake, Priya, Mia, with Leo propped up on the phone at the empty stool, mid-conversation, clearly enjoying being included even remotely. The table is full, turkey, sides, Claire's pie sitting proudly in the middle. Owen, raising his glass, the pressure of holiday hosting is real, but this actually looks great, Mia. MIA, glowing a little, tired but proud, thank you. That's all I wanted, honestly, just one compliment before someone spills cranberry sauce on the tablecloth. Jake, already reaching, no promises. MIA, we should make a pact, next year everyone helps cook, not just me. Claire, raising her glass too, seconded. I'll handle appetizers. Store-bought, but elegantly store-bought. Priya, holding up a coupon, delighted with herself, good thing this trip was all expenses paid by the firm, or I couldn't have flown back for this. Claire, deadpan, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you say expenses paid by the firm while sitting next to actual firm leadership's biggest headache. Priya, grinning, noted. Retroactively unsaid. Owen, serving himself, pass the side salad, please, before Jake eats the whole bowl. Jake, mouth already full, too late. Laughter around the table. Leo, on the phone stool, leans closer to his camera. Elio, Vio, this is so unfair, I can smell nothing and hear everything, it's basically food torture. MIA, holding up a forkful toward the phone, teasing, So good. Really wish you were here for this bite specifically. Elio, Vio, I hate all of you. Happy Thanksgiving. Everyone raises a glass, even the phone gets tilted up in a toast gesture by Priya. Warm chaos, everyone talking over each other. Tag/outro. Mia and Owen's apartment, kitchen, later, night. Dishes half done, leftovers being boxed. Mia sits on the counter, exhausted but content, holding a small plate covered in foil labeled LEO, do not touch. MIA will know in her own handwriting. Owen, drying a dish, you actually made him a plate. MIA, shrugging, I said I would. Owen, you're going to freeze that and it's going to sit in our freezer for 2 months, aren't you? MIA, already sliding off the counter to put it away, don't test me, Owen. She opens the freezer. It's already got 3 other labeled containers in it, Jake, leftover PIE, Hands OFF, Claire's emergency wine, and 1 unlabeled one that's clearly Priya's mystery leftovers. Mia stares at the chaos for a second, then just adds Leo's plate to the pile. MIA, quietly, to herself, half smiling, everything runs better with a program. Even when it doesn't. She closes the freezer door. Beat. Fade out. End of episode 57. Episode 58, Paperwork. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, Jake's bar, Mia and Owen's apartment. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is stapling a stack of papers with more violence than necessary. Owen watches, slightly alarmed, laptop under his arm. Owen, everything okay over there? Dana, not stopping, health inspection forms. Every year, same forms, different font. Someone somewhere enjoys this. Owen, sitting down, opening laptop, I could build you a template. Cuts down on. Dana, already walking away, papers under her arm, no. Owen blinks, opens a new spreadsheet anyway. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Jake's bar, day, a plot. Priya stands behind the register, apron slightly crooked, clearly filling in for someone. A line is building. She's mid-transaction with a customer holding out a folded piece of paper. Priya, at the register, someone wants to pay with a check. Is that even normal anymore? Jake appears from the back, wiping his hands on a towel, completely unbothered. Jake, shrugging, take it. My freshman year of bartending taught me, never turn away money. Priya, squinting at the check, it says Big Steve in the memo line. Just Big Steve. No last name. Jake, that checks out. Pun intended. Priya, taking it anyway, sighing, I feel like I should be more concerned about this than I am. The next customer steps up, visibly confused, holding a menu upside down. Customer, do you guys do refills on cocktails? Priya, deadpan, that's not really how alcohol works, but I appreciate the optimism. Jake, from the back, snorts into his towel. Scene 2, Jake's bar, back room, later. Priya collapses into a chair on her break, untying her apron. Jake counts register bills at a small table. Priya, I had a guy try to pay in Canadian coins. Another guy asked if we validate parking. We don't have a parking lot, Jake. We're on a sidewalk. Jake, counting, unbothered, welcome to hospitality. It's 90% chaos, 10% tips. Priya, how do you do this every day and stay so calm? Jake, finally looking up, grinning, low expectations, Priya. Learn to love them. Priya groans and puts her head down on the table dramatically. Act 2. Scene 1, Mia and Owen's apartment, living room, day, B plot. Mia sits on the floor, a giant tangled ball of Christmas lights in her lap, half laughing at herself as she tries to untangle it. Owen sits at the table nearby with a stack of forms and his laptop. Mia, untangling Christmas lights early, laughing, don't ask why these are already out. Owen, not looking up, I wasn't going to. Mia, still laughing, you were absolutely going to. Owen, finally glancing over, fine. Why are they already out? Mia, triumphantly holding up a fully tangled clump, I don't actually know anymore, I just needed something with an obvious solution today. Owen slides a form across the table toward her without looking up. Owen, fill out this form before the deadline, new supplier requirement. Mia, glancing at it, groaning, this is 4 pages, Owen. Owen, 3.5. The last page is just a signature line. Mia, flopping back against the couch, lights still tangled around one arm, I liked this apartment better when the biggest decision of the day was what to watch. Scene 2, Mia and Owen's apartment, later. Claire lets herself in, coat still on, a slim folder of documents under one arm. She drops the folder on the table with a decisive thud. Claire, in case of emergency, my number's on every one of these contracts now. Use it. Owen, flipping through, all of them? Even the venue lease? Claire, especially the venue lease. That one's the one most likely to catch fire, legally speaking. Mia, still on the floor, lights around her shoulders now like a scarf, do I want to know what legally speaking, catch fire means? Claire, no. You want a glass of wine and to sign where I've marked with the little arrows. Mia sighs, reaches for a pen, still tangled in lights. Priya walks in, still in her work apron, clearly straight from her shift, visibly done with the day. She sees the table full of forms and stops in the doorway. Priya, to Jake, who's trailing in behind her, honestly, I'd rather wait tables again than do more paperwork this week. Jake, patting her shoulder on his way past, that's the spirit. Very grass is greener. Wait tables for one more week, you'll change your mind. Priya, eyeing the stack of forms on the table warily, what is all this? Owen, end-of-year admin supplier forms, contracts, insurance renewals? Priya, already backing toward the door, I'm gonna go take a check from a stranger named Big Steve again, actually. Feels safer. Act 3. Scene 1, Mia and Owen's apartment, evening. The group is now scattered around the living room, all working through paperwork together, Mia signing where Claire's marked, Owen cross-referencing something on his laptop, Priya reluctantly reading a form out loud in a bored voice, Jake mostly eating chips and occasionally helping. Priya, reading flatly, by signing below, the undersigned agrees to, nope, I'm out, this is worse than the check guy. Claire, not looking up, it gets easier the 5th time. Priya, how many times have you read this exact sentence? Claire, flatly, I don't want to talk about it. Owen looks up from his laptop, mildly triumphant. Owen, good news, I built a shared tracker so we never have to do this scramble again next year. Color-coded by deadline. MIA, perking up despite herself, color-coded? Owen, turning the laptop around, color-coded. MIA, genuinely delighted, Owen, I could kiss you. Owen, deadpan, please direct that energy toward finishing your form instead. Jake, chip halfway to his mouth, looks over at the tangled lights still draped over the back of the couch. Jake, are we just never dealing with those lights? MIA, not looking up from her signature, they're decorative now. It's a whole aesthetic. Jake, nodding slowly, unconvinced, sure. Very abandoned craft project chic. Tag/outro. The attic, next morning. Priya walks in, apronless, clearly off duty, and slumps into a chair across from Dana, who's now calmly filing the health inspection forms from the cold open. Priya, you'll never believe the week I've had. Bad checks, worse paperwork, and I still don't know who Big Steve is. Dana, not looking up from her filing, everyone's a Big Steve to somebody. Priya, blinking, that's weirdly profound. Dana, sliding a coffee toward her without being asked, it's Tuesday. Drink your coffee. Priya stares at the coffee, then at Dana, then just accepts it, no further explanation coming. Priya, to herself, sipping, interesting. Beat. Fade out. End of episode 58. Episode 59, year-end bonus. Type, minor episode setting, Owen's office and the company holiday party at the venue. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is hanging tinsel around the counter with zero enthusiasm, stapling it in crooked, uneven lines. Jake walks in, stops, stares at the tinsel job. Jake, did the tinsel attack you, or? Dana, still stapling, corporate says festive. I say minimum viable festive. Jake, grabbing a piece of tinsel, straightening it slightly, this is genuinely the least festive tinsel I've ever seen. Dana, finally turning to him, deadpan, thank you. That's the goal. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Owen's office's day, a plot. Owen sits at his desk, laptop open, mid-spreadsheet as usual. He clicks into a new email, and his expression shifts, surprise, then a slow, disbelieving double take. Owen, opening an email, my yearly bonus came in higher than expected. He leans in closer to the screen, recalculating in his head, lips moving slightly. Owen, to himself, that's not a typo. I checked twice. A coworker leans over the cubicle wall, coffee in hand, clearly having seen this reaction on Owen's face before. Coworker, don't let it spoil your appetite for the holiday party tonight, though, save some hunger. Owen, still staring at the screen, I don't think a number can spoil my appetite. Emotionally, maybe. Not physically. Coworker, walking off, laughing, that's what everyone says right before they skip lunch out of pure excitement. Owen looks down, realizes he has, in fact, forgotten to eat lunch. He opens a new spreadsheet tab titled Bonus Allocation, Draft 1. Scene 2, Owen's office, hallway, later. Owen walks briskly, phone to his ear, clearly trying to sound casual and failing. Owen, into phone, so, hypothetically, if a person got a bonus that was, statistically, higher than projected, what would that person do with it? Asking for a friend. The friend is me. He turns a corner, nearly bumps into a colleague carrying a tray of holiday cookies, sidesteps smoothly without breaking stride. Owen, still on phone, no, I'm not going to just put it all in the same index fund as last year. That would be, okay, yes, I am considering that, but I'm also considering other things. Beat. Owen, what other things? I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling you. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, company holiday party, evening, B plot. String lights, a modest buffet table, low chatter. Priya stands near the drinks table holding a plastic cup, looking around at the room with a strange, reflective expression. Mia joins her, adjusting a name tag sticker on her own blazer. Priya, I'm officially not a senior in college anymore, feels strange to say a year later. MIA, grim, small comfort, but at least you didn't lose your job like half our old interns did this year. Priya, wincing, yeah, that's not exactly the comparison I was hoping for, but noted. MIA, softer, I just mean you're doing better than you think. A year ago you were still asking me what a quarterly report even was. Priya, laughing, I still don't fully know. I've just learned to nod convincingly. Claire approaches, glass of wine in hand, scanning the room like she's assessing exits. Claire, is it just me, or does every company holiday party have the exact same 3 appetizers? MIA, it's not just you. I've counted. Same 3, every year, every company. Owen appears, still slightly buzzing with bonus energy, trying to play it cool and failing. Claire, to Owen, teasing, careful, or they'll make you head chef of the whole department next. Owen, I'd need a stage name for that kind of pressure. MIA, grinning, what, Owen isn't intimidating enough. Owen sounds like a guy who color codes his spreadsheets. Which, fair, but not exactly head chef energy. Priya, deadpan, you'd need something like the formula. Owen, considering it, genuinely, that's not terrible, actually. Claire, flat, it's a little terrible. Scene 2, the venue buffet table, later. Jake arrives late, tie loosened before the night's even started, grabbing a plate and piling it high like he hasn't eaten all day. Jake, sorry I'm late, had a thing at the bar. What did I miss? MIA, Owen got a huge bonus and is now spiraling about it in a suit. Jake, mouth already full, classic Owen. Rich and stressed. Owen, overhearing, walking up, I'm not rich. I'm comfortably surprised. Jake, raising his cup, to being comfortably surprised. By the next round, comfortably surprised man. Owen, sighing, but smiling, 1 round. I have a spreadsheet to protect. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, later, winding down. The party's thinning out. The group has claimed a corner table, plates mostly empty, drinks mostly gone. Priya sits back in her chair, looking genuinely content for the first time all episode. Priya, can I just say something kind of sappy? MIA, bracing herself, smiling, go for it. Priya, a year ago I didn't know any of you. Now I'm standing here worrying about my quarterly report, nod, and getting bonus envy secondhand from Owen. That's a lot to happen in a year. Claire, raising her glass slightly, to a lot happening in a year. Jake, raising his cup too, and to Owen's bonus, which none of us will ever see a cent of. Owen, raising his own drink, mock offended, I bought this round. Jake, 1 round. We're negotiating for 2. Everyone laughs, glasses clinking together. Mia pulls out her phone, snaps a quick photo of the table before anyone can pose properly, everyone mid-laugh, slightly blurry, completely real. MIA, looking at the photo, satisfied, perfect. No one looks ready. That's how you know it's a good one. Tag/outro. The attic, next morning. Owen walks in, laptop under his arm as always, and sits across from Dana, who's sweeping up the last of the crooked tinsel from the cold open. Owen, so. Bonus came in. Bigger than expected. Dana, not stopping sweeping, congratulations. Don't tell me the number. Owen, I wasn't going to. Dana, you were absolutely going to. Owen, pause a little. Dana finally stops sweeping, leans on the broom, looks at him for a long beat. Dana, buy yourself something that isn't a spreadsheet subscription. Owen, genuinely considering it, that's actually good advice. Dana, already walking away, I have my moments. Owen opens his laptop, hesitates, then closes it again, a small, deliberate choice. Beat. Fade out. End of episode 59. Episode 60, Leo comes home. Type, major event setting, the airport and the attic, marking Leo's return from tour. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is behind the counter. Leo's usual seat, empty for 6 weeks, has a small handwritten sign taped to it, reserved. Don't even think about it. Priya eyes it, then Dana. Priya, did you make that sign? Dana, not looking up, someone had to. People kept trying to sit there. Priya, that's oddly sentimental of you. Dana, flatly, it's about seating logistics, not sentiment. Beat. Dana glances at the empty chair for just a second too long before turning away. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Airport, Arrivals, Day, a plot. The whole group is crowded near the arrivals gate, Mia, Owen, Claire, Jake, Priya, all holding something. Mia holds a large handmade sign. Owen is checking his phone for the flight status obsessively. Owen, checking phone, landed 11 minutes ago. Statistically, he should be through customs any minute. Jake, peering down the hallway, there's a lot of people who look like tired musicians right now. This is a bad system. Mia unfurls her sign properly. It reads, in big block letters, Welcome home, Guitar Hobo. MIA, holding a sign with a joke nickname on it, I gave you a nickname for the sign, nothing racial, just ridiculous. Claire, reading it, unimpressed, Guitar Hobo is generous. I'd have gone harsher. Priya, studying the sign, I feel like this took real thought. MIA, proudly, 3 drafts. A beat, then a familiar figure rounds the corner. Leo, guitar case slung over one shoulder, duffel bag dragging, clearly exhausted but grinning the second he spots them. Leo, laughing, exhausted, a neutral name would have been fine too, guys. Jake, already pulling him into a one-armed hug, nah, where's the fun in neutral? Leo drops his bag, gets pulled into a full group hug, a little chaotic, a little too tight, exactly the kind that happens after 6 weeks apart. Claire hangs slightly back at first, then steps in too, quick and almost businesslike, but she holds on a beat longer than she means to. Leo, muffled, mid-hug, okay, I need air, I just flew for 11 hours. Owen, checking watch, 10 hours and 42 minutes, technically. Leo, pulling back, laughing, there he is. I missed that so much, you have no idea. Scene 2, Airport, baggage claim, moments later. The group walks toward baggage claim, Leo in the middle, visibly soaking in being back. Priya walks alongside him, practically vibrating with questions. Priya, okay, but for real, what was the best city? I need a ranking. I need details. Leo, rubbing his eyes, ask me again after I've slept for like 14 hours. Priya, noted. Filing that request for later. Mia falls into step on his other side, sign now rolled up under her arm. MIA, your plate's still in the freezer, by the way. From Thanksgiving. Leo, stopping in his tracks, genuinely moved for a second, you actually kept it? MIA, shrugging, a little embarrassed, I said I would. Leo doesn't say anything for a second, just nods, throat visibly tight, then shakes it off with a grin before it gets too sincere. Leo, okay, don't make me cry in an airport, I've had a long week. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, evening, B-plot. The attic is warmly lit, a small handmade welcome home banner strung crookedly above the corner booth, clearly Priya's handiwork, slightly lopsided. Leo sits in his reserved seat, the little sign now removed and sitting on the table in front of him like a trophy. The group is crowded around, drinks out. Dana, passing by, dropping off a drink for Leo without being asked, chair's been empty 6 weeks. Don't get used to leaving again. Leo, touched, surprised, was that almost nice, Dana? Dana, already walking away, don't push it. Jake stands, raising his glass with theatrical seriousness. Jake, raising a glass, to the yearly bonus structure of friendship, you get nothing, and you're still stuck with us. Claire, laughing, complete transaction, then, welcome home. Everyone clinks glasses. Leo takes a long drink, sets it down, turns to Jake more seriously than the toast called for. Leo, to Jake, sincere, I owe you. I'll pay someone back properly, promise. Jake, waving it off, but clearly touched, you don't owe me anything, man. Just don't disappear on us again without warning next time. Leo, nodding, deal. Priya leans across the table, already on to the next thing, phone out. Priya, okay, but seriously, show us pictures. I want proof of life. I want proof of tour life. Leo pulls out his phone, starts scrolling through, the group leaning in, genuine warmth, easy chaos, someone laughing too loud at something on the screen. Scene 2, the attic, corner booth, later, quieter moment. The main group has drifted slightly, Jake and Priya at the bar arguing about something trivial, Claire caught up talking to Leo near the window. Mia and Owen sit slightly apart at the end of the booth, the noise of the party a soft backdrop. MIA, quiet aside to Owen, he wants to raise a kid here someday, he told me on the phone last week. Didn't expect that from him. Owen looks over at Leo, mid-laugh with Claire, guitar case propped against the wall, looking about as unready for that conversation as a person can look. Owen, carefully, Leo. Our Leo. The one who once described a 5-year plan as vibes-based. MIA, small smile, that's the one. Owen, genuinely considering it, huh? People change, I guess. MIA, watching Leo across the room, yeah. I guess they do. A beat between them, not heavy, just quiet, before Priya's laugh cuts through from the bar and pulls their attention back. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, later, winding down. The crowd's thinned. Just the core group left, chairs pulled close, drinks mostly empty, the banner slightly more crooked than before. Leo looks genuinely, deeply relaxed for the first time all episode, home in every sense. Leo, looking around at everyone, okay, real talk. I missed this. Like, genuinely, more than I expected to. Jake, mock offended, more than the tour? The lights, the crowds, the fame? Leo, laughing, the tour was great. This is just, this. You can't replace this. Claire, quietly, not quite meeting his eyes, no. You really can't. A small moment passes between Claire and Leo, brief, unspoken, but not unnoticed by Mia, who glances at Owen with a raised eyebrow. Owen just shrugs slightly, staying out of it. Priya, breaking the moment, cheerfully oblivious, okay but for real, next tour, I'm coming. I'll carry a bag. I'll be useful. Leo, grinning, deal. You can be my quality control for green room snacks. Priya, delighted, finally, a title that respects my skill set. Everyone laughs. Dana passes by one more time, setting down a final round without a word, then pauses just briefly at the edge of the table. Dana, to Leo, deadpan but warm, good to have the chair filled again. Leo, touched, thanks, Dana. Really? Dana, already walking off, don't make me say it twice. Tag/outro. Mia and Owen's apartment, later, night. Mia is finally home, kicking off her shoes by the door, planner tucked under one arm. Owen is already on the couch, laptop open as always. Owen, not looking up, so. Kid comment aside, good night? MIA, dropping onto the couch beside him, tired and happy, really good night. Owen, closing the laptop, finally, he seemed different. Lighter, maybe. Or heavier. I can't decide which. MIA, thinking about it, maybe both. People can be both. She pulls out her planner, flips to tomorrow's page, already color-coded, already full. MIA, softly, almost to herself, everything runs better with a program. Even the stuff you don't plan for. Owen glances over, doesn't say anything, just nods slightly. Beat. Fade out. End of episode 60. Episode 61, Downtime. Type, minor episode setting, Claire's law office and apartment, and the venue. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is restocking napkin dispensers with the enthusiasm of a woman doing taxes. Jake leans on the counter, watching. Jake, you ever just take a day off? Like a whole one? Dana, not looking up, took one in March. Regretted it by noon. Jake, why? Dana, deadpan, place didn't fall apart without me. Very disrespectful. Jake laughs. Dana doesn't. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Claire's office's day, a plot. Claire sits behind a mountain of paper, sleeves rolled up, stamping and initialing with mechanical, joyless precision. Claire, with a stack of papers, fill out forms all day, that's the whole job this week. Owen appears in the doorway, laptop bag over one shoulder, looking slightly frazzled. Owen, dropping by, mind if I stay over tonight? Mia's repainting our place, fumes everywhere. Claire, not looking up, already stamping the next form, depends. Do you snore? Owen, statistically, rarely. There's a study. Claire, finally glancing up, there's always a study with you. Owen, sitting down across from her, uninvited, fine, I'll bring the study as a peace offering. What color is she painting, anyway? Owen, deadpan, warm grayish. I didn't know that was a real color until this week. Claire, stamping another form, it's not. It's a lifestyle. Owen eyes the paper mountain. Owen, you want help? I'm good at repetitive tasks. It's basically my whole personality. Claire, sliding half the stack across without hesitation, sold. Scene 2, Claire's office is later. Owen and Claire work in near silence, both stamping and initialing in a steady rhythm. It's almost peaceful. Owen, not looking up, this is oddly relaxing. Claire, also not looking up, don't tell anyone. I have a reputation to protect. Owen, your secret's safe. I don't really talk to people who aren't in a 5-block radius of the attic. Claire, small smile, that explains a lot, actually. A pause. Owen stamps another form, glances at the guest bedroom question forming in his head. Owen, do you have a guest room, or am I on the couch? Claire, flatly, you're on the couch. The guest room is where I keep things I'm avoiding making decisions about. Owen, that's oddly poetic for a Tuesday. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, day, B plot. Mia walks a nervous-looking new hire through the kitchen area, pointing things out with brisk, practiced authority. Priya trails a few steps behind, ostensibly helping, mostly eavesdropping. MIA, to a new hire, keep a safe distance from the fryer, seriously, it's not decorative. New hire, nodding rapidly, got it. Safe distance. Noted. MIA, also, the walk-in fridge door sticks. You have to lift and pull at the same time or you'll be stuck in there having an existential crisis. Ask me how I know. New hire, wide-eyed, has that happened to you? MIA, flatly, twice. Priya, hovering nearby, clears her throat loudly enough to interrupt. Priya, clearing her throat, I have an announcement, actually. Mia and the new hire both turn to look at her. Mia's expression immediately goes wary. MIA, is this a good announcement or I need to sit down for this announcement? Owen, appearing from around the corner, having stopped by on his lunch break, don't tell me you posted a personal ad again. Priya, mortified, that happened one time and it was a typo. MIA, to Owen, deadpan, it said looking for someone to share pizza and possibly my whole life with. It got 40 responses. Priya, groaning, covering her face, we are never speaking of that again. Owen, grinning, so what's the actual announcement? Priya opens her mouth, ready to deliver, then stops, blinks, sways slightly on her feet. Priya, laughing, no. Just, I got a head rush from standing up too fast. Never mind, no announcement. MIA, unimpressed, you built up all that suspense for a head rush? Priya, steadying herself on the counter, in my defense, it was a very dramatic head rush. The new hire watches this whole exchange with visible confusion. New hire, is this normal here? MIA, patting his shoulder, walking off, you'll get used to it. Or you won't, and you'll transfer. Both are valid outcomes. Scene 2, the venue break room, later. Priya sits with a glass of water, still slightly embarrassed. Mia joins her, arms crossed but amused. MIA, so there really wasn't an announcement? Priya, sighing, I was going to say something. I got a call back for that apartment I toured last week, the one with the good light in the kitchen. MIA, perking up, Priya. That's actually great news, why'd you bail on it? Priya, shrugging, a little sheepish, I don't know, it felt like a big deal to say out loud in front of Owen mid-sentence. Felt more real once I almost said it. MIA, smiling, well, now it's real. Congrats. Priya, finally smiling too, thanks. Don't tell Owen I chickened out though. He'll never let it go. MIA, already reaching for her phone, too late, I'm texting him right now. Priya, groaning, Mia. Act 3. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, evening. Claire's apartment, sleek and minimal. Owen is set up on the couch with a blanket that clearly doesn't match anything else in the room, a small, deliberate imperfection in Claire's otherwise curated space. Claire enters from the kitchen with 2 mugs of tea. Claire, handing him a mug, chamomile. It's the only thing I have that isn't wine or protein powder. Owen, taking it, a balanced diet, truly. Claire's phone buzzes. She glances at it, smirks slightly. Claire, Mia says Priya got the apartment with the good kitchen light. Owen, surprised, pleased, oh, that's great. She almost told us at work today and then bailed at the last second. Claire, settling into the armchair across from him, sounds like her. She overthinks the announcing part more than the actual decision. Owen, sipping tea, we all do that a little, don't we? Claire, quiet beat, looking into her mug, some of us more than others. A comfortable silence. Owen glances around the apartment, spotless, orderly, very Claire. Owen, your place is exactly what I pictured it would look like, for the record. Before I'd ever seen it. Claire, raising an eyebrow, is that a compliment? Owen, it's an observation. Statistically, those are more reliable. Claire, small laugh, fair enough. Tag/outro. Claire's apartment, late night. The lights are mostly off. Owen is stretched out on the couch under the mismatched blanket, laptop glow lighting his face, of course he's still working. Claire pads through in socks, pauses at the sight. Claire, you're supposed to be resting. It's a work night, not a work through the night. Owen, not looking up, one spreadsheet. Then I'll sleep. I swear. Claire, leaning against the doorway, what could possibly need a spreadsheet at 11 p.m.? Owen, finally glancing up, a little sheepish, I'm calculating the probability that Mia's paint fumes clear out by tomorrow morning. Claire, deadpan, and? Owen, 60-40. in favor of me staying a second night. Claire, a beat, then a small, resigned smile, the guest room's still full of things I'm avoiding. Couch it is. She flicks off the last lamp. Darkness, the soft blue glow of Owen's laptop the only light left. Owen, quietly, to himself, noted. Fade out. End of episode 61. Episode 62, Lifestyle Choices. Type, minor episode setting, the venue in Claire's apartment. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is rearranging the pastry case with the focus of someone defusing a bomb. Leo wanders in, guitar case over his shoulder, watches for a second. Leo, you've moved that muffin 3 times. Dana, not looking up, it looked better on the left. Leo, it's a muffin, Dana. Dana, finally glancing at him, everything's better with intention. Even muffins. Leo stares at the muffin for a long beat, genuinely considering this. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, day, a plot. Priya sits at a small break table, a printed contract in front of her, reading it for what's clearly the 5th time. Owen slides into the seat across from her, coffee in hand. Priya, looking at a contract, it's only short term, 6 months, but it's a start. Owen, glancing at it, 6 months with a renewal clause, or 6 months and done? Priya, squinting at the fine print, I don't actually know. There's a clause about a clause. Owen, reaching for it, let me see. He scans it quickly, the way only Owen can make reading a contract look like a competitive sport. Owen, these are tough times to be picky about contracts, honestly. Priya, deflating slightly, that's not exactly the pep talk I was hoping for. Owen, softer, I mean it in a practical way, not a discouraging way. 6 months with a foot in the door is better than 6 months waiting for the perfect offer that isn't coming. Priya, sighing, when you put it like that it sounds very responsible and very depressing at the same time. Owen, most responsible things are. Scene 2, the venue, later. Mia walks by, catches the tail end of the conversation, pulls up a chair uninvited. MIA, what did I miss? Priya, Owen just told me adulthood is choosing between imperfect options. MIA, nodding sagely, ah yes. The Owen special. Owen, mildly offended, it's called realism. MIA, to Priya, take the contract. Worst case, 6 months from now you're exactly where you are today, except with 6 more months of experience and a better sense of what you actually want. Priya, considering it, that's actually way more encouraging than the spreadsheet math. Owen, shrugging, I never said it wasn't encouraging. I said it was tough. Both things can be true. Priya looks back down at the contract, picks up a pen, hesitates 1 more second, then signs. Priya, exhaling, okay. Done. Committed. MIA, patting her shoulder, to 6 months of mild uncertainty. Welcome to the club. Act 2. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, evening, B plot. The group is scattered around Claire's minimalist living room, wine glasses, a half-eaten cheese board, the usual weeknight gathering. Priya sits curled on the couch, clearly mid-vent, Jake half listening from the kitchen doorway. Priya, venting, he's been dumping people left and right lately, I don't even recognize him. Claire, topping off her wine, unbothered, who are we talking about? Priya, that guy from my building, Marcus. 3rd breakup in 2 months. Different girl every time, same speech apparently. Jake, who's been quietly eating cheese in the kitchen doorway, finally speaks up. Jake, overhearing, don't talk behind someone's back if you're not ready to say it to his face. The room goes slightly quiet. Priya blinks, a little caught off guard. Priya, I'm not being mean, I'm just observing a pattern. Jake, shrugging, unbothered but firm, sure. I'm just saying. Easy to talk about someone when they're not in the room. Priya, a little defensive, you talk about people who aren't in the room all the time. Jake, grinning, yeah, and I'd say the same stuff to their faces. That's the whole rule. A beat. Priya considers this, visibly softening. Priya, quieter, okay, that's fair, actually. Scene 2, Claire's apartment, living room, moments later. Claire, still nursing her wine, tilts her head thoughtfully, redirecting the conversation. Claire, thoughtful, moving here alone was a real lifestyle choice for her, in fairness. Priya, confused, wait, who, me? Claire, shaking her head, no, the girl Marcus is currently seeing. She moved across the country for a guy she'd known 2 months. That takes either a lot of courage or a complete lack of research. Jake, from the kitchen, could be both. Claire, nodding, could be both. Priya, leaning back, genuinely considering it, I don't think I could ever do that. Move somewhere for someone I barely knew. Claire, a flicker of something crossing her face, quickly masked, no. Neither could I. A brief silence. Priya doesn't catch the undertone, but Jake glances at Claire, clearly noticing something unspoken. Mia's head pokes in from the hallway, holding an empty wine glass, clearly having gotten lost somewhere in Claire's apartment. MIA, poking her head in from the hallway, is this the broom closet or the actual guest room? I keep forgetting. Claire, deadpan, it's the broom closet with delusions of grandeur. Guest room's the next door. MIA, nodding, already backing out, that tracks. There's a very confident vacuum in there. The group laughs, tension from a moment ago dissolving easily. Act 3. Scene 1, Claire's apartment, later, winding down. Everyone's more relaxed now, shoes off, cheese board decimated, wine bottles nearly empty. Priya sits with her contract folder still tucked beside her on the couch, looking at it fondly now instead of anxiously. MIA, so. Big day for you. Signed contract, survived a minor moral lecture from Jake. Jake, raising his hands, it wasn't a lecture. It was gentle guidance. Priya, smiling, it was a little bit of a lecture. Jake, grinning, fine. A little bit. Owen, looking over at Priya, for what it's worth, I think you made the right call on the contract. Priya, genuinely touched, thanks, Owen. Even with the depressing framing earlier. Owen, shrugging, I contain multitudes. Depressing and correct. Claire raises her glass slightly, a small toast forming. Claire, to imperfect choices, lifestyle or otherwise. MIA, raising her glass too, and to gossip we're willing to say to people's faces. Jake, clinking glasses, satisfied, now we're talking. Everyone clinks glasses, the warm chaos of the evening settling comfortably around them. Tag/outro. Claire's apartment, late night. Most of the group has left. Claire is tidying up the cheese board, alone in the kitchen. Jake lingers near the doorway, jacket half on. Jake, you okay? You got quiet for a second back there. The moving across the country thing. Claire, not looking up, focused on the dishes, I'm fine. Just thinking. Jake, studying her for a beat, about anyone in particular? Claire, finally looking up, giving nothing away, no. Just thinking. Jake doesn't push it, just nods, grabs his jacket the rest of the way, heads for the door. Jake, night, Claire. Claire, quiet, back to the dishes, night. She stands alone in the kitchen for a moment, glances toward the window, then shakes it off and keeps washing up. Fade out. End of episode 62. Episode 63, borrowed. Type, minor episode setting, Jake's apartment and the venue. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana is taping a small, hand-drawn happy birthday MIA sign to the counter, clearly rushed, letters slightly uneven. Owen watches from a nearby table. Owen, did you make that? Dana, still taping, kid down the street sells them. $2. Efficient. Owen, it says Mio instead of Mia. Dana, staring at it for a long beat, it's close enough. She leaves it up anyway. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Jake's apartment. His day, a plot. Jake's apartment, comfortably messy, guitar cases and mismatched furniture everywhere. Leo is crashing on the couch temporarily while some pipe issue gets fixed at his place. He's digging through a closet, looking for a jacket to borrow. Jake, from the kitchen, calling out, I keep my personal life separate from the bar. Mostly. Leo, not really listening, still digging, sure. Leo pulls out an old, slightly worn leather jacket, holds it up, admiring it. Leo, holding up a jacket, this is a loaner, right? Not actually yours? Jake walks in, sees the jacket, and his whole demeanor shifts, softer, more careful. Jake, getting choked up, half joking, it was my dad's. Don't make fun. Leo, immediately backing off, setting it down gently, oh, hey, sorry, I didn't know. I'll grab something else. Jake, waving him off, composing himself, no, it's fine, it's just, I don't really talk about it much. He passed when I was 20. That jacket's basically the only thing of his I kept. Leo, quiet, sitting down on the arm of the couch, I didn't know that about him. About you, I mean. Jake, shrugging, trying to lighten it, yeah, well. Not exactly bar small talk, you know? Hey, want a shot, also here's my whole deal. Leo, gently, you could tell us stuff like that, though. We'd listen. Jake, a small, genuine smile, I know. Just, not really my thing. I'd rather make you laugh than make you sad. Scene 2, Jake's apartment, later. Jake carefully hangs the jacket back up, smoothing it out with more care than he'd admit to. Leo watches from the couch, having found a different, much less meaningful jacket to borrow. Leo, for what it's worth, that's a genuinely great jacket. Good taste ran in the family. Jake, closing the closet, smiling for real now, he'd have liked you, actually. He liked people who didn't take themselves too seriously. Leo, grinning, high praise. I'll take it. Jake, grabbing his own jacket, heading for the door, come on, we're gonna be late for Mia's thing. And I swear if you show up in my dad's jacket I will fight you. Leo, laughing, following him out, relative of the jacket's safety, noted. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, day, B plot. The venue's break room has been quietly transformed, a small cake on the table, a few balloons, a banner that says Happy Birthday in Owen's suspiciously precise handwriting. Mia walks in, clearly not expecting it, hand flying to her chest. Everyone, happy birthday, Mia. MIA, genuinely startled, oh my god, you guys didn't have to. Owen, already pulling out a chair for her, sit. This is non-negotiable. I made a schedule. MIA, laughing, sitting, of course you did. Claire, handing her a wrapped gift, open this before Jake eats the cake out of boredom. Jake, already eyeing the cake, no promises. Priya bursts in a beat later, slightly out of breath, phone in hand, coat still half on. Priya, heading out the door, almost as soon as she arrived, I'll pick up a friend from the airport and be right back for cake. MIA, confused, wait, what friend? Right now? Priya, already backing toward the exit, long story. Save me a slice, the biggest one, I mean it. She disappears out the door. The group exchanges a round of shrugs, classic Priya. Owen, checking his phone, that was a very abrupt exit, even for her. Claire, shrugging, she'll explain when she explains. Or she won't, and it'll just become a fact of our lives eventually, like the tat sock thing. Scene 2, the venue, break room, later. Mia has opened her gifts, a new planner from Owen, color-coded tabs already inserted, obviously, a candle from Claire, and something small and wrapped messily from Jake. MIA, unwrapping Jake's gift, please don't let this be a prank gift. Jake, grinning, no promises there either. Inside is a small, hand-drawn coupon that reads 1 free night of me not taste testing your cooking. MIA, laughing so hard she nearly cries, this is somehow the most thoughtful gift I've ever received. Jake, proud of himself, I know my strengths. Leo, arriving a little late from parking, slides in with a small wrapped item too, slightly out of breath. Elio, sorry, traffic. Here. Mia opens it, a small, framed photo from the Thanksgiving video call, printed and mounted. Her whole face softens. MIA, quietly, touched, Leo. This is really sweet. Elio, a little bashful, figured you'd want the freezer plate story to have a physical souvenir or something. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue break room, later, cake time. The candles are lit, everyone gathered close, singing badly and out of sync, the way friend groups always do. Mia blows out the candles, clearly happy, clearly a little overwhelmed. Jake, already reaching for a fork, can we cut it now or is there a rule about that too? MIA, laughing, handing him a knife, cut it. Just save Priya a piece before you inhale the whole thing. Right on cue, the door swings open, Priya, breathless, and behind her, a woman with a familiar travel bag and an exhausted but delighted expression. Priya, triumphant, okay. I'm back. And I brought backup. The group turns, mildly confused, until Mia's face lights up in recognition. MIA, standing up, stunned, wait, is that? Priya, grinning, surprise. I flew your college roommate in. She's been planning this with me for 3 weeks. I almost blew it earlier, sorry about the dramatic exit. Mia crosses the room and hugs the newcomer tightly, visibly emotional. MIA, touched, you're all looking out for me more than I even notice most days. Claire, smiling, watching, that's kind of the whole point. Tag/outro. The venue, break room, later, winding down. Cake mostly gone, wrapping paper cleared away, the group lingers in the warm afterglow of the party. Jake sits slightly apart, still wearing his own jacket, not his dad's, but there's a small, thoughtful look on his face as he watches everyone laugh together. Elio, sitting down beside him, you good? Jake, nodding, genuine, yeah. Just thinking. Wish he could have met all these people, honestly. Elio, quiet, understanding, he'd have loved the chaos of it. I can tell. Jake, small smile, yeah. He really would have. A beat. Then Jake shakes it off, standing, grabbing another slice of cake before Owen can stop him. Jake, calling out, Owen. I saw that face, I'm allowed a second piece, it's a birthday rule. Owen, already reaching for his laptop, there is no such rule. I would know. I have the spreadsheet. Everyone laughs. Fade out. End of episode 63. Episode 64, The Friend Zone. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, a gym, and Claire's apartment. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana wipes down the counter, unbothered as ever. Owen sits at the usual corner table, phone in hand, frowning at an email. Owen, tapping his fingers on the table, counting under his breath, statistically speaking, that's the 11th reminder email this gym has sent me this month. Dana, not looking up, polishing a glass, and statistically speaking, you've walked through that door 0 times. Priya walks in, one green sock, one striped sock, holding a bag of snacks she clearly grabbed in a hurry. Priya, sitting down, glancing at her own feet, okay, don't judge, I was running late. Dana, a glance, nobody's judging. The socks judge for me. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, outside a GYM, a plot. Owen, Jake, and Priya stand outside a bright gym storefront, a big sale banner in the window. Jake holds a to-go coffee, pointing at the sign. Jake, teasing Owen, you've basically been in the friend zone with your own gym for a year now, you pay and never go. Priya, rolling eyes, that's totally superficial logic, but somehow accurate. Owen, defensive, pulling out his phone to open a calculator app. I have a spreadsheet. It tracks cost per visit. Right now it's sitting at $41 a visit, which, to be honest, is worse than a private trainer. Jake, clapping Owen's shoulder, so do me a favor and actually walk through that door today. Priya, eyeing a poster on the glass, they've got a bring a friend thing on sale this week. Owen, hesitating, tugging at his backpack strap. I didn't stock up on gym clothes for this. I was planning to figure that out later. Jake, pulling Owen toward the door. Later is how you got 11 reminder emails, man. Let's just call it a trial run, not a whole, call it a day life decision. Owen sighs, takes one step, then stops to retie his shoe even though it doesn't need it, a familiar stalling tick. Scene 2, Claire's apartment, B-plot. Claire sits on the sofa, blazer draped over the armrest as always, holding a playbill, her face rare with genuine excitement. Mia is straightening a stack of color-coded planners on the coffee table. Leo sits at an angle on the chair, his usual seating rule, even in someone else's apartment. Claire, reading a program. My clients play just won, the lead's a winner of 3 Tony Awards, unbelievable case to work on. Jake walks in from the kitchen, tossing a can of soda to Leo. Jake, impressed, can you share with entire group how that even happened? Claire, folding the playbill neatly, setting it down with precision. Some cases just belong in the I got lucky column. MIA, teasing Leo, not looking up from her planner, careful, or that's your last chance with me to get concert tickets through her. Leo, sitting up abruptly, dropping the act of nonchalance. Wait, tickets? Backstage tickets? I'm just saying, for purely artistic reasons, I'd never say no. Claire, taking a sip of wine, eyes drifting elsewhere, a touch of dramatic irony, noted. Mia and Jake exchange a knowing look. Leo pretends to busy himself tuning the guitar propped beside the sofa. Act 2. Scene 1, Gym floor, a plot continued. Owen, Jake, and Priya on the gym floor. Owen stands in front of a treadmill like it's a math problem, phone still in hand. Owen, dead serious, strictly speaking, if I mess up the incline setting, the probability of embarrassing myself in front of strangers goes up by roughly 60%. Priya, testing a dumbbell, setting it down immediately, too heavy, interesting. I think the probability is already at 100, because I just dropped a 5-pound weight on my own foot. Jake, cracking up, unable to hold it in, no biggie, walk it off. Owen presses a button and the treadmill lurches to life too fast, he stumbles, grabbing the handrail. A trainer walks by, glances over, and keeps going, which somehow makes it worse. Owen, catching his breath, adjusting his glasses, okay. Off the top of my head, I'm canceling my membership the second I get home. Jake, patting Owen's back, or, hear me out, we make do with 3 visits a week instead of 0, and I stop making fun of your spreadsheet. Priya, rubbing her foot, squinting, counter offer, he keeps the spreadsheet, we just add actual visits as a new column. Owen goes quiet for a moment, then pulls out his phone and actually adds a new column to the Excel file right there, the running gag reinforced. Scene 2, the attic, B-plot continued, threads collide. Claire sits at the usual corner table, Mia and Leo already there. Owen, Jake, and Priya walk in, still sweaty, Priya holding a bag of ice against her foot. Dana, scanning the group, deadpan, let me guess, a gym class, courtroom win, and someone's foot is broken. Standard Tuesday. MIA, laughing, closing her planner, not far off, actually. Leo, still hovering near Claire, trying to sound casual, so, speaking of which, that Tony thing. Any chance of, a +1 situation? Claire, looking at Leo for a long moment, the corner of her mouth lifting, as far as I'm concerned, that depends entirely on good behavior. Jake, butting in, delighted, oh, he's never had good behavior a day in his life. The group bursts out laughing. Owen quietly sits down, reopens the Excel file, and types gym visit 1, success, mostly. Priya peeks over his shoulder, nodding approvingly. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, later, winding down. Warmer atmosphere now, the cafe lights dimmed for the late evening. All 6 sit around the corner table. Claire, placing 2 tickets on the table, sliding them toward Leo, fine. 2 tickets. Backstage. Leo, eyes lighting up, trying and failing to play it cool. I knew the whole I got lucky thing was just modesty talking. Claire, a small smile, turning away to hide it, noted. Don't make me regret it. MIA, clapping softly, playful, and that, everyone, is how you get out of the friend zone with a Tony-winning lawyer. Jake, turning to Owen, raising a hand for a high five, and that's how a guy stops being in the friend zone with his own gym. Owen, high-fiving back, hesitating, then genuinely smiling. To be honest, it wasn't as bad as the spreadsheet predicted. Priya, raising her bag of ice like a toast, I'll drink to that. Or ice to that. The group laughs. Dana walks by, setting down a plate of snacks nobody ordered. Dana, deadpan, on the house. Consider it a reward for surviving each other. Tag/outro. Apartment A. Owen sits on the sofa, still on the Excel file. He types a new line, probability of going back to gym next week, 74%. Priya walks by, glancing at the screen. Priya, smirking, only 74? Owen, dead serious, statistically speaking, I'm accounting for rain. Priya shakes her head, laughing, and drags a mismatched sock out from under the sofa, the one missing since a few episodes back, holds it up skeptically, then tosses it into the laundry basket. Fade out. End of episode 64. Episode 65, supporting character. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, apartment A, and the attic. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana stacks mugs behind the counter. Jake leans on the bar, scrolling through his phone, snorting at something. Jake, to Dana, not looking up, apparently there's a whole online debate about whether pineapple on pizza is a personality disorder. Dana, deadpan, not looking up either, everything's a personality disorder to somebody. Pull up a chair. Owen enters, phone in hand, scrolling with a slightly deflated expression. He sits at the corner table without ordering anything, unusual for him. Dana, eyeing him, no coffee today? Owen, distracted, not thirsty. Just, processing. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, day, a plot. Owen and Priya sit at the corner table. Owen's phone is propped against a napkin dispenser, open to an online music review. Priya is untangling a pair of earbuds, one sock striped, one plain, the eternal mismatch. Owen, reading a review of Leo's tour, feels like I'm always the secondary character in everyone else's story this year. Priya, not looking up from the earbuds, don't let them kill off your storyline just because you're quiet about it. Owen, scrolling further, sighing, statistically speaking, if you count group photos over the past 6 months, I'm cropped out or blinking in roughly 40% of them. Priya, finally getting the earbuds untangled, victorious, okay, that's oddly specific, but I believe you. Owen, setting the phone down, resting his chin on his hand, Leo's got a tour right up. Claire's got a Tony-winning case. Jake's got the bar plan. Mia's got the planner empire. And I've got a spreadsheet nobody asked to see. Priya, gently, tapping the table for emphasis, people ask to see it. I ask to see it. Twice a week, actually. Owen, a small, reluctant smile, that's out of pity. Priya, shrugging, sliding an earbud into one ear, maybe. Or maybe you're the guy holding the group together while everyone else is off having main character moments. Somebody's gotta be the narrator. Owen considers this, tapping his fingers on the table in his usual counting rhythm, then quietly opens his laptop and starts a new spreadsheet tab titled Screen Time Audit. Scene 2, the apartment, B plot. Apartment A. Mia sits cross-legged on the sofa, laptop open, a highlighted article on the screen. Owen has since wandered home and slumps into the armchair, still nursing his mood. Priya is on the floor, a half-packed duffel bag beside her, folding shirts with more effort than necessary. Claire sits on the arm of the sofa, coat still on, clearly stopping by on her way somewhere. MIA, reading an article. This is actually a real feminist issue, the pay gap in event planning. Wild it's still a thing. Owen, nodding, still a little glum from earlier. I'm swearing off complaining about my own job for a week, in solidarity. MIA, glancing at him, half amused, you lasted about 11 minutes last time. Owen, defensive, that was a different kind of complaining. That was about the printer. Priya folds a shirt, sets it down, unfolds it again, refolds it, visibly stalling. She glances at the duffel bag, then at Claire. Priya, packing, I've been going back and forth on whether to move closer to work. Claire, gently, that's less about intimacy issues and more just logistics, Priya. Don't overthink it. Priya, pausing mid-fold, blinking, I wasn't overthinking the intimacy part. I was overthinking the commute part. Claire, taking a sip from a water bottle, unfazed, noted. Same advice applies. MIA, closing the laptop, turning her attention to Priya, wait, is this an actual move, or I found an apartment listing at 1 a.m. kind of thing? Priya, sheepish, somewhere in between. Owen, perking up slightly, reaching for his laptop again, I could build you a commute versus rent comparison spreadsheet. Give me 20 minutes. Priya, smiling, a little touched, see, this is what I mean. Nobody notices the guy holding the clipboard until they need the clipboard. Owen sits up a little straighter, genuinely pleased, and starts typing immediately, the first real energy he's shown all episode. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, a plot continued. Later. Jake and Leo arrive, Leo carrying his guitar case, still buzzing from tour talk. He heads straight for his usual seat, only to find Owen already sitting there, laptop open, deep in spreadsheet mode. Leo, stopping short, you're in my seat. Owen, not looking up, statistically speaking, seating in a public cafe is first come, first served. Leo, mock offended, sitting elsewhere for once, wow. Bold new era for you. Jake, sliding into a chair, smirking, careful, Leo, he's having a main character moment. Don't interrupt the character development. Owen, deadpan, still typing, little late for that, but thank you for noticing. Dana walks by, drops off a coffee Owen didn't order. Dana, flat, on the house. You looked like you needed a plot twist. Owen actually laughs, a small, surprised laugh, and takes the coffee. Scene 2, the apartment, B plot continued, threads collide. Priya has finished packing a test box. Mia is now scrolling through the same article, showing it to Claire, who reads it over Mia's shoulder with genuine interest, coat finally off. Claire, reading further, this lines up with a case I looked at last year. Same numbers, different industry. MIA, nodding, right? It's not even subtle, it's just allowed to keep happening. Owen returns from the attic, laptop under his arm, and drops a printed spreadsheet on the coffee table in front of Priya with quiet pride. Owen, gesturing at it, rent, transit time, and a regret probability column, in case you change your mind in 6 months. Priya, scanning it, impressed, there's a regret column. Owen, matter of fact, there's always a regret column. Priya laughs, genuinely touched, and pulls the spreadsheet closer, tapping one row. Priya, softer, this one. This is the one, isn't it? Owen, glancing at the row, nodding slowly, statistically, yeah. That one. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, later, winding down. Everyone gathers back at the attic that evening, the corner table full again. Leo has reclaimed his seat, Owen sits across from him without protest this time. MIA, to the group, Priya's picking her new place off Owen's spreadsheet. Jake, grinning, of course she is. The clipboard guy strikes again. Owen, mildly proud, sipping his coffee. To be honest, it felt good to be useful for something other than fixing the Wi-Fi. Claire, a rare warm look. You're useful for plenty of things, Owen. You're just quiet about it. A beat. Owen looks a little caught off guard by the sincerity. Owen, clearing his throat, deflecting, strictly speaking, I'll take that as a compliment and not analyze it further. Priya, raising her cup, to supporting characters. Without you, none of the main characters would have a working printer, a rent spreadsheet, or a functioning Wi-Fi password. The whole table laughs and raises their drinks. Dana, passing by, raises an empty coffee pot in mock salute. Dana, deadpan, to Owen. Character development achieved. Tag/outro. Apartment A, later that night. Owen sits alone at the kitchen table, laptop open. He creates a new tab, renames it from Screen Time Audit to Things People Actually Needed Me For. He starts listing, rent spreadsheet, Wi-Fi fix, printer, commute math. He pauses, then adds one more line, being there. Priya wanders in, spots the mismatched socks she never found last episode sitting neatly folded on the counter, placed there by Owen, clearly. Priya, holding them up, smiling, you found these. Owen, not looking up, still typing, statistically, they were under the couch the whole time. Anyone could have found them. Priya, softly, sure. Anyone. She sets the socks down beside him and heads off. Owen glances at the new spreadsheet tab, smiles slightly, and closes the laptop. Fade out. End of episode 65. Episode 66, Two Sides. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, the venue, Jake's bar renovation, and Owen's office. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana restocks napkin dispensers. Mia sits at the corner table, planner open, color coding something with unusual intensity. Priya walks in, drops into a chair, immediately notices Mia's focus. Priya, peering at the planner, is that a color-coded key for group dynamics? MIA, not looking up, green is fine, yellow is needs check-in, red is intervention required. Priya, leaning back, terrifying. What color am I? MIA, finally glancing up, deadpan, you're a color I haven't invented yet. Dana passes by, drops off a coffee neither of them ordered. Dana, flat, on the house. Consider it preventative care. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, Jake's bar, a plot. Jake's half-renovated bar space, exposed brick, a half-finished chalkboard menu, boxes of glassware still unpacked. Jake stands behind the bar counter with a laptop open, looking at it like it might bite him. Claire sits on a bar stool across from him, sharp as ever, reading over a stack of paperwork. Jake, laughing, feels like I'm living a double life, bar owner by night, still terrified of spreadsheets by day. Claire, dry, hit puberty emotionally about finances any day now, Jake, please. Jake, closing the laptop like it offended him, in my defense, nobody warned me that owning a bar means 90% spreadsheets and 10% actual bar. Claire, flipping a page, not looking up, that ratio is generous. It's closer to 95-5. Jake, leaning on the counter, mock wounded, you're supposed to be encouraging. Claire, finally looking up, a flicker of dry amusement, I'm a lawyer. Encouragement isn't billable. Jake reopens the laptop with visible reluctance, squinting at a column of numbers. He picks up a rag and starts wiping down the counter while he stares at the screen, hands busy while the dread sinks in. Jake, muttering, okay. Do me a favor and just tell me if this number's supposed to be read. Claire, glancing over, unbothered, it's supposed to be read for the first year. Everyone's is. Jake, relaxing slightly, see, that actually helps. Why didn't you lead with that? Claire, returning to her paperwork, because watching you panic first is more efficient. Scene 2, Owen's office's break room, B-plot. Owen's workplace break room, fluorescent lighting, a sad little coffee machine, a bulletin board with outdated flyers. Owen sits at a small table doing actual work, headphones around his neck. Leo walks in still holding his guitar case, clearly having come straight from the tour, looking uncharacteristically low energy. Leo, venting to Owen after tour, I think low self-esteem crept back in during the tour, too much comparing myself to the headliners. Owen, careful, setting down his pen, don't sabotage marriage, I mean, your own confidence, over a comparison that's not fair to begin with. Leo, blinking, did you almost say marriage? Owen, flustered, adjusting his glasses, I've been proofreading a client's prenup all morning. It's bleeding into my vocabulary. Leo, a small, tired laugh, fair enough. Anyway, yeah. Every night some other band's out there doing a full arena and I'm doing open mic sets to 12 people and a dog. Owen, thinking, tapping his pen against the table, statistically speaking, comparing a headliner's tour numbers to your own is like comparing my job title to the CEO's. Different denominators. Leo, half smiling, did you just talk me down using math? Owen, shrugging, genuinely pleased with himself, it's the only language I trust. Mia walks in, coffee in hand, clearly on her lunch break, having overheard the tail end from the doorway. MIA, joining, whatever the group dynamic needs right now, we adjust. That's just how we work. Leo, rubbing the back of his neck, I don't need the group to adjust. I just need to stop scrolling through other musicians' pages at 2 a.m. MIA, sitting down, matter of fact, then we're taking your phone away at band practice. Non-negotiable. Owen, nodding along, already reaching for his laptop, I can build a screen time tracker if that helps hold you accountable. Leo, groaning, but smiling, everything with you turns into a spreadsheet. Owen, completely serious, that's not an insult, that's a diagnosis. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, Jake's bar, a plot continued. Later. Jake is now unpacking a box of glassware, holding one up to the light, wiping it down, still glancing anxiously at the laptop screen between tasks. Claire has moved to help sort receipts, sleeves rolled up despite her usual polish. Jake, holding up a glass, okay, unrelated, but do bar owners have to know wine, or can I just keep nodding seriously when people ask? Claire, without missing a beat, nods seriously. It's worked for me in 3 depositions. Jake, laughing, setting the glass down, see, this is the kind of financial wisdom I actually retain. Claire, handing him a stack of receipts to sort these by month. It's basic, but it's a start. Jake, taking the stack, sighing, feels like I traded one kind of chaos for a quieter, more spreadsheet-shaped kind of chaos. Claire, dry, not looking up, that's called adulthood. Welcome. Jake sorts receipts for a beat, humming to himself, visibly more relaxed now that his hands are busy instead of staring at numbers. Claire watches him for a moment, something almost fond crossing her face before she looks away. Scene 2, Owen's office, B-plot continued, threads collide. Owen's desk. Priya has wandered in with a stack of files for a different department, spots the gathering, and leans against the doorway. Priya, to Leo, heard you had a rough tour week. Leo, shrugging, a little more himself now, getting better. Owen did math at me until I felt okay again. Priya, grinning, classic Owen. Comfort through calculation. Owen, deadpan, not looking up from his screen, it's a valid love language. MIA, checking her phone, standing, speaking of which, I've gotta run, client call. But Leo, band practice, phone goes in the drawer. I mean it. Leo, saluting, yes, ma'am. Mia exits. Priya lingers, glancing at Leo. Priya, gently, for what it's worth, the 12 people and a dog at your open mic? They were really into it. I was there. Leo, surprised, softening, you were? Priya, nodding, matter of fact, the dog especially. Big fan. Leo laughs, a real one this time, tension visibly easing from his shoulders. Owen quietly adds something to his spreadsheet, glancing between the two of them with mild curiosity but saying nothing. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, evening. Evening. Everyone converges at the attic, the corner table full. Jake arrives last, still in a bar apron, visibly exhausted but lighter than before. Jake, sliding into a chair, update, I did not cry over the spreadsheet today. Growth. Claire, taking a seat beside him, low bar. But I'll allow it. Leo, to the table, an update on me, still terrified of comparison, but marginally less terrified, thanks to Owen's math and Priya's dog fact. Priya, proudly, the dog fact was crucial. Owen, sipping his coffee, satisfied, statistically, most breakthroughs this week were achieved through spreadsheets or dogs. Make of that what you will. Mia, arriving last, sitting down with her planner, I'm marking this week green across the board. Tentatively. Jake, raising his glass, to living double lives. Bar owner and financial toddler. Claire, raising her glass, dry but warm, to puberty. Emotionally. Financially. Whatever gets you there. The table laughs, glasses clinking. Dana walks by, setting down a plate of fries nobody ordered. Dana, deadpan, on the house. You all survived being yourselves today. Rare. Tag/outro. The venue, later that night, the bar empty and quiet. Jake sits alone at the counter, laptop open, the dreaded spreadsheet still on screen. He hesitates, then actually types something into it without being told to. He leans back, surprised at himself. Jake, muttering to no one, huh? Didn't even need Claire for that one. His phone buzzes, a text from Claire, proud of you. Don't let it go to your head. He smiles, sets the phone down, and keeps working, humming quietly to himself. Fade out. End of episode 66. Episode 67, The Ideal Career. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, the venue, and an open mic stage. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana rearranges the pastry case, unimpressed by its contents. Jake sits at the bar counter, scrolling through what appears to be a spreadsheet on his phone, mouthing numbers to himself. Jake, to Dana, do you ever think about doing something else? Like a whole different career? Dana, not looking up, every single day I work this shift. Jake, grinning, fair. Owen enters, laptop bag over his shoulder, sits down without ordering, already opening the laptop before he's even settled. Dana, deadpan, let me guess. New tab. Owen, already typing, new tab. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, a plot. The corner table. Priya sits with a mug of tea between her hands, staring at it like it holds the answer to something. Claire sits across from her, coat folded neatly over her lap, reading something on her phone but half listening. Priya, thoughtful, I think I finally know what I want to do for a living. Claire, glancing up, setting the phone down, you seem ideally suited for it too, honestly, whatever it is. Priya, surprised, you don't even know what it is yet. Claire, taking a sip of coffee, true. But statistically, sorry, that's Owen's word, you've spent the last year noticing everything nobody else notices. Whatever job rewards that, you'd be good at it. Priya, smiling, a little touched, okay, that's annoyingly nice of you. Claire, dry, don't get used to it. Priya wraps both hands around her mug, thinking, tapping her fingers against the ceramic in a small rhythm. Priya, carefully, I think I want to do something with the people. Like, actually helping them, not just observing from the side. Claire, nodding slowly, you've been the side character taking notes for a year. Makes sense you'd want the notes to mean something. Priya, laughing softly, that's a very lawyer way of putting it. Claire, a small smile, occupational hazard. Priya pulls out a small notebook, new, unmarked, unlike Mia's color-coded planners, and writes something down. She hesitates, then closes it, tucking it away like it's fragile. Scene 2, the stage, open mic venue, B-plot, Leo. A small, dimly lit stage, the same open mic venue from earlier episodes, empty except for the group setting up chairs for an informal after-hours hangout. Leo is on stage, testing his guitar's tuning, half performing for no one. Mia is arranging folding chairs into a rough circle. Owen carries in a case of sparkling wine, reading the label with visible confusion. Leo, joking about his early days, started out with amateur status, still feels that way some nights. Mia, proposing a toast, half serious, setting the last chair down, let's do a cleansing ritual for this whole rough year, burn some sage, drink overpriced champagne, the works. Owen, laughing, examining the bottle, I do like a plan with overpriced champagne in it. Leo, strumming a soft chord, we doing actual sage, or is that a metaphor? Mia, pulling an actual sage bundle out of her tote bag, matter of fact, actual sage. I planned ahead. Owen, blinking, of course you did. Priya and Claire arrive, Priya still holding her notebook, Claire scanning the room with mild skepticism. Claire, eyeing the sage, is this a bit, or are we actually doing a ritual? Mia, lighting the sage with theatrical seriousness, it's a bit that we're taking completely seriously. Jake arrives last, still faintly smelling of bar cleaner, dropping into a chair with a groan. Jake, sniffing the air, smells like my grandmother's yoga phase in here. Leo, strumming louder, playful, everyone gather round. We're releasing this year's bad energy. Act 2. Scene 1, the stage, B-plot continued. The group sits in the loose circle of folding chairs, plastic cups of sparkling wine in hand. Mia waves the smoking sage bundle around with mock solemnity while everyone tries not to laugh. Mia, dramatic, we release the missed venue bookings. We release the 11 gym reminder emails. We release Jake's spreadsheet anxiety. Jake, interrupting, defensive, hey, that one's still active, don't jinx it. Mia, undeterred, and we release Leo's tour-related self-doubt. Leo, raising his cup, seconded. Please take it. I don't want it anymore. Owen pours more sparkling wine into cups, careful and precise, measuring like it's a chemistry experiment. He hands one to Priya, who's still quietly turning her notebook over in her hands. Owen, to Priya, gentle, you've been quiet. New notebook energy? Priya, smiling, a little shy, I wrote down an idea earlier. Feels weirdly big. Claire, overhearing, raising an eyebrow, big how? Priya, hesitating, then deciding to just say it, I think I want to go into social work. Or counseling. Something like that. A beat. The group actually goes quiet, genuine, not comedic. Mia, softly, sincerely, Priya, that's really you, actually. Jake, nodding, surprisingly serious, yeah. You've basically been doing it for free this whole year. For us. Priya, laughing, a little emotional, I didn't realize that's what it was until, like, 20 minutes ago. Owen, raising his cup, earnest, statistically, you've talked at least 4 of us off various ledges this year. I'd call that relevant experience. Scene 2, the stage, threads fully merge. Claire stands, raising her cup, uncharacteristically sentimental for a beat. Claire, clearing her throat, okay. Since we're doing sincerity now, apparently, to Priya, for figuring out her thing. Everyone raises their cups. Leo strums a soft, celebratory chord underneath. Leo, grinning, and to me, for surviving a tour that made me feel like an amateur again. Jake, raising his cup higher, and to my spreadsheet, for existing and terrifying me weekly. Owen, deadpan, raising his cup too, to spreadsheets. A uniting force. MIA, waving the sage one last time, wrapping it up, and to releasing the bad stuff. Officially. Ritual complete. Everyone drinks. Priya sets her cup down and opens her notebook again, this time writing without hesitation, a small determined smile on her face. Act 3. Scene 1, the stage, later. The chairs have loosened into a more relaxed cluster. The sage smoke has faded, the second bottle of sparkling wine mostly gone. Leo sits on the edge of the stage, guitar resting on his knee, playing something soft and unfinished. Priya, to the group, more confident now, I think I'm going to look into programs this week. Actually look, not just think about it. Claire, nodding, businesslike but warm, send me the list. I'll tell you which ones have decent job placement rates. Priya, touched, you'd do that? Claire, shrugging, sipping her drink, noted interest requires noted follow-through. That's just how I operate. Jake, leaning back, grinning, and when you're a real counselor, you're required by group law to give us free sessions. Priya, laughing, that defeats the purpose of being a counselor, Jake. Jake, unbothered, will workshop the ethics later. Owen quietly opens his laptop one more time, and this time, instead of a spreadsheet, he starts a simple bulleted list titled Programs for Priya. Mia notices, smiling, and leans over to add a suggestion. MIA, pointing at the screen, add the one with the Good Weekend cohort. I know someone who did it. Owen, typing, adding it. This one's staying an actual list. No formulas. Priya, watching them, quietly moved, you guys are kind of ridiculous. Claire, deadpan, raising her cup one last time, we contain multitudes. Tag/outro. The stage, later. Everyone else has gone, chairs stacked, only Leo and Priya left, the last of the sage smell lingering faintly. Leo strums quietly, Priya sits nearby with her notebook, still writing. Leo, softly, for what it's worth, you'd be really good at it. The listening thing. You already do it better than anyone I know. Priya, closing the notebook, smiling, thanks. And for what it's worth, that dog at your open mic? Still a fan. I checked. Leo, laughing, shaking his head, you actually checked. Priya, standing, gathering her things, I told you. I notice everything. She heads out. Leo watches her go, still strumming, a small smile lingering. He glances down at his guitar, then back toward the door, thoughtful. Fade out. End of episode 67. Episode 68, starting over. Type, minor episode setting, the attic, the venue, and Owen's office. Cold open, the attic, morning. Dana restocks sugar packets, lining them up with unnecessary precision. Priya sits at the counter with her new notebook, flipping through a stack of program brochures. Dana, glancing over, you're one highlighter away from becoming Mia. Priya, not looking up, already holding a highlighter, already ahead of you. Jake enters, apron still on, clearly on a quick break from the bar next door, grabbing a to-go cup. Jake, to Dana, can I get one of these to go? I've got exactly 9 minutes before I have to pretend I understand tax forms again. Dana, pouring, deadpan, living the dream. Cut to title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, midday, a plot. The corner table, midday light. Leo sits with his guitar across his lap, a notebook of scrawled lyrics open beside him, several lines crossed out. Mia sits across from him, sipping tea, her planner closed for once, full attention on him. Leo, nervous about a new demo, I might have to start all over again with this song. It's not working. MIA, encouraging, even at our age, starting over isn't the worst thing. Leo, rubbing his face, I've rewritten the chorus 4 times. Every version sounds like I'm trying too hard or not hard enough. There's no in between. MIA, gently, can I hear it? The worst version, even. Leo, hesitating, then playing a rough progression, half mumbling lyrics. See, it's fine, but it's not, it doesn't feel like anything yet. Mia, nodding slowly, it's not bad. It's just not finished. Those aren't the same thing. Leo, setting the guitar down, frustrated, feels like everyone else on tour already knew who they were as artists by 25. I'm 30-something and still workshopping a chorus in a coffee shop. Mia, matter of fact, I switched career tracks at 29. Claire didn't make partner track until she basically rebuilt her whole approach to casework. Starting over isn't falling behind, it's just revision. Leo, small smile, since when do you give speeches like that? Mia, shrugging, sipping her tea, since I started actually believing them. Leo picks the guitar back up, plucking a few notes, crossing out another line in his notebook, then writing something new underneath it. Small, deliberate progress. Scene 2, Owen's office, B-plot, Owen. Owen's office break room again, slightly tidier this time. Owen sits with a stack of resumes and a laptop, a highlighter behind his ear. Claire is there on a quick visit, dropping off paperwork for an unrelated matter, leaning against the counter while she waits for someone. Owen, reviewing a resume, this candidate's psychological profile from the assessment is oddly specific. Claire, deadpan, not touching that, I'm not going to talk dirty about spreadsheets with you, Owen, no. Owen, laughing, confused, that's not what I meant, but okay. Claire, unbothered, checking her phone, just setting a boundary early. Saves time later. Owen, shaking his head, still smiling, going back to the resume, no, I mean the aptitude test. It says this person scores unusually high on conflict avoidance and unusually high on leadership potential. Those don't usually go together. Claire, glancing over his shoulder, genuinely curious now, huh? That's either a very self-aware candidate or a broken test. Owen, flipping the page, statistically speaking, I'd bet on the broken test. But I've been wrong before. Mia bursts in, the phone in hand, practically vibrating with news, cutting through the moment entirely. Mia, excited, we're doing a wildlife experience for the company retreat this year, by the way. Somebody thought that was a good idea. Owen, blinking, wildlife. As in animals. Mia, scrolling through her phone, showing him, as in a guided safari-adjacent trust-building exercise with actual llamas. Claire, flatly, llamas do not build trust. Llamas spit. Mia, defensive, the website specifically says these ones don't. Owen, already typing something, I'm going to need to see the itinerary. And possibly a spit probability estimate. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, midday, a plot continued. Leo has made some progress, a fuller version of the song now audible, though still rough. Priya has joined the table, brochures still in hand, listening quietly. Jake pops in briefly on his break, catching the tail end. Leo, playing, more confident now, okay, new chorus. Tell me honestly. He plays a short section. It's noticeably better, simpler, more direct. Priya and Mia exchange a look. Priya, softly, that one's good, Leo. Like, actually good. Jake, nodding along, surprising everyone with sincerity, yeah, man. That's the one. Leo, exhaling, relieved, it only took scrapping the whole thing twice. Mia, smug, told you. Starting over isn't the worst thing. Leo, smiling, writing the finished lyric down carefully this time, no crossing out, yeah. Yeah, okay. Noted. He glances at Priya's brochures on the table. Leo, nodding at them, how's the program search going? Priya, holding up a highlighted page, narrowed it to 3. Claire's vetting the job placement stats tonight. Leo, grinning, look at us. Whole table full of people starting over. Jake, checking his watch, standing, speak for yourselves, I'm starting over on my lunch break. Gotta run. He downs the last of his coffee and jogs out. The table laughs, the mood lighter now. Scene 2, Owen's office, B-plot continued, threads collide. Owen and Mia are now scrolling through the retreat website together, Claire reading over their shoulders despite pretending not to be interested. MIA, pointing at the screen, look, there's a whole team reflection circle segment. After the llamas. Owen, deeply unsettled, a reflection circle. After livestock. In what order does that make sense? Claire, dry, but leaning in to look anyway, HR logic doesn't require sense. It requires a signed waiver. MIA, grinning, you're both coming, by the way. I already added your names. Owen, alarmed, I don't recall agreeing to llama-adjacent team building. MIA, cheerful, you didn't need to. That's how retreats work. Claire, checking the time on her phone, I have an actual court filing due, so I'm going to leave you two to the llama logistics. She grabs her folder and heads for the door, pausing briefly. Claire, over her shoulder, Owen. Send me that candidate's file. The conflict-avoidant leader intrigues me. Owen, calling after her, noted. Pun intended. Claire doesn't turn around, but the corner of her mouth lifts slightly as she exits. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, evening. Evening. The whole group reconvenes at the attic, the corner table crowded again. Leo has his guitar with him, the finished song now fully written out in his notebook. Priya has her 3 highlighted brochures spread on the table. Leo, to the group, all right. Official first play of the finished version. He plays it fully this time, a complete, simple, genuinely good song. Everyone listens, quiet for once. When he finishes, there's a beat of real silence before the table erupts in applause. MIA, beaming, see? Worth the do-over. Jake, impressed, okay, that one's actually going on my bar's opening night playlist. No negotiation. Leo, laughing, a little emotional, deal. Priya slides her 3 brochures toward Claire, who's just arrived, still in her coat. Claire, scanning them quickly, this one. Best placement rate, reasonable tuition. The other 2 are decent backups. Priya, relieved, that easy? Claire, sitting down, unbuttoning her coat, I did the reading in the cab over. You're welcome. Owen, raising his cup, to starting over. Apparently the theme of the week. MIA, clinking her cup against his, and to llamas. Reluctantly. Everyone laughs. Dana walks by, setting down a plate of fries nobody ordered, as usual. Dana, deadpan, on the house. Rebuilding your whole lives is exhausting work. Tag/outro. The venue, late. Most of the group has left. Leo sits alone at the table, guitar case now closed beside him, looking at the finished lyric sheet with quiet satisfaction. Mia lingers, packing up her tote bag. MIA, softly, feels good, huh? Finishing something. Leo, nodding, folding the lyric sheet carefully into his notebook, yeah. Didn't think scrapping it twice would get me here, but, yeah. MIA, smiling, slinging her bag over her shoulder, that's usually how it works. Nobody tells you that part. She heads for the door. Leo glances down at his guitar case, taps it once, almost fondly, then follows her out, the lights of the attic dimming behind them. Fade out. End of episode 68. Episode 69, Radar. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, Jake's bar, an ordinary evening. Cold open, the attic. Dana counts the register with the speed of someone who's done it 10,000 times. Owen sits nearby, watching with academic curiosity. Owen, watching, statistically, how often are you actually off by $1 at close? Dana, not breaking rhythm, never. I round in my favor. Owen, genuinely delighted, that's actually a solid system. Dana, finally looking up, flat, don't tell Jake. He'll try to unionize the tip jar. Cut to logo. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, a plot. Jake's bar, early evening, a light crowd. Jake wipes down glasses behind the counter, eyes scanning the room like a hawk. Leo sits at the bar, guitar case propped against his stool, nursing a soda water. Jake, spotting a familiar face, my radar for regulars who don't tip is never wrong. Leo, laughing, finders keepers, losers weepers, Jake, some nights you just eat the loss. Jake, nodding toward a man settling at a corner table, see that guy? Nurses 1 beer for 2 hours, orders a water for the table that never gets touched, leaves exactly $1. Every single time. Leo, impressed despite himself, that's a scarily specific profile. Jake, polishing a glass, proud, I've been doing this since I was 22. You develop a sixth sense. A woman approaches the bar, orders a drink, chats briefly, tips generously, and leaves. Jake barely glances at her. Leo, gesturing after her, and her? Jake, without hesitation, good tipper. Told you, radar. Owen wanders in, dropping onto a stool, setting his bag down carefully. Owen, intrigued, is this measurable? Because if it's measurable, I want to build a model. Jake, grinning, please don't turn my instincts into a spreadsheet. Owen, already pulling out his phone, too late. Working title, The Jake Index. Leo laughs, shaking his head, tuning his guitar quietly while the other two argue good-naturedly over data collection methods, the scene humming with the low-key rhythm of ordinary bar noise underneath the dialogue. Scene 2, the bar, late, B-plot. Same bar, later that night, mostly empty now. Leo sits with sheet music spread across the counter, scribbling notes, visibly wiped out. Claire sits beside him, still in her work clothes, having stopped by after a late case. Priya and Nia arrive together, shaking off the cold. Leo, exhausted, I've been busting my ass on this new set list for weeks. Claire, dry, careful, or you'll burst into flames from stress before the show even starts. Leo, rubbing his eyes, feels like it some nights. Priya, teasing, sliding onto a stool, at least it's not another chick flick marathon like last time you stress-watched movies. Leo, groaning, half laughing, that was one time. One very specific, very sad week. MIA, settling in next to Priya, glancing at Leo's phone screen, which shows an unopened email notification, just don't leave her hanging, whoever the mystery collaborator is, answer the email. Leo, freezing slightly, how do you even know about that? MIA, shrugging, matter of fact, you've had that notification badge for 4 days. I notice things. Claire, raising an eyebrow, actually curious now, what mystery collaborator? Leo, rubbing the back of his neck, sheepish, someone reached out about co-writing. Actual, real, has toured before someone. I don't know why I haven't opened it. Priya, gently, because if it's real, you have to actually do something with it. Leo doesn't answer, just stares at his phone, guitar pick tapping absently against the counter, a small nervous rhythm underneath the quiet. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, a plot continued. Jake and Owen have taken the radar bit seriously now. Owen has an actual spreadsheet open on his phone, quietly tracking tips per table while Jake works the bar, calling out predictions under his breath. Jake, nodding at a group settling in, table 6. Splitting the bill 4 ways, one of them's gonna forget their wallet. Owen, typing, noted. Table 6, prediction logged. A few minutes pass. Table 6 does, in fact, split awkwardly, with one man patting his pockets guiltily. Owen, staring at his phone, stunned, that's eerily accurate. Jake, smug, wiping down the bar, told you. Radar. Owen, scrolling back through his data, you're at 11 for 11 tonight. Statistically, that's not luck anymore, that's a pattern. Jake, genuinely touched, did Owen just validate my life skills with math? Owen, deadpan, don't get used to it. Priya pops her head in from the back room, having come to check on Leo, catching the tail end. Priya, amused, what's happening here? Jake, proud, science. Real, tip-based science. Scene 2, the bar, late, B-plot continued, threads collide. Leo still hasn't opened the email. Claire has taken over the counter space next to him, going through her own work emails while keeping half an eye on him. Mia and Priya sit across, sipping the last of their drinks. Claire, not looking up from her phone, staring at an unopened email doesn't make the contents change. Ellie, MIA, gently, that's the same fear as the song rewrite. You already did that one. You can do this one too. Priya, nodding, worst case, you open it, it's nothing, you move on. Best case. Leo, cutting in, half laughing, best case, I panic in a completely different, new way. Claire, finally looking up, deadpan, growth. Jake and Owen wander over from the bar, having wrapped up their radar experiment, catching the tension at the table. Jake, noticing Leo's face, still haven't opened it? Leo, defensive, I've been busy. Radar science was happening. Jake, gesturing at his phone, open it. I'll even tip myself if it goes badly, as a show of solidarity. The table laughs. Leo takes a breath, and, under the group's watchful, expectant silence, finally taps open the email. His eyes scan it quickly. Act 3. Scene 1, the bar, climax and resolution. A beat. Leo's expression shifts from anxious to stunned to genuinely thrilled. Leo, quietly, they want to co-write 3 songs. For an actual EP. The table erupts, Mia grabbing his arm, Priya clapping, Jake letting out a whoop that startles the last few customers. Claire, calm but warm, well. That took 4 days and an audience of 5, but here we are. Leo, laughing, a little dazed, I almost didn't open it. MIA, matter of fact, we know. That's why we were here. Owen, raising his glass, statistically, this is a good week for starting things and finishing things. Rare overlap. Jake, grinning, wiping down the counter one last time, and for radar. Don't forget the radar. Leo, shaking his head, still smiling, you're never going to let that go, are you? Jake, already pulling out his phone, 11 for 11, man. I'm framing that stat. Priya leans over, glancing at Leo's phone screen, reading the email again over his shoulder. Priya, softly, this is really it, huh? The real thing. Leo, nodding, quieter now, yeah. I think it actually is. Tag/outro. The venue, closing time. The bar has emptied out. Jake flips the chairs onto the tables, Owen still tallying his spreadsheet nearby, muttering the final tip count under his breath. Owen, closing his laptop, final tally, Jake's radar, correct 13 out of 13. I have no scientific explanation for this. Jake, triumphant, tossing his rag over his shoulder, some things don't need a spreadsheet, Owen. Owen, pausing at the door, genuinely rattled, please don't say things like that. It threatens my whole worldview. Jake laughs, locking up behind them. Down the street, Leo walks slowly, guitar case in one hand, phone in the other, rereading the email one more time under a street lamp, a small private smile on his face. Fade out. End of episode 69. Episode 70, Sealing the Deal. Type, major event, closes the Season 2 career arc and the Claire/Leo relationship arc setting, the attic and the venue, Millbrook, exactly 1 year since the pop-up bar opened. Cold open, the attic, morning. The place is empty. Owen stands on a chair, screwdriver in hand, fighting with a ceiling fan that's been squeaking for days. Dana wipes a glass behind the counter, not bothering to look up. Owen, muttering, doing math in his head, statistically speaking, there's a 4% chance this falls on me. Acceptable risk. The fan suddenly spins faster, blowing a stack of sticky notes off the table. Owen wobbles, clutching the fan like it's a person he loves. Dana, not looking up, 4%'s about to become 100. Owen, yelling, just hold on, I've almost got it. The screwdriver slips from his hand and lands straight in the coffee cup of Priya, who's just walked in. She looks down at the cup, then at Owen, deadpan. Priya, interesting. New brewing method? Dana, still wiping, he's been almost got it for 20 minutes. Owen climbs down, head hanging, and shuffles back to his laptop to sulk over a spreadsheet. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, The Attic, continuous. The group gathers at their usual corner table. Leo sits in his chair, feet propped on the seat beside him. Mia is color-coding her planner, highlighting a box in yellow. MIA, tapping her pen on the page, okay, 1 week out. If we don't stock up on cups and napkins by Thursday, we're screwed. Jake, dropping into his seat, exhaling, relax. I've got a guy for that. Claire, walking in, setting her briefcase down, voice sharp, Jake, a guy is not a supply chain. Jake, grinning, it's a system, Claire. It's worked for a year. Owen pulls out his laptop, opens a color-coded spreadsheet. Owen, actually, I ran the numbers. If we're flooded with more than 80 people opening night, we run out of glasses by hour 2. Priya, sitting down, one mismatched sock peeking out from her pant leg, so do we just tell people to bring their own cups? The table goes silent for a beat, then bursts out laughing. Leo, laughing, tapping the table, no pressure, Priya, but that might actually be the best idea anyone's had all week. Priya, pleased, a little surprised, just testing the waters. MIA, scribbling a new note, okay, that's actually going in the plan. BYO cup as backup. Noted. Claire, dry, noted. See, Owen, that's how you say it without sounding like a legal disclaimer. Owen, mock offended, strictly speaking, I am the legal disclaimer of this friend group. Everyone groans. Jake throws a napkin at him. Owen catches it without looking up from his laptop, a small, proud smirk. Scene 2, The Attic, moments later. Claire checks her phone, frowns, sets it face down. Leo notices. Leo, low, just to her, you've been doing that face all morning. Claire, too quick, what face? Leo, gentle, the I'm fine face. It's a very specific face. Claire hesitates, a flicker of something real under the composure. Claire, quieter, work thing. It's fine. Leo, not pushing, just present, play it by ear tonight, then. Don't overthink the whole speech thing. She almost smiles. Almost. Claire, as far as I'm concerned, I haven't agreed to give a speech. Leo, smirking, Jake already put your name on the list. Claire, sighing, resigned, of course he did. Cut to Jake, across the table, mouthing sorry without an ounce of sincerity. Act 2. Scene 1, The Venue, late afternoon. The bar, Jake's bar, 1-year-old today, is half decorated. String lights half hung, a folding table covered in cups nobody has organized yet. Jake stands in the middle of it, hands on hips, overwhelmed but hiding it. MIA, walking in with a box, scanning the chaos, okay. Okay. This is fixable. Jake, defensive, it's organized chaos. MIA, deadpan, it's chaos wearing organized as a costume. Owen, entering with another box, breathless, I did a headcount projection based on the RSVP list and I think we're actually looking at 90, not 80. Jake, rubbing his face, Owen, my guy, I love you, but can the spreadsheet come out after the lights are up? Priya, climbing a ladder to fix a string light, wobbling slightly, don't worry, I've got this. The ladder tips. Leo catches it, and her, just in time. Leo, steadying her, careful. We need you upright for the toast. Priya, flustered, laughing, interesting way to save someone's life, very casual about it. Scene 2, the venue, continuous, AB plots collide. Claire arrives, still in her work blazer, phone glued to her ear, clearly mid-argument with someone on the other end. The group quiets, watching her pace near the door. Claire, into phone, clipped, no, that's not what we agreed to. I'll call you back. Hangs up, exhales. Jake, approaching, careful, everything okay? Claire, forcing composure, it's fine. Just a case. Nothing that concerns tonight. MIA, gently, not letting it go, Claire. It's your face again. Claire, a beat, then, quieter than usual, I might have to leave early. There's a filing deadline I can't move. The room deflates a little. Jake tries not to show it. Jake, too casually, no biggie. Whatever works. Leo, stepping in, steady, hey. It's fine if you have to go. Just, don't disappear on us tonight, okay? Not tonight. Claire looks at him, something shifts. She nods, small. Claire, I'll stay for the toast. I promise. Scene 3, the venue, continuous. Everyone works while they talk, Owen taping down chords, Mia folding napkins into triangles with obsessive precision, Jake wiping down the bar top, Priya restocking cups, Leo tuning his guitar in the corner for later. Owen, taping, not looking up, for the record, my numbers said we'd hit this exact chaos level at the 6-month mark. We're only 4 months late. MIA, folding, not looking up, your numbers also said Jake's bar had a 60% failure rate in year 1. Owen, pausing, I stand corrected on that one. Jake, overhearing, calling over, damn right you do. Everyone laughs. Dana walks past with a crate of glasses, completely unbothered by the mess. Dana flat, to no one in particular, cute that you all still think plans survive contact with this group. Beat. Everyone looks at each other and quietly agrees she's right. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, anniversary night. The place is packed. String lights glowing, music low, glasses, barely, surviving the night. The 6 of them cluster near the bar, drinks in hand. Jake steps up onto a low platform, clearing his throat. Jake, to Mia, nervous, don't let me hog the ball on this speech tonight. Everyone helped build this. Leo, grinning, from the crowd, told you it wasn't a pipe dream. Jake, taking a breath, addressing the room, 1 year ago this place was a pop-up nobody thought would last past summer. Beat, including me, if I'm being honest. Soft laughter from the crowd. He glances at his friends. Jake, but these 5 didn't let me quit when I wanted to. Owen ran the numbers until they made sense. Mia planned the whole thing down to the minute, including, apparently, a backup plan involving people's own cups. Laughter. Priya beams. Jake, Priya kept finding the stuff the rest of us missed. Claire kept me from getting sued, probably more than once. Claire, dryly, raising her glass, twice. It was twice. More laughter. Jake, and Leo believed this was real before I did. Leo just nods, quiet, letting the moment sit. Scene 2, the venue, continuous, toast. Owen, raising a glass, mock serious, I'd hit the mute button on Jake's speech, but it's actually good this time. Priya, laughing, it's a little icky how sentimental we're all being tonight, not gonna lie. MIA, to Jake, quiet, just between them, 1 year in, no one blew it. Look at that. Jake looks around the room, at his friends, at the space he built, at Claire, who's still there, phone still in her pocket, untouched. Jake, raising his glass to the whole room, so, let's seal the deal on year 2. Glasses rise. The room cheers. Scene 3, the venue, off to the side, Claire and Leo. away from the noise, near the door. Claire's phone buzzes in her pocket. She doesn't check it. Elio, noticing you're not gonna get that? Claire, small smile, noted. It can wait. Elio, surprised, pleased, didn't think I'd hear you say that about a filing deadline. Claire, quieter, honest, as far as I'm concerned, some things matter more tonight. A beat between them, not resolved, but real. Leo takes her hand, just for a second. Neither says anything else. They don't need to. Tag/outro. The venue, later, winding down. Most guests have left. The 6 of them collapse into chairs around one table, exhausted, happy. Dana starts stacking chairs around them, unbothered by their presence. Priya, sleepy, head on the table, interesting first anniversary. 10 out of 10. Would attend again. Owen, scrolling on his laptop, for the record, final head count was 94. I was off by 14. Jake, grinning, too tired to argue, no biggie. MIA, closing her planner, satisfied, everything ran better with a program. Leo, strumming his guitar quietly, feet up, play it by ear worked out pretty okay too. Dana, passing by, deadpan, year 2's gonna be worse. Just a heads up. Everyone groans, then laughs. Same 6 people, 1 year later, same table, a whole new chapter already underway. End of episode 70. Episode 71, new season. Type, minor episode, opens season 3 setting. The venue, Friday night, early October, a few weeks after episode 70. Cold open, the venue, late afternoon. The place is quiet before opening. Jake wipes down the bar, humming to himself. Dana counts the register, unbothered by his humming. Jake, proud, 1-year-old and still standing. Not bad for a guy with a system instead of a business plan. Dana, not looking up, the system is that Owen fixes your mistakes before you notice them. Jake, pausing, that's fair, actually. The door chimes. Leo walks in with his guitar case, sets it down by his usual stool. Elio, you look like a man about to get roped into holiday planning. Jake, groaning, don't jinx it. Elio, grinning, too late. Mia's been in the group chat since 8 a.m. Jake drops his head onto the bar with a thud. Dana keeps counting, unmoved. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the venue, the usual corner table, a plot. Mia scrolls through a family group chat, visibly tense. Her phone buzzes again. The others watch, half amused. MIA, the pressure of this holiday season is already getting to me, and it's not even November. Jake, it's October 3rd, Mia. MIA, not looking up, exactly. 4 weeks to plan a dinner for 11 people who all mildly dislike each other. Priya, curious, what's the main reason you're hosting this year? Didn't your mom always do it? MIA va flat, she decided I need to gain experience. Her words. Claire, dry, sipping her drink, one way to gain experience, throw you in the deep end with 11 relatives. MIA, pointing at Claire, that's exactly what I said. She didn't laugh either. Owen has gone quiet at the end of the table, closing his laptop a beat too fast. Owen, my dad got married again this spring, actually. Adds a few more people to my group chat too. Priya, gently, you never really talk about your dad. Owen, deflecting, too breezy, not much to say. Hypothetically, if someone wanted out of a family event without a diplomatic incident, what would that even look like? MIA, pointed, hypothetically, Owen, that person doesn't exist in my family. You're in, or you're the topic of conversation. Owen, small, tight smile, noted. Strictly speaking, I was just curious. Priya glances at him a second too long. He avoids her eyes. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Jake and Leo. Jake mixes drinks behind the counter. Leo sits on his usual stool, guitar across his lap, plucking idly. Jake, mixing, shaking his head, 2 years behind this bar and I still play a key role in more relationship drama than anyone on actual TV. Leo, strumming, keeps you sharp. Better than losing all the gained strength you built up dealing with drunk tourists. Jake, pausing mid-shake, gain strength? Since when do you talk like Owen's spreadsheet? Leo, grinning, since I found out it annoys you. Jake, pointing the shaker at him, it's working. Leo laughs, goes back to strumming. Jake pours 2 drinks, slides one down the bar without being asked. Leo, catching it, you know me too well. Jake, shrugging, occupational hazard. Speaking of which, you and Claire still doing the thing where you don't talk about the thing? Leo, not missing a beat, play it by ear. Jake, muttering, everyone in this friend group needs a new catchphrase. Scene 3, the corner table, C-plot, Priya notices. Priya watches Owen quietly from across the table as the group's conversation moves on without her. She files something away, not saying it out loud. Priya, to herself, barely audible, interesting. Claire notices Priya noticing, raises an eyebrow but says nothing, a small beat of shared observation between them. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, later, the group regroups. Mia has taken over half the table with napkins, using them to sketch a seating chart. Jake leans over her shoulder from behind the bar. Jake, you're seating charting a dinner that's 4 weeks away. MIA, not looking up, I'm seating charting a dinner that has 3 feuding cousins and 1 uncle who doesn't believe in place cards. I need a program for this. Claire, amused, everything runs better with a program. Truly your motto. MIA, finally looking up, tired, it's not a motto if it's just true. Owen sits at the far end, laptop open again, but not really typing, just staring at the screen. Priya slides into the seat next to him. Priya, casual, not pushing, you okay? You've been somewhere else all night. Owen, startled, closing the laptop slightly, statistically speaking, I'm fine. Priya, gently, that's not actually an answer. Owen, sighing, quieter, my dad invited me. To the wedding thing, well, it already happened, but there's a family dinner. With his new wife's family. And I don't know if I want to go. Priya, careful, why not? Owen, hesitating, almost says something real, then pulls back, it's complicated. I'll figure it out. He opens the laptop again, effectively ending the conversation. Priya doesn't push further, but watches him a beat longer than necessary. Scene 2, the venue, continuous. Around them, the ordinary rhythm of the bar continues. Jake restocks glasses. Leo tunes his guitar. Claire scrolls her phone one-handed while stirring her drink with the other. Mia keeps rearranging napkin place cards. MIA, muttering, moving a napkin, no, Uncle Ray can't sit next to Aunt Deb, they haven't spoken since the wedding. Claire, not looking up from her phone, which wedding? MIA, exasperated, does it matter? There's been 3. Jake, from behind the bar, calling over, do me a favor and put me on the list too. I want to see this in person. MIA, a flat, you're not invited, Jake. Jake, grinning, yet. Leo chuckles, strums a chord. The mood is light, but Priya's eyes drift back to Owen, still quiet at the end of the table. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, late night, winding down. Most of the group has thinned out. Claire's gone home early for work. Mia's finally put the napkins away, satisfied with her seating chart. Jake wipes down the bar top. Leo packs up his guitar. MIA, stretching, standing up, okay. 11 people, 7 feuds successfully avoided on paper. I call that a win. Jake, raising a glass toward her, to surviving Thanksgiving before it even starts. MIA, clinking her cup against his, I'll take it. Priya lingers by the door as Owen packs up his laptop. Priya, quiet, just to him, for what it's worth, whatever it is, you don't have to figure it out alone. Owen, pausing, genuinely touched, but deflecting anyway, statistically speaking, that's a nice thing to say. Priya, small smile, interesting. You didn't say no. Owen doesn't answer, just gives her a small, grateful nod and heads out. Priya watches him go, filing it away again. Tag/outro. The venue, closing up. Jake flips the sign to closed. Leo waits by the door, guitar case in hand. Leo, new season, same chaos. Jake, locking the register, wouldn't have it any other way. Leo, heading out, play it by ear. Jake, calling after him, one of these days that's gonna get you in trouble, man. Leo, from outside, laughing, hasn't yet. The lights go down over the empty bar. Dana's crate of glasses sits stacked by the counter, the only sign anyone was ever there. End of episode 71. Episode 72, Mia's Homecoming. Type, minor episode, introduces a new recurring location setting, Mia's parents' house in the suburbs, Saturday morning. Cold open, EXT, Suburban Street, morning. Jake's car pulls up outside a modest, well-kept house with a wraparound porch. Leo leans out the window, looking around. Leo, so this is where Mia was built. Jake, parking, squinting at the house, explains the color-coded mailbox. Sure enough, the mailbox has a small laminated label on it. Owen, in the back seat, leans forward to look. Owen, delighted, oh, I already like this family. They pile out of the car just as Mia throws open the front door, apron already on, flower on one cheek. MIA, you're 4 minutes late. Jake, checking his phone, we're exactly on time. MIA, already walking back inside, 4 minutes late to unload the car. Let's go, let's go. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Mia's parents' kitchen, a plot. The group unloads grocery bags into an unfamiliar but warm kitchen, mismatched mugs, a fridge covered in photos, a chalkboard with an old grocery list still on it. Mia gestures around like a tour guide. MIA, gesturing around, this whole tradition started with my grandmother giving birth to an idea nobody asked for, a family point system for who cooks what. Owen, setting down a bag, wary, I'm almost afraid to ask how it's scored. MIA, completely serious, turkey's worth 10 points. A side dish is 2. Showing up empty-handed is -5. Jake, from across the kitchen, so what happens if you're negative? MIA, flatly, you get the folding chairs. Everyone quietly checks what they brought. Priya looks at her empty hands, panicked for a second, then holds up a bag of napkins triumphantly. Priya, I brought napkins. MIA, nodding, pleased, 1 point. You're safe. Mia hands Claire a spare key from a hook by the door. MIA, to Claire, you now officially have access to the guest room whenever you need an escape from your own family holidays. Claire, taking the key, turning it over, noted. I may take you up on that sooner than you think. MIA, softer, genuine, I mean it. Doors always open. A small, real beat between them, Claire pockets the key without another word, but something in her posture eases. Scene 2, the backyard, B-plot, Owen and the seating chart. Owen sits at a picnic table with the same napkin sketch from episode 71, now more elaborate, covered in arrows and crossed-out names. Leo carries folding chairs past him, stacking them near the tree. Owen, staring at the napkin, I solve seating chart problems for fun, apparently. That's my whole personality now. Leo, setting down a chair, we're making progress, at least. Slow, but real progress. Owen, squinting at the napkin, define progress. Uncle Ray is now 3 seats from Aunt Deb instead of 1. That's not a solution, that's a delay tactic. Priya arranges chairs nearby, counting under her breath, arranging and rearranging. Priya, I'm making an effort to learn everyone's names before Thanksgiving so I don't repeat what happened at my first night here. Leo, grinning, you called Jake's coworker Dave for 2 hours. His name was Miguel. Priya, wincing, I'm not proud of it. But I've grown. Owen, not looking up, statistically speaking, you have 3 weeks. That's plenty of time to memorize 11 names. Priya, muttering, counting on her fingers, Ray, Deb, Miguel, wait, no, that one's Jake's, okay, this is going to take a while. Scene 3, the porch, C-plot, Priya. Priya takes a break on the porch swing, phone in hand, scrolling. Claire steps out with 2 glasses of lemonade, hands one over, sits beside her. Priya, funny story, a friend from home is getting divorced already. Ironic, since her wedding hashtag was literally forever starts now. Claire, dry, sipping her lemonade, hashtags age worse than milk. Priya, laughing, I'm never putting anything permanent about my life on the internet again. Claire, a beat, almost gentle, smart. The internet remembers everything you'd rather forget. Priya glances at her, sensing there's more underneath that comment, but doesn't push. They sit in comfortable silence, the sound of Owen and Leo bickering faintly from the backyard. Act 2. Scene 1, the kitchen, later, afternoon. The whole group crowds into the kitchen now, chopping, stirring, bumping elbows. Mia oversees like a general. MIA, pointing, Jake, you're on onions. Leo, chop the herbs, small pieces, not your usual artistic chop. Leo, mock offended, my chop has range. Jake, eyes watering from onions, can we pitch in on getting me some safety goggles or? Owen, deadpan, not looking up from his own cutting board, statistically, onion tears stop after 90 seconds. You're at 40. Jake, wiping his eyes, feels longer. Priya, tasked with taste testing the sauce, dips a spoon in, tastes it, makes a face. Priya, I think this needs something. I don't know what. Something. MIA, rushing over, tasting, oh no. Oh no, it's bland. Who added the bland? Claire, raising a hand, unbothered, guilty. I followed the recipe exactly. MIA, exasperated, that's the problem, Claire, my grandmother's recipes are lies. She never wrote down the real amounts. It's a test of loyalty, not cooking. Claire stares at the recipe card like it's personally betrayed her. Owen leans over, curious. Owen, so basically we're taste testing our way through an unsolvable equation. MIA, nodding gravely, welcome to my childhood. Scene 2, the kitchen, continuous. The kitchen settles into a rhythm, a chopping, stirring, the low hum of conversation under the clatter of pots. Jake wipes his eyes and pushes through the onions. Leo hums while he minces herbs. Priya keeps taste testing, adding a pinch of this and that, slowly making the sauce better. Owen quietly cleans up crumbs as he goes, unable to help himself. Leo, humming, then stopping, this kitchen's got good energy. I could write something here. Jake, sniffling, write a song about onions. I'll be your muse. Leo, grinning, ballad of the watery eyes. I like it. MIA, overhearing, not looking up, if you two start an actual song in my mother's kitchen, I will end you both. Priya, tasting again, brightening, wait, I think I fixed it. Try this. Mia tastes it, eyes widening. MIA, genuinely shocked, Priya. This is better than my grandmother's. Priya, beaming, just testing things out. Claire, dry, from the side, don't tell the grandmother that. She sounds like she'd hold a grudge. Act 3. Scene 1, the backyard, golden hour. Everyone gathers outside, exhausted but satisfied, sitting in the folding chairs Leo set up earlier. The seating chart problem is still unsolved, forgotten for now. Mia collapses into a chair, apron finally off. MIA, looking around at the group, okay. I don't know how I'm going to survive the actual dinner, but today felt good. Really good. Jake, raising his glass of lemonade, to surviving day 1 of 11. Leo, clinking glasses, and to onions everywhere. Rest in peace, my eyes. Owen sits slightly apart, looking at his napkin sketch again, but softer this time, less stressed, more thoughtful. Priya, noticing, sitting beside him, you've been quiet again. Owen, hesitating, then opening up just slightly, my dad's family does something like this too. Big dinner, too many people, everyone talking over each other. I used to like it, actually. Before. Priya, gently, before what? Owen, a beat, almost says it, then pulls back, smiling instead, before I started running probability models on family conflict instead of just showing up. Priya lets it go this time, but her expression says she's noted it, filed away for later. Scene 2, the porch, dusk. Claire and Mia sit together on the porch steps, watching the others laugh in the yard. Claire, quiet, thank you. For the key. It means more than you probably think. MIA, bumping her shoulder against Claire's, that's what family's for. Even the borrowed kind. Claire doesn't respond right away, just nods, looking out at the yard, at Leo laughing with Jake, at something that looks, for a moment, like home. Tag/outro. Mia's parents' kitchen, night. The group is piling back into the car outside. Inside, Mia does one last sweep of the kitchen, wiping down the counter. She finds the napkin seating chart Owen left behind, studies it, laughs to herself, and pins it to the fridge next to the old grocery list. MIA, to herself, satisfied, 1 point for effort. She flips off the kitchen light and heads out, the chalkboard grocery list and the crumpled napkin chart the only signs anyone was ever there. End of episode 72. Episode 73, Sixth Sense. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, Sunday night, after the trip to Mia's parents' house. Cold open, the venue, early evening. The bar is half full, low chatter, string lights still up from the anniversary party 2 episodes ago. Jake restocks bottles behind the counter. Dana counts receipts at the end of the bar. A woman at table 9 waves Jake over, slides a napkin across with her number written on it. Jake takes it, smiling politely, tucks it into his apron without much thought. Dana, not looking up, that's the 4th one this month. Jake, shrugging, occupational hazard of being charming. Dana a flat, or of owning the bar they keep coming back to. Jake opens his mouth to argue, closes it again. Dana goes back to counting, unbothered. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, a plot, Jake and an old pact. Leo walks in, guitar case in hand, spots the napkin sticking out of Jake's apron pocket, and raises an eyebrow. Leo, nodding at the napkin, table 9 again? Leo, leaning on the bar, remember our pact, whoever cracks first and starts dating a regular has to cover the other's shifts for a month. Jake, groaning, I remember. Leo, grinning, you're not allowed to break the pact just because table 9 keeps tipping you in phone numbers. Jake, gesturing at him, that's like something out of biblical times, that rule. We were 22. Leo, unmoved, rules don't expire, Jake. Jake, muttering, pouring a drink, cruel and unusual is what that is. Leo, sitting down, amused, you agreed to it. Sober, might I add. Jake, pointing the bottle at him, we were 22 and sober is a stretch. Leo just laughs, pulls his guitar out, starts tuning it lazily. Jake shakes his head, but the napkin stays in his pocket, untouched, for the rest of the scene. Scene 2, the corner table, B-plot, Mia and Claire. Mia sits at the usual table, rubbing her temples. Claire nurses a glass of wine across from her, unreadable as always. MIA, rubbing her temples, I swear my senses are heightened after a full day at my parents' house. I can hear Owen thinking from across a room. Claire, dry, that's just called being observant, Mia. MIA, half serious, no, I mean it. It's a whole new level. I could hear my mother's opinions about my life choices from 2 rooms away. Claire, a small, wry smile, though I'll admit, my own standards for a relaxing weekend have gotten embarrassingly high standard lately. MIA, curious, meaning? Claire, deflecting, sipping her wine, meaning a weekend where nothing catches fire counts as a win these days. Owen approaches, having overheard the tail end of the conversation, sliding into the seat beside Mia. Owen, overhearing, if you two need advice on how to survive family events, I give advice for free. Occasionally useful advice. MIA, deadpan, that's a bold disclaimer to lead with. Owen, shrugging, statistically speaking, honesty builds trust. Priya arrives, sliding into the booth beside Claire, phone still in hand. Priya, I might actually take you up on that. I'm trying to come up with a plan before my parents visit next month. Owen, perking up, genuinely delighted, oh, excellent. I have a whole framework. It's got phases. MIA, muttering into her glass, of course it has phases. Scene 3, the corner table, C-plot, Priya and Claire. The table's attention drifts elsewhere, Jake calling Leo over for something at the bar, Mia and Owen deep in phase 1 of his framework. Priya leans in toward Claire, quieter now. Priya, quietly, to Claire, can I ask you something? I'm trying to find out, is there history between you and Leo? You two still do that thing where you both answer at once. Claire, a beat too long, there's nothing to find out, Priya. Priya doesn't push. Same hesitation as always, she just nods, files it away, and lets the moment pass. Priya, lightly, covering, interesting. Just testing the theory. Claire, returning to her wine, voice even, test something else. A small, tense beat, then Claire's phone buzzes and she glances at it, using the excuse to look away. Act 2. Scene 1, the bar, later. Jake and Leo work side by side, Jake mixing drinks, Leo restocking napkins under the counter. The packed conversation hasn't fully died. Jake, muttering, for the record, I wasn't gonna call the number. Leo, not looking up, sure. Jake, defensive, I wasn't. Leo, grinning, standing up with a fresh stack of napkins, then it should be easy to throw it away. Jake hesitates, pulls the napkin out of his apron, stares at it for a second too long, then crumples it and tosses it in the trash. Leo watches, satisfied. Leo, smug, look at that. Packed intact. Jake, grumbling, you're insufferable. Leo, shrugging, going back to stocking, no pressure. Just doing my job as your accountability guy. Scene 2, the corner table, continuous. Owen has fully launched into his framework, complete with hand gestures. Mia and Priya listen, half amused, half genuinely taking notes. Owen, Phase 1, Managed Expectations. You tell your parents exactly what's happening, when, and for how long. No surprises, no improvising. Priya, nodding, actually taking mental notes, okay, that's not bad, actually. MIA, skeptical, and Phase 2. Owen, pausing, suddenly less confident, Phase 2 is still in development. MIA, flatly, so you have one phase. Owen, defensive, Phase 1 is very robust. Claire, still quiet since her exchange with Priya, watches the table with a faint, distracted smile, present but somewhere else. MIA, noticing, gently, you still with us? Claire, snapping back, always. She doesn't elaborate. Mia lets it go, but exchanges a small glance with Priya, the same unspoken question hanging between them. Scene 3, the corner table, continuous. The ordinary rhythm of the bar continues around the conversation. Jake polishes glasses. Leo restocks straws. Dana wipes down tables, occasionally catching fragments of conversation and reacting with a raised eyebrow but no comment. Owen doodles a Phase 2 box on a napkin, leaving it blank. Priya, watching Owen doodle, you could just write figure it out later in the box. Owen, considering it, then actually writing it, that's surprisingly sound advice. MIA, leaning over to read it, figure it out later is not a phase, Owen, that's a lifestyle. Owen, shrugging, hypothetically, isn't that the same thing? Everyone groans. Jake calls over from the bar, holding up a bottle. Jake, refill anyone? On the house, for surviving Mia's family this weekend. MIA, raising her glass, I'll take that as reparations. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, late night. The crowd has thinned. Jake wipes down the bar top. Leo sits nearby, guitar across his lap but not playing, just resting his hands on it. Claire lingers at the end of the bar, alone for a moment, checking her phone again. Jake, noticing, Lo, you've checked that thing about 10 times tonight. Claire, startled slightly, then composed, work. Jake, gently, not pushing too hard, sure. Statistically speaking, that's what Owen would say, right? It's usually not just work when someone checks their phone that many times. Claire, a small, tired laugh, you've been spending too much time with Owen. Jake, smiling, occupational hazard. Claire doesn't answer, just gives him a small, grateful look before heading toward the door, phone still unchecked in her hand. Scene 2, the corner table, continuous. Priya and Mia sit together, the rest of the group dispersing around them. MIA, quiet, you noticed it too, right? With Claire and Leo. Priya, nodding, every time. They finish each other's sentences and then act like strangers 5 minutes later. MIA, sighing, there's a story there. There's always been a story there. Priya, thoughtful, she shut the question down pretty fast when I asked. MIA, knowingly, that's how you know it's a real one. They exchange a look, the same shared curiosity, filed away for later, same as always. Tag/outro. The venue, closing. Jake flips the sign to closed. Leo packs up his guitar. The trash can by the register still holds the crumpled napkin from earlier. Leo, nodding at the trash can, satisfied, packed holds for another week. Jake, locking up, don't get used to it. Table 9's persistent. Leo, heading for the door, no biggie. I've got faith in you. Jake, muttering, following him out, that makes one of us. The lights go down over the empty bar, the crumpled napkin still sitting in the trash, a small, quiet reminder of a pact still, barely, intact. End of episode 73. Episode 74, Sasha. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, Thursday night, Jake starts dating someone new. Cold open, the venue morning, before opening. Jake sweeps the floor, humming to himself, unusually chipper. Dana watches him from behind the register, suspicious. Dana, flat, you're humming. Jake, not stopping, people hum, Dana. Dana, narrowing her eyes, you don't. Not before noon. Jake keeps sweeping, whistling now instead, a little too pleased with himself. Dana watches him a beat longer, then shakes her head and goes back to the register. Dana, muttering, somebody got lucky. Jake, spinning around, mock scandalized, I have no idea what you're talking about. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the bar, a plot. Evening. The bar's filling up. Leo sits at his usual stool, tuning his guitar. Jake leans in close, lowering his voice. Jake, low, to Leo, don't make it weird, but I brought her back to my place last night. Leo, not looking up from the guitar, deadpan, weird would require effort. I'm intrigued. MIA, overhearing from the next stool, perking up, the one who's been hitting on you since Tuesday? Jake, caught, that's the one. Sasha. MIA, grinning, Sasha. Okay. I need a full report. Jake, pouring a drink, avoiding eye contact, there's no report. It's early. MIA, pointed, just don't let it end like your last three, you'd grown apart before the second date even finished. Priya, sliding into a seat, curious, is that different from drifted apart? MIA, matter of fact, drifted apart is slow. Grown apart is Jake specifically. Jake, mock offended, rude, but fair. Everyone laughs. Leo sets his guitar down, quieter now, almost to himself. Leo, quiet aside, I had a major crush on someone once. Said nothing for 2 years. Learned my lesson. The table goes still for a half second. Priya's eyes flick toward the empty seat where Claire usually sits, she's not here tonight. Priya files it away, saying nothing. MIA, carefully casual, learned what lesson? Leo, shrugging, already moving past it, say something sooner next time. He picks the guitar back up, strums a few notes, effectively closing the subject. Jake glances at him, understanding more than he lets on, but doesn't push either. Scene 2, the bar, later, crowd thickening. Jake's phone buzzes. He glances at it, smiles despite himself, texts back one-handed while pouring a drink with the other. MIA, watching him, you're doing the thing. Jake, not looking up, what thing? MIA, gesturing at his whole face, the thing where you smile at your phone like it personally complimented you. Jake, pocketing the phone, trying to look casual, I don't know what you're talking about. Priya, grinning, you're doing it right now, too. That's a second thing. Jake groans, waves them both off, goes back to work. But he checks his phone again 30 seconds later, and Priya and Mia exchange a knowing look. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, Sasha arrives. The door chimes. Sasha walks in with a confident, easy smile, clearly comfortable in her own skin. Jake's whole posture shifts, a little straighter, a little more careful. Jake, too casual, hey, hi. You came. Sasha, amused, you did tell me where you work, so. Jake, fumbling slightly, right. Yeah. Obviously. Mia watches this exchange with barely contained delight. Priya leans over to her, whispering. Priya, whispering, he's never like this. MIA, whispering back, I know. It's disgusting. I love it. Jake introduces Sasha to the table, a little too fast, gesturing broadly. Jake, Sasha, this is everyone. Mia, Priya, Leo's around here somewhere. Leo, raising a hand from the end of the bar without looking up, present. Sasha, smiling, easy, nice to meet the infamous group chat. MIA, pleased, he talks about us? Jake, quickly, not excessively. Sasha, teasing, there's a shared document. Jake's ears go red. The table erupts into laughter. Even Leo cracks a smile from his stool. Scene 2, the bar, late, B-plot, Leo and Jake. Later, the crowd's thinned. Sasha's said her goodbyes for the night, and Jake watches her go, still smiling. Leo checks his phone, frowning. Leo, checking phone, got screwed by a gig tonight, venue cancelled 2 hours before doors. Jake, sympathetic, refocusing, rough. Want me to sort out a backup slot here Friday? Leo, surprised, you'd do that? Jake, shrugging, wiping down the counter, don't make it weird. Leo, half laughing, genuinely touched, no promises. Jake, pointing the rag at him, I mean it. Friday, 7 o'clock, the corner's yours. Leo, nodding, quieter, thanks, man. Jake, returning to his work, casual, what are packed brothers for? Leo huffs a laugh at that, picks his guitar back up, plays something soft and unhurried, no audience left to perform for, just for himself. Scene 3, the bar, continuous. The bar winds down around them. Jake stacks chairs. Dana counts the register. Priya wipes tables, half listening to Leo's quiet playing. Mia scrolls through her phone, occasionally laughing at something. MIA, not looking up. For the record, Sasha seems normal. Certifiably, unusually normal. That's a first for you, Jake. Jake, from across the room, stacking chairs, I heard that. MIA, unbothered, you were meant to. Priya, to Leo, quietly, over his playing, you okay? After what you said earlier? Leo, not stopping his playing, small smile, yeah. Just an old thought. Doesn't come up much anymore. Priya, gently, doesn't come up, or you don't let it. Leo glances up at her, a flicker of surprise at how close she landed to the truth, then looks back down at the guitar strings. Leo, quiet, play it by ear, Priya. She doesn't push, just nods and goes back to wiping tables, filing the moment away with all the others. Act 3. Scene 1, the venue, closing time. Just Jake and Leo left now, closing up together. Jake flips chairs onto tables. Leo packs his guitar into its case. Jake, casual, not looking over, thanks for not making it weird. Earlier. With Sasha. Leo, closing the case, I make plenty of things weird. Just not that. Jake, genuine, I mean it. It's nice having people who don't immediately assume it'll fall apart. Leo, pausing, nobody assumes that. Jake, small smile, Mia basically said it out loud an hour ago. Leo, chuckling, that's just Mia keeping you honest. Different thing. Jake considers that, nods slowly, goes back to flipping chairs. A comfortable quiet settles between them. Jake, after a beat, careful, you gonna say something sooner next time? Like you said earlier? Leo, not looking up, guarded but honest, working on it. Jake, nodding, not pushing further, fair enough. Tag/outro. The venue, lights down. Jake locks the front door, phone buzzing one more time in his pocket. He checks it, smiles, texts back quickly before pocketing it for good. Leo waits by the exit, guitar case in hand. Leo, Friday, 7 o'clock. Don't forget. Jake, locking up, wouldn't dream of it. Leo, heading out into the night, no biggie, right? Jake, grinning, following him out, no biggie. The lights go down over the empty bar, chairs stacked, glasses put away, the faint hum of the closed sign's neon the only thing left glowing in the dark. End of episode 74. Episode 75, Sasha's Past. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, Saturday night. Cold open, the venue, early evening. Jake behind the bar, restocking. Priya sits at the counter, scrolling through her phone, brow furrowed. Priya, reading off her phone, okay, so, is it true Sasha once threw a bouquet into traffic? Jake, freezing mid-restock, where did you hear that? Priya, innocent, the internet has a lot of opinions about your girlfriend's wedding history. Jake, rubbing his face, she's not even my girlfriend yet. And that bouquet thing that's a whole story. Priya, delighted, I have time. Jake, pointing at her, you have customers to help. There are no customers. Priya glances around the empty bar, unbothered, and keeps scrolling. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the corner table, a plot. The group's gathered at their usual table. Leo leans in, careful, lowering his voice like he's handling something fragile. Leo, careful, funny story about Sasha, she was left at the altar once. X number 2. Claire, matter of fact, that would explain why her whole family got ripped apart by the fallout, if the rumors are true. Owen, frowning, trying to piece it together, wasn't there also a friend who stole him away? Or, wait, I think I'm mixing up two different disasters. Jake, sighing, you might be. There's a lot of backstory. MIA, leaning in, morbidly curious, how many disasters are we talking, exactly? Jake, counting on his fingers, wincing, at minimum 3. she doesn't love talking about it. Priya, worried, I just don't want to screw it up with her by asking the wrong question at the wrong time. Claire, dry rule of thumb, don't bring up weddings, bouquets, or the word forever unprompted. Priya, nodding, taking it seriously, noted. Adding it to the list. Jake, a little defensive on Sasha's behalf, guys, can we maybe not turn her whole past into a group research project? Everyone goes quiet for a beat, a little chastened. Owen, genuinely, fair. Sorry, man. Elio, nodding, yeah. We got carried away. Jake, softening, it's fine. Just, she's had a rough go of it. I don't want her walking in and it being a whole thing. MIA, reassuring, it won't be. We'll behave. A beat. Then Owen, unable to help himself. Owen, quiet, to Leo, but statistically, 3 near weddings is a lot for one person. Elio, muttering back, I know. I said the same thing. Jake shoots them both a look. They immediately straighten up, the picture of innocence. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Mia. Mia sets down a tray at the bar, quieter than usual, movements slower than her typical brisk efficiency. Claire notices first. MIA, quiet, not making eye contact, small update, my parents had to put their dog to sleep this week. Whiskers. He was 14. The table goes still. Even Owen and Leo's bickering trails off. Beat. The table softens. Claire, gently, I'm sorry, Mia. MIA, blinking fast, forcing brightness, I'm fine. Just trying to catch up on sleep before I fall behind on literally everything else this week. Owen, gently, nobody's keeping score on falling behind this week, Mia. MIA, a small, wobbly laugh, that's very unlike you, Owen. You love a scoreboard. Owen, quiet, sincere, some things don't get one. Mia doesn't respond right away, just nods, wipes at her eyes quickly like it's nothing, and busies herself stacking the tray glasses that don't need stacking. Priya, softly, was he there when you were a kid? MIA, nodding, voice tight, since I was 7. He used to sleep under my bed during thunderstorms. Claire, reaching over, squeezing her hand briefly, that's a long time to have someone. MIA, quiet, grateful, yeah. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, later, Sasha arrives. The door chimes. Sasha walks in, waving to Jake, who immediately shoots the table a warning look before going to greet her. The group straightens up, suspiciously well-behaved. Jake, low, to the table before walking off, behave. MIA, innocently, we're always behaved. Jake gives them a doubtful look but heads over to Sasha anyway. The table watches, whispering. Priya, whispering to Owen, do not mention weddings. Owen, whispering back, I wasn't going to bring up weddings, I was going to ask about her job. Priya, relieved, good. Good plan. Owen, after a beat, is her job related to weddings? Priya, panicked, I don't know. Just ask something safe. Sasha and Jake approach the table. Everyone immediately overcorrects into painfully casual small talk. Owen, too brightly, Sasha. Hi. Big fan of non-wedding related topics. How's the weather been for you? Silence. Sasha blinks, then laughs, genuinely amused. Sasha, to Jake, did you brief them? Jake, mortified, I did not brief them to be this weird. Sasha, sitting down, easy, it's fine. I know what people hear about me. You can ask, honestly. I'd rather that than everyone tiptoeing. The table exchanges glances, relieved and a little sheepish. MIA, carefully, okay, real question, not a trap. How's your week been? Sasha, smiling, better, now that I'm here. She glances at Jake, who tries and fails to look unaffected. Priya nudges Mia under the table, delighted. Scene 2, the venue, continuous. The group settles into normal rhythm around Sasha, Leo tuning his guitar quietly in the background, Owen pulling out his laptop to casually work while eavesdropping, Priya taste testing a new drink Jake made for the menu, Mia slowly perking back up as the night goes on. Priya, tasting the drink, considering this needs something sweeter, maybe? Jake, from behind the bar, that's what I said, but Dana vetoed sweeter. Dana, passing by with a tray, sweeter attracts a worse crowd. Sasha, laughing, delighted, I like her. Jake, muttering, everyone likes her more than me. Dana, not stopping, statistically accurate. Owen looks up sharply from his laptop. Owen, pointing, that's my line. Dana, unbothered, walking away, everything's better with a little theft. The table laughs. Mia, watching it all, finally cracks a real smile, the first genuine one since the Whiskers news. Act 3. Scene 1, the bar, late night. Sasha's said her goodbyes, and Jake walks her to the door, the two of them talking quietly for a moment before she leaves. He comes back to the table, sits down, exhales. Jake, okay. That went better than I thought, considering the opening. Elio, guilty, sorry about that. We got weird. Jake, waving it off, she liked it, weirdly. Said it felt real. Claire, genuine, she seems steady. Considering everything. Jake, quiet, thoughtful, yeah. She is. A beat. Mia, who's been quieter for most of the scene, speaks up. MIA, soft, I'm glad tonight was good. I needed a good one. Jake, turning to her, gentle, you doing okay? MIA, nodding, more honest than earlier, getting there. Thanks for asking. Owen, quiet, sincere, we're here if you need anything. Genuinely. Not just saying it. MIA, touched, I know. That's the nice part. Scene 2, the corner table, continuous. Priya leans over to Claire, quiet, watching Mia across the table being comforted by the others. Priya, quiet, she doesn't ask for help easily, does she? Claire, watching Mia too, thoughtful, none of us do, really. Priya, glancing at Claire, meaningful, yeah. I've noticed. Claire catches the implication, holds Priya's gaze for a moment, a small, silent acknowledgement neither of them says out loud, then looks away first. Tag/outro. The venue, closing. The group helps clean up together, chairs going up, glasses being cleared. Mia stacks napkins slowly, more at peace than she was at the start of the night. Jake, wiping down the bar, for the record, Sasha said she wants to come back next week. Said the weird energy was a plus. Elio, grinning, see, we're an asset. Jake, pointing at him, don't push it. Owen, closing his laptop, statistically, weird energy has a 60% retention rate in relationships. I looked it up out of curiosity. MIA, smiling, tired but genuine, of course you did. Dana flips the sign to closed, passing by Mia and pausing for just a second. Dana, quiet, uncharacteristically soft, sorry about the dog. Mia looks up, surprised, touched. MIA, quiet, thanks, Dana. Dana just nods once and keeps walking, back to her usual unbothered self. The lights dim over the group as they finish closing up together. End of episode 75. Episode 76, Nutsy. Type, minor episode setting, the venue, an ordinary evening. Cold open, the venue, early evening. Owen sits alone at a small table near the window, dressed slightly nicer than usual, a single breadstick on a plate in front of him. He checks his phone. Nothing. Checks it again. Dana passes by, glances at the empty seat across from him, says nothing, keeps walking. Owen picks up the breadstick, examines it like it might have answers, takes a small, sad bite. Jake, from behind the bar, calling over, you good over there? Owen, not looking up, statistically, I've been better. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the corner table, a plot. The group has gathered, Owen having relocated to their usual table, breadstick plate in tow. He checks his phone one more time, flat. Owen, stood me up. Reservation's been sitting for 20 minutes with just me and a breadstick. Jake, sliding a second breadstick onto his plate, order 2 breadsticks. Never let them see you count. Owen, staring at the second breadstick, that's surprisingly solid advice. Jake, shrugging, bartender wisdom. Free of charge tonight. Priya leans over toward Mia, lowering her voice, trying not to be overheard. Priya, quiet, to Mia, can I admit something? I'm kind of nutsy about someone from my design class. Please don't make it a whole thing. MIA, already grinning, too late. Priya, groaning, Mia. MIA, leaning in, delighted, no, tell me everything. Name. Details. Full report. Priya, caving instantly, his name's Theo. He always sits 2 seats over and he has this habit of chewing on his pencil when he's concentrating and it's stupidly charming, I don't know why. MIA, clutching her chest, a pencil chewer. Priya, you've fallen for a walking cliché. Priya, defensive, it's endearing. Owen, overhearing, deadpan, for the record, pencil chewing is a stress habit. Statistically associated with perfectionism. Priya, delighted, see, even Owen thinks it means something. Owen, quickly, I didn't say that. Owen goes back to eating his breadsticks, resigned to his solo dinner, while Priya and Mia continue whispering excitedly beside him. Scene 2, the bar, B-plot, Leo's lyrics. Leo sits at the bar, notebook open, pen tapping against his lip, scribbling and crossing things out. Leo, half to himself, scribbling, drunk on you, sober by Sunday, too much? Claire, passing by, deadpan, everything you write sounds like it's about someone specific. Leo, not looking up, everything sounds like something if you listen hard enough. Claire pauses a beat too long, then keeps walking, settling into a stool a few seats down. Leo watches her go, then looks back at his notebook, crossing out the line and rewriting it. Jake, quieter, to no one really, wiping down the counter, some exes are just hard to get over. Doesn't mean you're still hung up. Just means it mattered. Priya, having drifted over, catching the tail end, you okay? Jake, startled out of his own thoughts, yeah. Just talking. Priya studies him for a moment, something about his tone doesn't match his usual easy deflections, but lets it go, sliding onto the stool beside him instead. Priya, gently, Sasha's not the one who's hard to get over, right? Jake, shaking his head, small smile, no. Sasha's good. This isn't about her. Priya, understanding, not pushing, okay. She doesn't ask who it's about. Jake doesn't offer. The moment passes, but Leo, still scribbling nearby, has gone very still, listening. Act 2. Scene 1, the corner table, C-plot. Back at the table, Mia's still riding the high of Priya's confession, now spinning off into an unrelated story. MIA, my cousin makes a living going shopping for other people's closets. Shopping for a living. Didn't know that was real until this year. Priya, shaking her head, I'll get over the fact that's a better job than mine eventually. MIA, reaching over, ruffling Owen's hair, someone's got to look after this group's emotional well-being. Might as well be me. Owen, swatting her hand away, unbothered, you ruffled my hair mid-sentence. That's not emotional well-being, that's assault. MIA, ignoring him, I'm serious though. Between Owen's dinner disaster, Priya's pencil chewer, and whatever's going on with Jake and Leo over there. Priya, quickly, I don't think that's ours to comment on. MIA, sighing, fine. But someone should keep a spreadsheet of everyone's emotional status. Like a group check-in system. Owen, perking up despite himself, I could build that. MIA, deadpan, that was a joke, Owen. Owen, already pulling out his laptop, was it, though? The table dissolves into laughter as Owen begins, entirely seriously, mocking up columns for mood, cause, and resolution status. Scene 2, the bar, continuous. Leo has stopped writing altogether, notebook closed, watching Jake work behind the bar. After a moment, he speaks, quieter than before. Leo, carefully, you said mattered. Past tense. Jake, not looking up from the glass he's polishing, that's usually how it goes. Leo, a beat, you ever think about telling them? Whoever it was? Jake, setting the glass down, finally meeting his eyes, didn't need to. They knew. Everyone knew, eventually. Something passes between them, an understanding neither says out loud. Leo nods slowly, picks his notebook back up, doesn't write anything. Leo, quiet, yeah. I get that. Claire, still a few seats down, has been watching this exchange without quite meaning to. She looks away when Leo glances over, suddenly very interested in her drink. Scene 3, the venue, continuous. The evening settles into its usual rhythm. Owen builds his ridiculous spreadsheet, occasionally asking the table for their current emotional status like a survey. Priya texts someone, smiling at her phone in a way that's very obviously about Theo. Mia organizes napkins into a neat stack out of habit. Jake restocks glasses. Leo doodles in the margins of his notebook, not writing lyrics anymore, just shapes. Owen, typing, Priya, current emotional status? Priya, not looking up from her phone, cautiously optimistic. Owen, typing, noted. Mia? MIA, without hesitation, slightly overwhelmed, mostly by you asking. Owen, typing, undeterred, valid. Jake? Jake, from behind the bar, off the clock for feelings, my man. Owen, typing anyway, I'll mark that as avoidant. Jake, pointing a bar spoon at him, that's slander. Owen, grinning, not stopping, it's data. The table laughs. Even Claire cracks a small smile from her stool, watching the chaos unfold with something like fondness. Act 3. Scene 1, the corner table, later. The night winds down. Priya's phone buzzes, a text from Theo, and her whole face lights up before she can stop it. Mia catches it immediately. MIA, delighted, there it is. That's the pencil chewer face. Priya, blushing, trying to hide her phone, there is no face. MIA, gently, not teasing anymore, for what it's worth, Nutsy is a good sign. Means it's real, not performed. Priya, softening, yeah? MIA, nodding, yeah. Own it. Priya glances at her phone one more time, then pockets it, sitting a little taller. Scene 2, the bar, continuous. Owen finishes his spreadsheet, closes the laptop, looking almost content despite the earlier dinner disaster. Jake slides a fresh breadstick basket in front of him. Jake, on the house. For surviving the world's worst date. Owen, taking one, statistically, it wasn't even in the top 5 worst dates I've had. Jake, raising an eyebrow, that's either impressive or deeply concerning. Owen, chewing thoughtfully, bit of both. Leo, still at the bar, finally writes something down in his notebook, just a few words, quick, before closing it. He doesn't share what it says. Jake notices but doesn't ask. Jake, quiet, just to Leo, you good? Leo, nodding, small smile, yeah. Just needed to get it down before I lost it. Tag/outro. The venue, closing. The group helps clear the last of the tables. Owen carefully folds his laptop's emotional well-being spreadsheet printout and pins it to the corkboard behind the bar, next to old flyers and photos. MIA, reading it, laughing, you actually printed this. Owen, proud, for posterity. Jake, reading over her shoulder, it says my status is avoidant but improving. Owen, shrugging, progress is progress. Dana walks past, glances at the printout, unbothered as ever. Dana, flat, mine would just say tired of all of you. Priya, grinning, add it to the sheet, Owen. Owen, already reaching for a pen, already on it. The lights dim over the bar as the group finishes closing up, the ridiculous spreadsheet pinned proudly to the corkboard, one more small, silly artifact added to the growing collection of their shared history. End of episode 76. Episode 77, Rumors. Type, minor episode, low stakes, setting, the attic and the backyard patio of the venue, Wednesday night, early spring in Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is wiping down the bar. Owen sits at the counter, laptop open, muttering numbers to himself. A stack of napkins is folded into an unervingly perfect grid in front of him. Owen, typing, okay. If I leave now, I hit the grocery store during the quiet window, restock on eggs before they're out, and I'm home before the 6 o'clock rush starts. Dana, not looking up, there's no rush at Millbrook Foods, Owen. It's a supermarket, not a marathon. Owen, statistically speaking, Tuesdays and Wednesdays after 5:30 see a 14% uptick in. Dana, flat, nobody asked for the spreadsheet. Owen closes the laptop, wounded but undeterred. Jake comes out from behind the bar holding two mismatched shot glasses, one visibly cracked. Jake, taste test. Tell me if this tastes like a mistake or a happy accident. Owen, sniffing it, recoiling, that tastes like a health code violation. Jake, shrugging, downing it himself, no biggie. I'll just call it smoky. He winces hard. Dana doesn't even look up. Dana, smoky like a house fire. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, moments later. Mia arrives, planner clutched to her chest, color-coded tabs sticking out at odd angles. She drops into her seat with a huff and immediately starts uncapping a highlighter. MIA, okay, don't panic, but I think I overheard something at work today and I need to just say it out loud to process it. Claire, not looking up from her phone, already bracing, go. MIA, so you know how everyone at the office has been weirdly quiet by the printer lately? Claire, I did not know that, no. MIA, well now I do, and it's a lot. Leo wanders in from the back, guitar case slung over his shoulder, and drops into what is unmistakably his chair, the one angled just slightly away from the table, like he's always one song away from leaving. Leo, settling in, what did I miss? Claire, dry, Mia's about to relitigate the entire office org chart via rumor. MIA, it's not relitigating, it's context gathering. Leo, gossiping, low, apparently a friend of Mia's coworker has a thing on the side. Whole friend group found out through a group chat. Claire, that tracks. Jake, didn't you know someone famous for dumping people at the altar? Jake, wincing, two-time offender. I bartended his wedding rehearsal. Never again. Priya, I'd be so afraid of getting judged and ridiculed if that happened to me. Publicly. MIA, I'd break up with him first, out of spite alone. Priya, correct answer. Beat. Mia taps her pen against the table, visibly proud of herself for landing that one. MIA, preening, thank you. It's called self-respect. Claire, it's called being petty and calling it a personality trait. MIA, unbothered, same thing, different font. Owen slides into the booth beside them, still faintly rattled from the shot glass incident. Owen, can I just say, as someone with a spreadsheet tracking who's dated who in this group, the rumor mill moves faster than actual information does. It's statistically fascinating and personally terrifying. Jake, you have a spreadsheet tracking who's dated who? Owen, too quickly, it's a hypothetical spreadsheet. Dana, passing by with a tray, deadpan, it's not hypothetical. He showed it to me last week. There's a tab for situationships. Table erupts into laughter. Owen buries his face in his hands. Mia scribbles something in her planner, delighted. Act 2. Scene 1, the venue, backyard, later. String lights are half-strung across the patio for an upcoming event. Folding chairs are stacked haphazardly. Mia is dragging two at once, struggling. Owen jogs over. Owen, helping Mia carry chairs. Let me help out, you've been running around all week. Mia, softening, then perking up. Speaking of running around, Priya, this design class crush. Did she make out with him yet, or is this still the pining phase? Priya, mortified, we get on with each other fine, thank you very much. Jake, that's a non-answer and everyone at this table knows it. Priya, cornered, busies herself straightening a stack of napkins that don't need straightening. One of her socks is mismatched, as always, peeks out from under her jeans. She tucks her pant leg down self-consciously. Priya, mumbling, we just work on the same project. That's it. That's the whole story. Mia, gasping, delighted, there's a story? Priya, I said there wasn't a story. Jake, you said that's the whole story, which implies a story exists. I may not be great with commitment, but I am great with sentence structure. Owen, setting down a chair, deadly serious, for the record, based on observed group behavior, deflection under direct questioning correlates with a 78% likelihood of. Priya, cutting him off, panicked, okay. Fine. Maybe there was one group project where he complimented my presentation and I have thought about it every day since. Happy? Mia, arms wide, thank you. Owen, quietly, to himself, typing on his phone, adding a new tab. Claire and Leo drift over from the other side of the patio, mid-conversation, carrying a folded tablecloth between them like it's the most normal thing in the world. Claire, to Leo, Lo, you're spending a lot of time gossiping for someone who hates when people gossip about him. Leo, easy, deflecting, it's different when it's other people's business. Much less pressure. Claire, arching a brow, noted. Beat. Leo shifts under her gaze, sets the tablecloth down a little too carefully. Leo, quieter, play it by ear, right? Claire, softer than she means to, right. Priya notices this exchange from across the yard and quietly logs it away with the same private fascination she brings to everyone else's secrets, a small, knowing almost smile. Dana appears out of nowhere, holding a broom, addressing the group at large. Dana, for what it's worth, the rumor going around about this group is that none of you can just say how you feel without it turning into a group project. Silence. Everyone looks at each other. Nobody argues. Jake, finally, okay, that one's fair. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later that night. The group has reconvened, chairs pulled in close, drinks in hand. The mood is looser now, the gossip has run its course and settled into something warmer. Mia, closing her planner, okay, official ruling, no more office rumors allowed at this table. New rule. Claire, you made a rule about gossip. At a table whose entire function tonight was gossip. Mia, unbothered, I contain multitudes. Owen, raising his glass, mock solemn, to multitudes. And to Priya's group project. Priya, groaning, hiding behind her hands, it has been 30 minutes. Let it go. Jake, grinning, never. This is going in the group chat. Priya, horrified, Jake. Jake, already typing, too late. It's already out. That's kind of the whole theme of tonight, isn't it? Everyone laughs. Leo reaches over and steals a fry off Claire's plate without asking. She doesn't stop him, just glances at him sideways, a small, private thing neither of them comments on. Dana, topping off water glasses, not even looking up, you people don't need a group chat. You need subtitles. Everyone can already tell what's going on. The table groans in unison, she's not wrong, and they all know it. Tag/outro. The attic, closing time. Empty tables, chairs up, Dana counting the register. Owen is the last one lingering, laptop open again. Owen, to himself, typing, situationship tab, updated. He looks up, catches Dana watching him. Dana, flat, you need a hobby that isn't us. Owen, closing the laptop, standing, statistically, this is my hobby. He heads for the door. Dana shakes her head, almost smiling, and flips the sign to closed. End of episode 77. Episode 78, Growing Up. Type, minor episode, low stakes, setting, the attic, Friday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is restocking napkin holders. Priya enters, one sock visibly mismatched, mustard yellow on one foot, gray on the other, carrying a tote bag that's clearly overpacked and unbalanced. She sets it down and immediately something rolls out, a single earring. Priya, chasing it under a table, no, no, no. Dana, not looking up, you're going to owe this place a lost and found fee at some point. Priya, emerging, triumphant, earring in hand, found it. Crisis averted. She sits, exhales, checks her phone, sees something, and quickly locks it again, face carefully neutral. Dana clocks this instantly. Dana, that's a face. Priya, it's not a face. Dana, it's a face. Priya says nothing, just slides the phone into her bag like it personally betrayed her. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. Jake arrives mid-stride, already talking, dropping into his seat like he's picking up a conversation nobody started. Claire is already there, reviewing something on her tablet. Leo is in his usual chair, guitar case propped against the wall, scrolling his phone. Jake, for the record, there was no other woman. People love adding drama that wasn't there. Claire, nobody said there was. Jake, I'm just pointing it out. I'm totally over her, by the way. Fully. Completely. Leo, not looking up, sure. Beat. Jake turns to look at Leo, offended on principle. Jake, you said that with zero conviction. Leo, still not looking up, I said it with the appropriate amount of conviction. Jake, to Claire, back me up here. Claire, flipping a page, not glancing up, I don't involve myself in cases I can't win. Jake, mock wounded, wow. Okay. Noted. Filed away. Never asking you for anything again. Claire, small, dry smile, you'll ask me for something by Tuesday. Jake opens his mouth to argue, closes it, then reconsiders. Jake, might need a lawyer-adjacent favor Monday, actually. Claire, already back to her tablet, Tuesday it is. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, same time. Owen is behind the counter, awkwardly attempting to help restock glasses under Dana's supervision. Leo has drifted over, propped against the bar, eyes fixed on a small TV mounted in the corner playing a nature documentary with the sound low. Leo, watching a nature documentary, did you know it takes an octopus about a year to reach sexual maturity? Wild. Owen, why do you know that? Leo, insomnia leads to strange places. Owen sets down a glass, considering this far too seriously. Owen, concerned, how much of this documentary have you seen at 3 in the morning? Leo, shrugging, all of it. Twice. I know things about deep-sea creatures I didn't ask to know. Owen, a beat, then, almost gently, is the insomnia a Claire thing, or a music thing? Leo doesn't answer right away. He picks at the label on a bottle behind the bar, not looking at Owen. Leo, finally, quiet, can it be both and we just don't talk about it? Owen, nodding immediately, yeah. Yep. That's completely statistically valid. Moving on. Dana slides a coaster across the bar toward Leo without a word, a small, wordless gesture of solidarity. Leo half smiles, taps it in thanks. Dana, deadpan, to Owen, see, that's how you comfort someone. No spreadsheet required. Owen, mumbling, I have a whole tab for emotional support strategies, actually. Dana, nobody wants to know that. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The group has reformed around the table. Mia has joined, planner open, though tonight it's less organizational and more conspiratorial. She leans in, voice dropped to a stage whisper. MIA, whispering, don't repeat this, but I heard 2 people from trivia night are getting it on with each other. Behind the pub quiz table. Allegedly. Claire, unbothered, I put up with a lot in this group chat. That barely registers. Priya, mock serious, meanwhile I'm apparently emotionally stunted because I still haven't texted my crush back in 4 days. MIA, 4 days isn't stunted, Priya, that's just being normal. Priya, relieved, thank you. Jake, leaning in, grinning, wait, is this design class guy? Napkin guy? Priya, groaning, dropping her head to the table, his name is Daniel. He's not napkin guy. Jake, he will always be napkin guy to me. It's an origin story now. Can't undo it. MIA, scribbling in her planner, okay, if it helps, texting back on day 4, casual, no explanation, is actually the strongest move. Confidence reads as ease. Claire, dry, says the woman with a 15-minute block in her planner labeled spontaneity. MIA, unbothered, it works. I am spontaneous. Within reason. Between 2 and 2:15. Priya laughs despite herself, some of the tension easing out of her shoulders. She pulls out her phone, hovers over the message thread, thumb frozen. Priya, quiet, almost to herself, okay. Okay, fine. I'm doing it. The whole table goes silent, watching her like she's about to defuse a bomb. She types, pauses, deletes, types again, then hits send before she can think twice. She sets the phone face down, exhales hard. Jake, leaning back, satisfied, there it is. Growth. Priya, deadpan, I sent 4 words. I did not solve world peace. MIA, growth is growth. I'm writing it down. Claire, raising her glass slightly, dry but not unkind, to growing up badly, slowly, and mostly by accident. The table clinks glasses. Even Priya, still red-faced, can't help but smile. Tag/outro. The attic, closing time. Most of the group has cleared out. Priya lingers at the bar, nursing the last of her drink, phone face down beside her. Dana wipes down the counter nearby. Dana, not looking up, he text back yet? Dana, flat, everyone in this bar knows about that. You whispered it at a volume of normal talking. Priya groans, drops her forehead onto the counter. Her phone buzzes. She freezes, then slowly turns it over, reads the screen, and can't fight off a small, genuine smile. Dana, watching her, almost smug, and Chem. Priya, not looking up, muffled against the counter, don't say anything. Dana, already walking away, wasn't gonna. She flips the sign to closed, glancing back once at Priya, who's still smiling at her phone like it just told her a secret. End of episode 78. Episode 79, revisiting an old song. Type, minor episode, callback episode, setting, the attic, a quiet weeknight, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. The bar is nearly empty. Dana is restocking the register, humming to herself. Owen sits alone at the counter with his laptop, a half-eaten sandwich beside him, muttering. Owen, typing, if I calculate the average number of quiet weeknights per month against the average number of times something actually happens on a quiet weeknight in this group, the sample size doesn't support the label quiet. Dana, not looking up, It's quiet because nobody's here yet, Owen. That's just math. Owen, pausing, that's a fair point. Dana, I have those occasionally. The door chimes. Mia enters, planner in hand, scanning the room like she's doing a head count. Am I early? Dana, you're always early. MIA, settling in, pleased, good. Early is on time. On time is late. Owen closes his laptop, watching her unpack her bag with the practiced efficiency of someone setting up a small command center. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, later. Leo sits on his usual stool near the small stage area, guitar in his lap, quietly working through a melody, nothing performative about it, just him and the instrument. Priya drifts over, drawn in, and leans against the bar to listen. Leo plays something soft, unhurried. Leo, remember this one? Old song, nobody's heard it in a while. Priya, recognizing it, that rings a bell. You played that my very first night here. Leo, surprised, you remember that? Priya, I remember everything. Occupational hazard of being new once. Leo, I actually cooked it up a proper title, finally. Took 4 years. Claire arriving late, as always, what's it called? Leo doesn't answer right away. Just looks at her. Leo, still deciding. A beat passes, long enough that Priya notices, glancing between the two of them, quietly filing it away the way she does with everything. Claire, setting down her bag, businesslike, covering, well. Let me know when the committee reaches a verdict. Leo, small smile, already turning back to the guitar, you'll be the first to know. Priya slides onto the stool beside him, chin propped on her hand. Priya, for the record, 4 years is a long time to sit on a title. Leo, shrugging, plucking a string, some things take as long as they take. No pressure. Priya, gently needling, that's your answer for everything. Leo, grinning, it's a good answer. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, shortly after. Priya has wandered off to help Dana with something at the register. Jake slides onto the now empty stool beside Leo, setting down 2 glasses of water rather than the usual chaos of a mixed drink experiment. Leo, more open than usual, honestly, there was a book that got me through the roughest year of my 20s. I still don't talk about that year much. Jake, you've been a little quieter lately. Losing it a bit? Leo, a little. Big decision coming up. Haven't told anyone yet. Jake, gently, whenever you're ready. Leo, I'll follow up with you guys when I actually know something. Jake nods, doesn't push, just sits with him a moment. It's a rare quiet beat between the two of them, no jokes, no deflection. Jake, after a moment, careful, this the same decision that's got you deciding song titles for 4 years? Leo, huffing a small laugh, everything's connected, apparently. Jake, bumping his shoulder lightly, you know where to find me. Bar's not going anywhere. Well, depends on my landlord, but generally. Leo, grateful, quiet, yeah. I know. Jake, sensing the moment's reached its natural edge, straightens up and shifts back into his usual register, a small mercy, letting Leo breathe. Jake, standing, stretching, anyway. I've got a shift starting in 10 minutes and a mystery ingredient I still haven't identified from Wednesday. Leo, relieved for the shift in tone, that's not concerning at all. Jake, already walking off, no biggie. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, the corner table, later. The group has mostly reconvened. Priya sits with her legs tucked under her, restless energy radiating off her in a way that's unusual for her typically careful self. Jake and Mia are nearby, Mia still tidying her planner from earlier. Priya, I'm weirdly turned on by the idea of doing something reckless for once. Just picking a direction and going. Jake, that's called throwing caution to the wind. Mia hates it. I love it. MIA, overhearing, I need to think over whether that's a compliment or a warning. Priya laughs, pulling her knees up further, clearly still turning the idea over in her head. Priya, I don't even mean anything huge. Just, for once, not planning it to death first. MIA, mock offense, I don't hear reckless, I hear underprepared. Those are very different things. Jake, they're the same thing wearing different outfits. MIA, pointing her pen at him, that's exactly the kind of thing that gets people stranded in foreign countries with no charger. Jake, grinning, one time. That happened one time. Claire and Leo return from the bar area, Leo still carrying his guitar loosely by the neck. Claire catches the tail end of the conversation. Claire, dry, who's being reckless? Priya, a little sheepish, hypothetically. Me. Possibly. Claire, considering this, then, unexpectedly warm, good. Do it. You spend enough time thinking things through for the rest of us combined. Priya blinks, surprised by the sincerity. Leo, settling into his chair, glances at Claire, a small, private look, like her words land on more than just Priya. Leo, quiet, almost to himself, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta play it by ear. Claire catches this, glances at him, doesn't answer, but doesn't look away either. Priya, raising her glass, determined, to reckless. In moderation. With a small amount of planning behind it. MIA, clinking glasses, satisfied, there's my girl. Everyone laughs. Even Priya. Tag/outro. The attic, closing time. Nearly empty now. Leo sits alone at the bar, guitar across his lap, quietly finishing the melody from earlier. Dana wipes down the counter nearby, unbothered by the music, used to it by now. Leo plays the final phrase, lets it hang in the air, then looks down at the guitar like it might answer the question for him. Leo, to himself, quiet, still deciding. Dana, not looking up, mild, you said that already. Leo, small smile, some things take as long as they take. Dana, finally glancing over, almost gentle for her, for years is a long time to sit on a name for something. Leo, beat, quieter, yeah. It is. He strums the last chord softly, lets it ring out, then closes the guitar case. Dana flips the sign to closed behind him as he heads for the door, the melody lingering in the empty room a beat longer than it should. End of episode 79. Episode 80, Milestone 80. Type, minor episode, transitional checkpoint, setting, Mia's parents' house, Sunday morning, Millbrook, preparing a family dinner. Cold open, Mia's parents' house, driveway, early morning. A car pulls up. Owen gets out first, holding a cardboard box labeled folding chairs, do not stack in handwriting that is unmistakably Mia's. Priya follows, carrying a smaller box and squinting at the house. Priya, I've never met Mia's family. Should I be nervous? Owen, setting the box down carefully, adjusting it twice, her uncle will try to get you into a conversation about crypto within the first 10 minutes. That's the only warning I can give you. Priya, already anxious, is there a strategy for that? Owen, not a lot. Mention you don't really understand the blockchain. He loves explaining it. It buys you at least 20 minutes of just nodding. The front door swings open. Mia stands there in an apron over regular clothes, holding a clipboard, looking somehow both stressed and thrilled. MIA, you're 4 minutes late. Owen, checking his watch, deeply offended, we are not. MIA, already turning back inside, 4 minutes. I have a system. Owen and Priya exchange a look and follow her in. Title card. Act 1. Scene 1, Mia's parents' house, kitchen, moments later. The kitchen is mid-transformation into command central. Binders, plural, are laid out across the counter, color-tabbed. A whiteboard leans against the fridge with a hand-drawn timeline. Mia is already flipping through one binder with the focus of someone defusing a bomb. MIA, organizing binders, I refuse to plan this in a haphazard manner. There will be a system. Owen, there's always a system with you. MIA, someone has to plan ahead. Otherwise it's chaos by Thursday. Priya, I already offered to set up the tables and chairs Saturday morning. Owen, I'll stick with whatever job doesn't involve talking to your uncle about crypto. MIA, deal. Also, I signed up for a stress management class. Progress, apparently. Beat. Owen and Priya both stare at her. Owen, genuinely stunned, you signed up for a class about not stress planning things. By making a plan to attend it. MIA, defensive, it was recommended to me. By multiple people. Repeatedly. Priya, gently, when does it start? MIA, flipping a page, not looking up, next month. Right after the holidays. Once things calm down. Owen, dry, things are never going to calm down, Mia. That's kind of your whole thing. MIA, pointing the highlighter at him, things will calm down specifically in the third week of next month, according to my calendar, and I will attend the first session then. Priya, trying not to laugh, that's very on brand. MIA, finally looking up, a little self-aware, I'm aware of the irony. I wrote ironic in the margin of the sign-up form. Act 2. Scene 1, Mia's parents' house, dining room, later. The long table is half set. Leo enters through the back door carrying 2 folding chairs under each arm, slightly off balance, guitar case somehow also slung across his back. Leo, grunting, nobody told me this was a 2-person job. Jake, following behind with a cooler, nobody told me there'd be a job at all. I thought we were just eating. They set the chairs down. Claire enters from the front, dressed sharper than the occasion strictly requires, holding a bottle of wine like a peace offering. Claire, surveying the chaos, should I be concerned that there's a whiteboard with a countdown timer on it? Jake, don't ask. She's got a system. Claire, dry, there's always a system. Mia appears in the doorway, clipboard still in hand, scanning the room like a general reviewing troops. MIA, okay. Leo, Jake, chairs go around the table, not against the wall, we need room for Grandpa's walker. Claire, wine goes in the kitchen, not on this table is currently a documents-only zone. Claire, already retreating toward the kitchen, understood. Leo, muttering, adjusting a chair, documents-only zone. In a dining room. Jake, low, to Leo, just nod. It's faster. Mia catches this but chooses, for once, to let it go, a small, visible act of restraint that doesn't go unnoticed. Owen, from the kitchen doorway, impressed, did you just not respond to that? MIA, proud of herself, I'm practicing. For the class. Early practice. It's called getting ahead of it. Owen, nodding slowly, that's very you. MIA, satisfied, thank you. Act 3. Scene 1, Mia's parents' house's kitchen, later. The prep work is mostly done, the chaos has settled into something calmer. Priya is chopping vegetables at the counter, a little too carefully, clearly following unspoken instructions from Mia's mother off-screen. Jake leans against the counter, sneaking a piece of carrot. Priya, swatting his hand, that's for the salad. Jake, already chewing, was. Owen enters, checking something off on a printed copy of Mia's schedule, an actual physical copy, laminated. Owen, to the room, we are, remarkably, on schedule. MIA, appearing behind him, beaming, thank you. Claire, entering with 2 now empty wine glasses, I have successfully avoided your uncle for 45 minutes. New personal record. Priya, impressed, how? Claire, I told him I had a work call. I did not have a work call. Jake, grinning, Claire, lying to family. Growth. Claire, unbothered, I prefer strategic redirection. Leo wanders in last, having apparently wandered off with his guitar at some point, and sets it gently in a corner out of the way. Leo, to Mia, chairs are all set. Table looks good. Mia, glancing at her clipboard one final time, then, quietly, almost to herself, it actually looks good. A beat, the whole group pauses, briefly, taking in the room, the table set, the chaos settled, 80 episodes of small moments like this one behind them. Owen, breaking the silence, mild, feels like a bit of a milestone, doesn't it? 80 of these dinners, arguments, whatever you want to call it. Mia, softening, don't make it weird, Owen. Owen, already backtracking, retracted. Jake, raising a stolen carrot like a toast, to 80. May the next 80 have fewer binders. Mia, deadpan, not even looking up, absolutely not. Everyone laughs. Even Claire. Tag/outro. Mia's parents' house, kitchen, later that evening. Dinner is winding down. Voices and laughter murmur from the dining room. Mia stands alone in the kitchen for a moment, clipboard finally set down, looking at the mess of dishes with something like quiet satisfaction rather than panic. Her phone buzzes on the counter, a calendar reminder. She glances at it. Phone, VO reminder, stress management class, session 1, next month. Mia looks at it a long moment. Then, instead of dismissing it or rescheduling it, she just leaves it. Doesn't touch it. A small, real thing. Priya pokes her head in. Priya, you good? Mia, turning, genuine, yeah. Actually, yeah. Priya smiles, heads back to the dining room. Mia takes one last look at the kitchen, chaos successfully managed, before following her out, leaving the reminder untouched on the counter. End of episode 80. Episode 81, The Engagement Ring. Type, minor event setting, the attic, Tuesday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is polishing glasses behind the bar. Leo sits nearby, guitar across his lap, quietly tuning a string that clearly does not need tuning. Jake enters through the back, apron half on, carrying a tray of what looks like miniature cocktail experiments. Jake, presenting the tray, okay. New menu item. I'm calling it the Millbrook Mule. Tell me what you think. Leo, taking a sip, considering, tastes like regular ginger beer. Jake, deflated, it's supposed to taste like regular ginger beer with a twist. Leo, what's the twist? Jake, long pause, I forgot the twist. Dana, not looking up, that tracks. The door chimes hard, practically bangs open. Mia storms in, phone raised over her head like a trophy before she's even fully through the door. Mia, already shouting, do not start without me, I have news. Dana, deadpan, we weren't planning to. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, moments later, a plot, Mia's news. The group assembles quickly, drawn in by the sheer volume of Mia's entrance. Priya slides in first, already curious. Owen follows, laptop tucked under his arm out of habit. Claire arrives last, as always, unhurried. Mia, bursting in, phone raised, huge news, my cousin Jenny is engaged. Weddings in the spring. Priya, that's amazing. Owen, people really just get married now, huh? Skipping several steps I personally would have wanted. Mia, when you know, you know. He asked with Grandma's old engagement ring. Claire, softening, that's a nice detail. Mia, and Claire, she wants you as her maid of honor. You two got close at my birthday thing 2 years ago. Claire, surprised, maid of honor? Me? Mia, you. Say yes. Claire, yes. Okay. Priya, didn't peg Claire as someone who'd take up wedding planning duties this fast. Claire, I'm taking on a role, Priya, not a hobby. Leo, Who's she engaged to, anyway? MIA, a guy named Dev, nice guy. Jake, I'll keep on being nosy regardless. That's non-negotiable. Mia finally sits, still catching her breath from the excitement, phone now face up on the table displaying a photo of the ring. Priya, leaning in to look, okay, wait, that ring is genuinely gorgeous. MIA, 3 generations old. Jenny cried for 20 minutes straight. I have it on video. Owen, already reaching for his laptop, half joking, should I start a spreadsheet for the wedding planning? Guest list, budget tracking, seating chart optimization. MIA, pointing at him, yes. Absolutely. Start it tonight. Owen, pausing, I was making a joke. MIA, dead serious, I wasn't. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, continued, B-plot, Claire and Leo/C-plot, Jake and Priya. The initial excitement has settled into logistics. Claire has pulled out her phone, already scrolling, not aimlessly, but with the focused efficiency of someone building a mental case file. Claire, half to herself, maid of honor speech. Dress fitting. Bachelorette logistics. I should probably read up on what this role actually entails. Leo, amused, you're treating this like a legal brief. Claire, not looking up, I'm treating it like something I want to do well. Leo studies her a moment, something soft under the deflection, but doesn't push. Leo, quieter, you'll be good at it. You're good at showing up for people. Even when you pretend you're not. Claire glances at him, caught slightly off guard by the sincerity. A beat passes between them before she recovers. Claire, dry, covering, noted. I'll add emotional support to the spreadsheet. Owen, perking up, there's a spreadsheet now? MIA, already typing, there's a spreadsheet now. Jake, meanwhile, has been quietly needling Priya, who's still scrolling through the ring photo with a suspicious amount of interest. Jake, leaning in, you're staring at that ring an awful lot for someone with no ring-related agenda of her own. Priya, startled, I don't have an agenda. I just think it's pretty. Jake, Priya, defensive, it's an objectively nice ring, Jake. Aesthetic appreciation. That's allowed. Jake, grinning, backing off, for now, never said it wasn't. Dana passes by with a tray, catching the tail end of it without missing a beat. Dana, flat, whole table's thinking about weddings now. Should have closed early. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The energy has mellowed into something warmer, plans half-formed, drinks refilled. Mia's binder brain has clearly already kicked into gear, she's jotting notes on a napkin because her actual planner is, for once, not on her. MIA, writing, okay. Claire, we need to sync calendars for dress shopping. Jenny wants to go next Saturday. Claire, checking her phone, I can move things around. MIA, surprised, pleased, you didn't even hesitate. Claire, small shrug, it's Jenny. And it's you asking. A quiet beat and Mia softens, genuinely touched, before covering it with typical brisk energy. MIA, clearing her throat, right. Good. Moving on. Owen, looking up from his laptop, now genuinely working on the joke spreadsheet, for what it's worth, statistically, spring weddings have the highest guest attendance rate of any season. Jenny made a smart choice. Jake, did you seriously just fact-check someone's wedding date? Owen, defensive, it's supportive fact-checking. Leo, strumming idly, I could play something. For the wedding, I mean. If they wanted. Everyone looks at him, a little surprised by the offer. Leo rarely volunteers himself for anything with structure attached. MIA, touched, Leo, that would be actually really nice. Leo, shrugging, a little bashful, no pressure. Just an option. Claire, watching him, something warm in her expression, it's a good option. Priya, still quietly fixated on the ring photo now pulled up on her own phone, doesn't notice Jake watching her with a knowing smirk. Jake, leaning toward Mia, stage whispering, "Keep an eye on that one." Ring goggles are setting in. Priya, not looking up, "I can hear you." Jake, unbothered, "Good. Consider it a warning." MIA, raising her glass, napkin notes in hand, to Jenny and Dev, and to all of us, apparently now professionally involved in a wedding we didn't ask to plan. Claire, dry, raising her glass too, "Speak for yourself." I asked. The table laughs, glasses clinking. Something in the air has shifted, lighter, a little more hopeful than usual. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Most of the group has filtered out. Priya lingers at the bar, still scrolling through wedding photos on her phone, a small private smile on her face. Dana wipes down the counter nearby, watching her with mild suspicion. "Dana, you're doing the face again." Priya, not looking up, "I told you. It's an objectively nice ring." Dana, unconvinced, "MHM." Priya finally looks up, catches Dana's expression, and sighs, setting the phone down. Priya, "Okay, fine. Maybe I've thought about it once or twice. Hypothetically." Dana, already walking off, flipping the sign to closed, "Nobody said otherwise." Priya groans, drops her head onto the counter, phone screen still glowing faintly beside her, the ring photo still open. Vocabulary used this episode: 5 new collocations, no overlap with episodes. Collocation scene register. Have news cold open neutral. Non-negotiable Act 1, SC1 neutral. Cry straight, e.g. cried for 20 minutes straight, Act 1, SC1 informal. Ring goggles Act 3, SC1 informal slang. Dead serious Act 1, SC1 informal. Reused for spaced repetition, none, first tracked episode. Episode 82, The Vows. Type, minor event, wedding arc, part 2, setting, the attic, Thursday night, Millbrook, planning wedding details. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is arranging fresh flowers in a chipped vase behind the bar, clearly leftover from a wedding-adjacent errand someone roped her into. Jake watches, fascinated, from a stool. Jake, "Didn't peg you as a arrange flowers nicely person." Dana, not looking up, "I'm not. Mia dropped these off and said, just put them somewhere. This is somewhere." She jams the last stem in at a crooked angle, entirely unbothered by the aesthetic result, and steps back to admire her work. Jake, "That's genuinely terrible." Dana, satisfied, "Thank you." Owen enters, laptop bag over one shoulder, a printed spreadsheet in hand already covered in highlighter, not his usual color coding, which means it's Mia's. Owen, sitting, sighing, "She's assigned me vendor coordination." "I don't know what that means." I looked it up. "It still doesn't mean anything." Dana, deadpan, "Means you're calling people and asking if they're free in the spring." Owen, relieved, "Oh. I can do that." Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, a plot, the vows/B plot, Claire and Leo. Claire has claimed the table early, a legal pad in front of her, repurposed for wedding notes, headers underlined twice. Priya arrives and slides in across from her, peering at the neat handwriting upside down. Claire, going over notes, Jenny wants some kind of symbolic gesture during the ceremony, lighting a candle from both families, that sort of thing. Priya, "That's sweet. I'll look into what other couples do, if it helps." Owen, "My uncle wrote his own vows once. Said something like, 'I choose to spend the rest of my life laughing at your terrible jokes.' Made the whole room cry." Claire, quiet, "I always pictured saying something like, 'I want to spend the rest of our lives figuring this out together.' Simple. No metaphors." Elio, surprised she'd share that, "That's actually really good, Claire." Claire, deflecting, "It's just words." Beat. Priya glances between Claire and Leo, clocking the moment without saying anything, filing it away, same as always. Owen, oblivious, still on his own train of thought, for the record, my uncle's version made me cry too, and I don't cry at weddings. I cry at tax season. Priya, laughing, those seem like very different triggers. Owen, shrugging, both involve unexpected math, honestly. Claire, recovering, taps her pen against the legal pad, moving briskly back to business. Claire, right. Candle lighting. Priya, can you send me 2 or 3 options by Saturday? I want to present Jenny with a short list, not an open-ended question. Priya, saluting, on it. Elio, still watching Claire, quieter, you should write something like that. For your own speech, I mean. Not the candle thing. Claire, not quite meeting his eyes, it's not my speech to write like that. It's Jenny's day. Elio, gently, I didn't say deliver it. I said write it. Claire doesn't answer. She just underlines something on her legal pad that didn't need underlining. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, same time, C-plot, vendor logistics. Mia has commandeered a section of the bar, laptop and phone both open, mid-negotiation with someone on speaker who is very clearly a florist. Leo leans against the counter nearby, half listening, half tuning his guitar. Owen drifts over once his own laptop refuses to load fast enough to feel productive. MIA, who's walking her down the aisle, by the way? Her dad still owes mine money from a bet in 2019. Owen, someone has to give away the bride, traditionally. Is Jenny doing that part at all? MIA, she's doing a mashup. Both parents walk her. Some things just never get paid back, apparently. Elio, to Claire, lighter, good. Means less pressure on the maid of honor to make up a speech on the spot. Claire, I already have 3 drafts. Elio, of course you do. Mia hangs up the florist call, exhaling like she just won a small war. MIA, okay. Peonies confirmed. Do not ask me what that cost. Owen, already looking, it's on the spreadsheet, Mia. I can see the number. MIA, covering his laptop screen with her hand, I said don't ask. Jake wanders over from the back, overhearing the tail end. Jake, what's the bet from 2019, anyway? The one Jenny's dad still owes for. MIA, waving a hand, something about a fantasy football league. Nobody remembers the details, they just remember he lost. Jake, delighted, that's the best kind of family lore. No context, all consequences. Elio, strumming idly, every family's got one of those. A debt nobody can explain but everyone enforces. Owen, thoughtful, statistically, that's most family traditions, actually. Nobody remembers why, just that you have to. MIA, pointing at him, you see, that's a good point. Write that down somewhere. Might use it in a toast. Owen, pleased, I have several good points. I keep a list. Dana, passing by, dry, of course you do. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The group has drifted back together, notes and drafts scattered across the table in a way Mia would normally find intolerable, but tonight she's too tired to enforce order. Priya has 3 tabs open on her phone, showing candle lighting ideas to Claire. Priya, okay, option 1 is very traditional, unity candle, both families light it together. Option 2 is more modern, sand instead of wax, layered colors. Claire, studying both, Jenny would want the sand. She's always been more modern minimalist than candles and lace. Priya, nodding, typing a note, sand it is. Leo, still nearby, watches Claire work through this with quiet focus, not the sharp, closed-off focus of her legal work, but something softer. Elio, you know her pretty well. Jenny, I mean. Claire, not looking up, we used to be close. Before things got busy. This is kind of a chance to get some of that back. Leo, careful, that's a nice reason to say yes to something. Claire, finally glancing at him, it was an easy yes. A beat passes between them, quiet, unhurried, the kind Priya has learned to recognize and politely not comment on. She busies herself with her phone instead. MIA, rejoining, flopping into her seat, okay. Flowers, done. Candle, sand, apparently, done. Vows are in progress. We are actually ahead of schedule. Owen, checking the laminated timeline, confirmed. 4 days ahead, in fact. MIA, genuinely thrilled, 4 days. I could cry. Jake, deadpan, please don't. We're not ready for 2 crying moments in one night. Claire, quietly, almost to herself, looking at her 3 vow drafts, funny how the simplest one is always the hardest to actually say out loud. Leo looks over at that, says nothing, but something in his expression says he heard it as more than a comment about vows. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Most of the group has cleared out. Claire remains at the table, alone, legal pad open to her 3 vow drafts. She reads them over, crosses one out, then another, until only the simplest one remains untouched. Dana passes by, glances at the pad without meaning to pry. Dana, that for the wedding? Claire, closing the pad, something like that. Dana, shrugging, walking off, simple one's usually the right one. Just so you know. Claire watches her go, surprised by the unsolicited wisdom. She looks back down at the single remaining line on the page, I want to spend the rest of our lives figuring this out together, and, after a moment, folds the page carefully and tucks it into her bag instead of throwing it away. Episode 83, The Rehearsal. Type, minor event, wedding arc, part 3, setting, a restaurant banquet hall, Friday night, Millbrook, the rehearsal dinner. Cold open, restaurant, private entrance, early evening. Jake stands outside the banquet hall, tugging at the collar of a dress shirt that clearly does not see regular use, trying to fix his tie using his phone camera as a mirror. Jake, muttering, left over right. Or is it right over left? Why do I only know this in bartending metaphors? Owen approaches, already immaculately dressed, and without a word reaches over and fixes Jake's tie in 3 efficient motions. Jake, staring, how'd you do that so fast? Owen, I looked up a tutorial this morning. Practiced 11 times. Jake, 11? Owen, already walking toward the entrance, 10 wasn't confident enough. Jake shakes his head, follows him in. Inside, the hall is warm and softly lit, tables half set for the evening, string lights already glowing overhead. Act 1. Scene 1, restaurant, banquet hall, later, a plot, toast/B-plot, Claire and Leo. The dinner is in full swing. Glasses have been refilled twice. Claire sits with a small note card tucked discreetly beside her plate, clearly tracking the toast order. Mia is glowing, still slightly overwhelmed by how well everything has gone. Leo sits close to Claire, Priya and Jake across from them, Owen a seat down, notably nervous. Owen, toasting, awkward, to Jenny and Dev, may they spend the rest of their lives never running out of things to argue about, lovingly. Glasses clink. Scattered laughter. Owen sits down fast, visibly relieved it's over. MIA, recalling, laughing, speaking of small world, I actually ran into Dev at a bar 2 years ago, way before he met Jenny. Leo, you never told me that. MIA, didn't know it was him until tonight. Claire, checking notes, I need to wrap up the toast list, we're running long. Priya, I just want to stand up for Jenny for a second, she waited a long time for someone who actually shows up. That matters. Quiet nod around the table. Leo, lightening the mood, then not quite, someone told me their first kiss with their partner was a phenomenal kiss, love at first sight type thing. Not everyone gets that. Leo, quieter, to no one in particular, some people get it late. Doesn't make it less real. Cross my heart. A beat too long. Priya notices, again. Owen, breaking the tension, anyway, I came across this playlist idea for the reception, if anyone wants to hear my case. The table, grateful for the redirect, turns toward him. Claire, however, keeps her eyes on her note card a beat longer than necessary, jaw tight, before looking up. Act 2. Scene 1, Restaurant, Banquet Hall, later, C-plot, Owen's playlist / B-plot, Claire and Leo continued. Owen has pulled out his phone, scrolling through a meticulously ranked playlist with actual percentage annotations next to each song. Owen, so, I cross-referenced danceability scores with the average age of the guest list, and I think we open strong, dip for the dinner hour, then peak again around 9. Jake, you built a data model for a wedding playlist. Owen, defensive, weddings are chaotic. Somebody has to bring structure. MIA, delighted, finally, someone who understands me. Priya, leaning over to look at the phone, wait, this is actually really good. You put Sweet Caroline at 9:15 exactly? Owen, statistically the optimal window for group sing-alongs. I have sources. Jake, grinning, send me the sources. I want to see the sources. Across the table, Leo has gone quiet, turning his water glass slowly. Claire watches him for a moment before speaking, low, just for him. Claire, quiet, you okay? Leo, startled out of thought, yeah. Fine. Just thinking about the toast thing. Claire, careful, the love at first sight thing, or the some people get it late thing. Leo looks at her, caught. A long beat passes between them, the kind that used to end in deflection, but doesn't this time. Leo, quiet, honest, second one. Claire, equally quiet, noted. Neither of them says anything else. Priya, seated close enough to catch the exchange, suddenly finds her water glass extremely interesting. Act 3. Scene 1, Restaurant, Banquet Hall, later. Dessert has arrived. The mood has loosened considerably. Jake is now trying to convince Mia to let him give an unofficial second toast, which she is firmly denying. MIA, absolutely not. You gave a toast at my cousin's graduation party that involved a story about a raccoon. We are not doing that again. Jake, that raccoon story killed. MIA, it made Grandma cry, and not the good kind. Claire, note card finally set aside, allows herself to actually relax for the first time all evening. She glances at Leo, who's watching the room, Jenny and Dev laughing together at the head table, with an expression that's hard to name. Claire, following his gaze, they look happy. Leo, nodding slowly, yeah. They do. Claire, a beat, then, lighter, testing, you still haven't told me the song title. Leo, small smile, deflecting warmly, still deciding. Claire, dry, you've been deciding for 4 years. Leo, looking at her, not deflecting this time, some decisions are worth taking your time on. Claire doesn't have a comeback for that one. She just looks at him a moment longer than she means to, then picks her water glass back up, if only to have something to do with her hands. Priya, watching this from across the table with poorly concealed interest, nudges Jake under the table. He glances over, clocks it instantly, and the two of them share a silent, gleeful look. Priya, whispering to Jake, eyes still on Claire and Leo, I give it 2 more episodes. Jake, whispering back, grinning, I had money on one. Tag/outro, restaurant, outside the banquet hall, later. The night is winding down. Guests filter out in 2s and 3s. Claire stands near the entrance, waiting for a car, when Leo approaches, jacket over one shoulder. Leo, need a ride? Claire, checking her phone, car's 5 minutes out. Leo, nodding, staying anyway, I'll wait with you. Just in case it's wrong about the 5 minutes. Claire, small smile, it's never wrong. Leo, shrugging, easy, still gonna wait. They stand together in comfortable silence, the muffled sound of music and laughter still drifting from inside. Claire glances at him sideways. Claire, for the record, the some people get it late thing. I don't think that's a bad thing to be. Leo looks at her, something unguarded crossing his face before he can cover it. Leo, quiet, yeah. Claire, equally quiet, yeah. A car pulls up. Claire hesitates half a second longer than necessary before heading toward it. Leo watches her go, a small, private smile settling in, the kind he doesn't bother hiding, because there's no one left to see it. Except Priya, watching from the restaurant doorway with Jake, who silently mouths, "Told you." Episode 84, The Wedding. Type, major event setting, Jenny and Dev's wedding, Saturday afternoon, Millbrook. Cold open, bridal suite, early afternoon. Chaos, but controlled chaos. Jenny sits at a mirror in a robe, hair half done. Claire stands beside her, holding 2 pairs of earrings up like evidence in a trial. Claire, pearl or the drop ones? Choose fast, we have 11 minutes before hair is done and I will not let you be late to your own wedding. Jenny, laughing, overwhelmed, the pearl ones. Wait, no, the drops. Claire. Claire, already fastening the drops onto her, decided. Moving on. Mia bursts in from the hallway, holding a steamer, slightly out of breath. MIA, dress is steamed, bouquets in the fridge, and I already told your mother twice that yes, the candles are Unity sand now, not fire, so she can stop worrying about the tablecloths. Jenny, tearing up already, I don't know what I would have done without you too. Claire, firm, gentle, you'd have figured it out. But you don't have to, because we're here. Jenny grabs both their hands, squeezes once. Mia dabs at her own eyes with the back of her wrist, already emotional an hour before the ceremony even starts. MIA, sniffling, okay. Nobody cry yet. We have 11 minutes and mascara isn't waterproof on my budget. Act 1. Scene 1, banquet hall, later, reception in full swing, a plot, Mia and Claire. The ceremony is behind them now. The hall glows with string lights and candlelight, tables full, the newlyweds seated at the head table, radiant. Mia and Claire stand near the edge of the dance floor, watching. MIA, tearing up, watching the couple, look at them. Desperately in love, completely unbothered by how expensive that cake was. Claire, soft, unusual for her, it's a good day. Mia glances at her, surprised by the softness in Claire's voice, not the usual dry precision, something looser. MIA, gently teasing, careful. You're starting to sound sentimental. Claire, small smile, not denying it, must be the open bar. MIA, linking arms with her, I'll allow it. Just for today. They watch the couple a moment longer, Jenny laughing at something Dev whispers, foreheads nearly touching. Mia wipes her eyes again, this time without apology. Act 2. Scene 1, banquet hall, the temporary bar, same time, B-plot, Jake/C-plot, Owen. Jake, in a fitted vest that is clearly not his usual bartending uniform, works the makeshift bar with practiced speed. A line has formed. He's in his element, until a groomsman leans in a little too close. Groomsman, leaning in, so, are you seeing anyone, bartender? Jake, deadpan, I'm working a wedding, my guy. This is not the move. Leo, passing, grinning, did he seriously just make a pass at you mid-shift? Jake, second one who's made a move on me tonight. I should wear a sign. I'm taking the brunt of every open bar in this city, apparently. Owen, rushing over, table 6 and table 9 got swapped on the chart, I need to clear up the mix-up before the toasts start. Jake, go. I've got this. Owen dashes off, weaving through tables with the focused urgency of a man on a mission. Leo lingers at the bar, amused, propping an elbow on the counter. Leo, for the record, is there a type? The groomsman thing, the other guy. Common thread? Jake, pouring a drink, not looking up, the common thread is works a bar, therefore must be single and available and looking for a soulmate by 9 p.m. It's a curse. Leo, grinning, sounds rough. Truly a burden. Jake, deadpan, mock me all you want. You're not the one getting hit on by someone's uncle and a groomsman in the same hour. Leo, raising hands, backing off, still grinning, wouldn't dream of it. Jake slides a drink across to a waiting guest, catches his breath for half a second, glances toward the dance floor where Priya is attempting, and failing, to teach Mia some kind of coordinated dance move. Jake, muttering, fond idiots. Love them. Act 3. Scene 1, Banquet Hall. Later, toasts begin, a plot, Leo and Claire. The lights dim slightly. Glasses are refilled one final time. Claire stands, taps her glass with a spoon, the sound cutting cleanly through the noise. The room quiets. Claire taps her glass. The room quiets. Leo stands, guitar in hand, unplanned. Leo, I wasn't going to speak up tonight, but Jenny, Dev, watching you two made me think about waiting for the right moment instead of the easy one. So, congratulations. He plays a few bars of the old song from years ago, now finished, now titled. Claire's eyes stay on him the entire time. The melody fills the hall, familiar to Priya, who recognizes it instantly from the bar months ago, though this version is fuller, resolved, complete in a way it wasn't before. When Leo finishes, the room applauds warmly. He sits back down, guitar resting against his knee, and doesn't look away from Claire. MIA, to Priya, quiet, that was new. Priya, watching Claire, not Leo, I noticed. Claire says nothing, just holds Leo's gaze a beat longer than the moment strictly requires, something unspoken passing between them before the MC moves on to the next toast and the room's attention shifts. Scene 2, Banquet Hall Terraces. Later, B-plot, Mia and Owen. Later, the crowd has loosened, dancing has started, the DJ, following Owen's meticulously engineered playlist, has the floor half full. Mia slips outside to the terrace, where Owen sits alone on a bench, jacket off, tie loosened, staring out at nothing in particular. MIA, hey. You've been quiet all night. Want me to try to cheer you up, or do you need space? Owen, small smile, cheer up later. Right now I just need a minute. Mia doesn't push. She sits beside him instead, quiet, close enough to be present without demanding anything from him. A comfortable silence stretches between them, the kind two people who've known each other a long time can hold without needing to fill it. MIA, after a while, gently, weddings do this. Make you think about stuff you don't usually think about. Owen, quiet, yeah. Something like that. He doesn't elaborate, and Mia doesn't ask him to. She just leans her head lightly against his shoulder, watching the string lights flicker over the terrace, giving him exactly the kind of company he needs without a word more. MIA, softly, still leaning against him, you don't have to cheer up. You just have to not be alone. There's a difference. Owen looks at her, something in his face easing slightly, and doesn't say anything, just nods, once, grateful. Tag/outro, Banquet Hall, later that night. The reception is winding down. Fairy lights still glow overhead, a few stragglers slow dancing to the last song on Owen's playlist. Claire and Leo stand near the edge of the dance floor, not quite dancing, not quite not. Claire, quiet, you finally told me the title. Leo, small smile, figured it was time. Claire, 4 years. Leo, looking at her, steady, worth the wait. He offers his hand. She looks at it a moment, then takes it, and they step onto the dance floor together, folding into the last slow song of the night. Across the room, Priya nudges Jake, nodding toward them. Priya, smug, told you. Jake, sighing, pulling out his wallet, I hate that you're always right about this stuff. Priya, pocketing the bill he hands over, satisfied, occupational hazard of paying attention. The camera lingers on the dance floor a beat longer, Claire and Leo, Jenny and Dev, the whole room glowing under the lights, before the music fades and the lights dim to close out the night. Episode 85, A New Case. Type, minor event, opens the court case arc, setting, the attic, Monday night, Millbrook, Claire brings work with her. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is restocking the register with a roll of receipt paper, muttering at it like it's personally uncooperative. Priya enters, carrying her laptop bag, both socks miraculously matching for once, a fact she seems quietly proud of. Priya, sitting, pleased with herself, matching socks today. Personal best. Dana, not looking up, don't get used to it. The register jams again. Dana smacks it once, unceremoniously, and it whirs back to life. Priya, watching, is that an approved repair method? Dana, it's the only one that's ever worked. The door opens. Claire enters, laptop bag slung over one shoulder, blazer still on despite the hour, looking like she came straight from the office without stopping. Claire, dropping into a seat, exhaling hard, do not ask me how my day was. Priya, already regretting opening her mouth, how was your? Claire, a flat, already opening her laptop, I said don't. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, moments later, a plot, the new case. Owen and Mia arrive together, mid-conversation about something logistics-related that trails off the moment they spot Claire's expression. They sit. Claire is still typing, brow furrowed, laptop screen angled slightly away from the table out of habit. Claire, exhausted, laptop open, new case just landed on my desk. Clients being investigated for insurance fraud, staged a burglary, filed a claim, the whole thing. Owen, what's the actual penalty for something like that? Claire, it's punishable by a lot more than people think, if they push for fraud charges. I'll need to take it up with the judge next week just to see how bad it is. MIA, please tell me you're not defending someone who did it. Claire, I'm defending someone who says he didn't. Different thing, legally. MIA, only half joking, if it were up to me, this city could use a little vigilante justice. Skip the paperwork. Claire, please never say that near my firm. Mia raises both hands in mock surrender. Owen, meanwhile, is already turning the case over in his head with visible fascination. Owen, leaning in, okay, but statistically, how often do staged burglaries actually hold up? Like, is there a tell? A pattern investigators look for? Claire, closing her laptop halfway, tired, Owen, I love you, but I'm not turning my Monday night into a true crime podcast. Owen, undeterred, I'm just saying, if there's a pattern, there's probably a spreadsheet somewhere that could. Claire, flat, there is not a spreadsheet, Owen. Owen, quiet to himself, there could be. Claire shoots him a look. He raises his hands, backing off, for now. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, same time, B-plot, tech troubles / C-plot, Owen and Priya notice Claire. Owen has relocated to the bar with his own laptop, trying, and failing, to log into something. Priya sits nearby, halfway through her own homework-adjacent scrolling. Mia joins a moment later, phone in hand, equally frustrated. Owen, frustrated with his laptop, I've been trying to check into this client portal for 20 minutes. It logged me out mid-upload. Priya, did you check out the new system Claire's firm uses? Apparently it's better. MIA, trying to help, also failing, I can't even log in on my end. This whole software update is a disaster. Owen slams the laptop shut with more force than the moment requires, immediately looking guilty about it. Owen, composing himself, sorry. That was a statistically unnecessary aggression toward a laptop that didn't do anything wrong. Priya, gently, it kind of did though. It logged you out mid-upload. Owen, relaxing slightly, thank you. Validated. Dana, passing behind the bar, glances at the three of them huddled over dead screens with mild amusement. Dana, you know there's a thing called turning it off and on again. Older than all of you combined. MIA, already trying it, that's actually a good point. Dana, walking off, I have those occasionally. Owen restarts his laptop, drumming his fingers while it loads, glancing toward the corner table where Claire is still buried in case notes. Owen, quieter, to Priya, she seems more stressed than usual. Even for a Monday. Priya, following his gaze, yeah. I noticed too. Owen, think it's just the case, or? Priya, careful, I think it's a lot of things wearing the same coat. Owen considers this a moment, nodding slowly, filing it away the way Priya usually does, a small role reversal neither of them comments on. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, B-plot, Claire and Leo. The group has drifted back together. Claire's laptop is finally closed, pushed slightly aside, a small concession. Leo has joined, sliding into his usual chair, immediately clocking her mood. Leo, quiet, just for her, rough one? Claire, rubbing her temple, new case. Insurance fraud. My client insists he's innocent, my gut says he's lying, and I have to represent him either way. Leo, careful, that happens a lot. The gut versus job thing? Claire, honest, tired, more than I'd like. Leo doesn't offer advice, just reaches over and gently takes the pen out of her hand before she can start underlining something else. Leo, no more work tonight. Court's not for a week. Claire, protesting weakly, I have prep too. Leo, firm but gentle, tomorrow. Tonight you're allowed to just sit here. Claire looks at him a long moment, then, surprisingly, lets it go, leaning back in her chair for what might be the first time all evening. MIA, watching this, delighted, whispering to Priya, did you see that? He just took the pen. And she let him. Priya, whispering back, I saw it. Jake, arriving late, dropping into a seat, immediately sensing the vibe, what did I miss? Why's everyone whispering? MIA, too innocent, nothing. Software problems. Jake, unconvinced, but letting it go, sure. Software problems. Owen's laptop finally, triumphantly, loads. He pumps a fist quietly, entirely to himself. Owen, to no one, yes. Leo, to Claire, Lo, you can carry the whole case tomorrow. Tonight just carry a drink. Claire almost smiles, the real kind, not the polished courtroom kind, and picks up her glass. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Most of the group has cleared out. Claire lingers, laptop bag still slung over her chair but untouched all night. Dana wipes down the counter nearby. Dana, nodding at the bag, you didn't open it again. Claire, glancing at it, no. I didn't. Dana, progress. Claire, small, genuine smile, don't tell Owen. He'll want a spreadsheet tracking it. Dana, already walking off, wasn't planning to. Claire finally stands, slings the bag over her shoulder, and heads for the door, pausing a moment to glance back at the empty corner table, the ghost of the evening still warm in the room, before flipping off the lights herself as Dana locks up behind her. Episode 86, The Restraining Order. Type, minor event, court case arc, part 2, setting, the attic, Wednesday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is fighting with the ancient printer near the register, which is making a low grinding noise like it's personally offended. Leo watches from a nearby stool, guitar untouched for once. Leo, that thing's been dying for months. Dana, smacking it once, it's not dying. It's being dramatic. The printer spits out a single crumpled page and goes silent. Dana holds it up, completely blank. Dana, flat, C. Dramatic. Jake enters through the back, tying his apron, already talking before the door fully swings shut. Jake, okay, hypothetically, if someone asked you to hold up a gun for a Halloween bit and it turned into an actual customer incident report, would that count as a felony or just a really weird Tuesday? Dana, not even looking up, depends which version of the story you're telling today. Jake, wounded, it's all the same story. Dana, it's never the same story. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, a plot, the case complications. Claire sits with a thick manila folder open in front of her, flipping through pages with the tired focus of someone who's read them 3 times already. Owen and Mia join, settling in across from her. Claire, reading a file, turns out my client's shop was actually held up at gunpoint 2 years before the fraud case, might be relevant to his defense, might not. Owen, that's a lot for one guy. Claire, the other side is pushing for a restraining order against a witness, too, which complicates things further. MIA, surprised, a restraining order? In an insurance case? Claire, welcome to the actual practice of law. Never as clean as the shows make it look. Jake, piping up, I got held up at gunpoint once, for the record. Well, fake gun. Halloween shift. Guy wanted free shots, not cash. Leo, you've told that story 4 different ways. Jake, all 4 are true. Selectively. Claire, there's also a confiscation of evidence issue from the original police report. Half my job right now is just paperwork. Owen leans in, unable to help himself, eyes lighting up at the word evidence. Owen, confiscation issue like chain of custody problems? Or like actually missing? Claire, rubbing her temple, the second one. Somehow. Owen, delighted despite himself, that's a real thing that happens? Outside of TV? Claire, flat, Owen, everything on TV is a real thing that happens, badly exaggerated, with worse lighting. Mia, still stuck on the earlier detail, taps her pen against the table. MIA, wait, go back, the shop owner got held up at gunpoint before the fraud thing? That's genuinely awful. Poor guy. Claire, careful, it's part of why I believe he might actually be telling the truth this time. People who've had something taken from them for real don't always fake it well the second time. There's a difference in the details. Jake, leaning back, see, now that's the kind of detail that should be in a TV show. Claire, dry, it's in a filing cabinet. Much less exciting. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, same time, B-plot, helping with paperwork. Owen stands over the ancient printer, pressing buttons with mounting frustration. Priya sits nearby with her phone face down, uncharacteristically resolved to ignore it. Owen, can someone switch on the printer? It's been off all morning. Priya, I'll switch off my phone notifications so I can actually focus and help you fill out these forms. Claire, handing over a stack, I need someone to back up all of this before Friday. Case files can't just live on one laptop. Jake, I'll fill in whatever gaps I can. I'm surprisingly good at boring paperwork. Owen finally gets the printer humming to life, letting out a small, triumphant exhale. Owen, to the printer, thank you. Was that so hard? Dana, passing by, it was being dramatic. Owen, nodding seriously, that tracks with everything else tonight. Priya settles in beside Jake, sorting through the stack Claire handed over, squinting at some of the denser legal language. Priya, mouthing a phrase, confiscation of evidence pursuant to, okay, I'm going to need you to translate some of this into normal words. Jake, glancing over, mock serious, legally speaking, no idea. Practically speaking, sounds like someone lost a box they were supposed to keep track of. Priya, typing that into a note, that's a much better sentence than the one on the page. Jake, grinning, I should charge for this. Owen, rejoining, laptop back open, backing up files now. Please, everyone, do not touch anything while the progress bar is moving. It's very sensitive to being watched. Priya, deadpan, it's a progress bar, Owen, not a souffle. Owen, not looking up, same rules apply. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The paperwork has been sorted into something resembling order, stacks now labeled with post-its in Owen's careful handwriting. Claire, arriving to check on progress, looks almost stunned by the organization. Claire, surveying the table, this is actually better organized than my office. Owen, proud, we color-coded by urgency. Priya's idea. Priya, modest, I just did what Mia would do. MIA, from across the table, touched, that might be the nicest thing anyone said to me all week. Claire, picking up one folder, flipping through, genuinely relieved, this is going to save me hours tomorrow. Thank you. All of you. Jake, leaning back, pleased with himself, turns out boring paperwork is my secret talent. Add it to the resume. Leo, dry, right under bartender, fourth time explaining the gunpoint thing. Jake, pointing at him, that story's not even in this conversation anymore. Let it die. Claire, closing the folder, softer, for what it's worth, this case has been heavy. Having all of you just help with the boring parts. It matters more than you'd think. A brief, genuine quiet settles over the table, the kind that doesn't need filling. Owen, breaking it, awkwardly sincere, we're statistically very good at boring parts. It's kind of our whole thing. MIA, laughing, wiping at her eyes, Owen, you just ruined a nice moment with a fact. Owen, genuinely confused, I thought it was the nice moment. Jake, raising a water glass, to boring paperwork, the real MVP of the entire legal system. Claire, clinking glasses, Rye, don't tell my professors that. They'd be so disappointed. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. The corner table is finally clear, folders stacked neatly in a box by the door, ready to go. Claire lingers, looking at the now empty table where, an hour ago, 5 people sat quietly doing paperwork for her without being asked twice. Dana wipes down the table near her. Dana, they didn't have to do that, you know. The paperwork thing. Claire, quiet, I know. Dana, but they did. Claire, picking up the box, small smile, yeah. They did. She heads for the door, pausing once to glance back at the empty chairs, Leo's chair angled slightly away from the table, still holding the shape of the evening, before stepping out into the night. Episode 87, The Crime Scene. Type, minor event, court case arc, Part 3, setting, the attic, Friday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana is counting the till, muttering totals under her breath. Mia enters first, planner already open, scanning the room like she's assessing it for a floor plan. MIA, to herself, okay. If we start the meeting by 7:15, we can wrap by 8 and still have social time. Dana, not looking up, there's a meeting now? MIA, there's always a meeting now. Priya follows close behind, phone in one hand, a half-eaten granola bar in the other, clearly mid-multitask. Priya, to her phone, muttering, send. Okay. Send. Okay, done. She sits, exhales, immediately opens a second app. Dana, watching her, you're going to give yourself a headache doing 4 things at once. Priya, not looking up, already have one. It's fine. It's productive. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, a plot, the witness/B plot, Claire and Leo. Claire arrives, laptop bag over one shoulder, looking marginally less exhausted than the past few weeks. Leo trails in behind her, guitar case slung across his back, grinning like he's already got a bit planned. Leo, dramatic, teasing, so are we all just casually going back to the scene of the crime, or is that just me being dramatic? Claire, it's an insurance office, Leo, not a crime thriller. Leo, feels the same energy. Claire, serious, the witness is finally considering whether to turn someone in. That's the actual update that matters today. MIA, is she safe? I don't love the idea of her being seen as a threat to herself just for doing the right thing. Claire, we're handling it carefully. Mia nods slowly, genuinely concerned, setting her planner aside for a moment, a small tell that she's actually invested rather than just following along. MIA, quieter, that's a lot of pressure to put on one person. Doing the right thing when it might cost her something. Claire, soft, unusual, it is. I keep telling her that. Doesn't seem to make it easier for her. Leo, gentler now, dropping the bit, you checking in on her outside of the case stuff? Or is that not allowed, legally? Claire, small, tired smile, it's allowed. I try to. It's a lot, some days. Leo reaches over, briefly, and squeezes her shoulder, no big gesture, just present. Claire doesn't pull away. Claire, composing herself, brisk again, anyway. Court date's still 2 weeks out. I'll know more after Monday. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, same time, C-plot, Owen's expense report. Jake leans against the counter, arms crossed, watching Owen avoid eye contact with his own laptop screen like it owes him money. Jake, to Owen, you need to hand in that expense report today or accounting's going to come for both of us. Owen, I keep putting it off. There's something about spreadsheets that makes time disappear. MIA, organizing, brisk, can we just kick off the actual planning meeting? We've been talking about it for 10 minutes. Priya, sorry, I was trying to set a goal for how much of my own stuff I finished this week. Multitasking, badly. Owen finally opens the report, staring at the blank fields like they're personally hostile. Owen, typing slowly, category, miscellaneous. Amount, I don't remember. Reason, I genuinely don't remember. Jake, leaning over his shoulder, that's not gonna fly with accounting, man. Owen, defeated, I know. I know that. Jake, grabbing a napkin, scribbling, okay, walk me through it. What did you even buy? Owen, thinking hard, printer ink. Coffee for a client meeting. And I think a stress ball? For the office? I don't remember approving that. Jake, writing it down, stress ball, reason, statistically necessary. There. Done. You're welcome. Owen, staring at the napkin, that's not how expense reports work. Jake, already walking off, neither is forgetting what you bought, but here we are. Mia claps her hands twice, calling the table to attention, planner flipped open to a page dense with color-coded bullet points. MIA, okay. Actual meeting. Priya, you're on decorations for the spring mixer. Owen, once your report's done, I need the budget numbers. Jake, I already know. I'm on drinks. I'm always on drinks. MIA, checking it off, efficient. I like it. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The planning meeting has largely dissolved into casual conversation, Mia's planner now closed and set aside, a rare sign of a meeting actually finishing on time. Claire checks her phone once, quickly, then sets it face down. Leo, noticing, case stuff? Claire, shaking her head, no. Actually, Jenny sent wedding photos. The professional ones, finally. MIA, perking up immediately, show me. Show me right now. Claire pulls the phone back up, and the group leans in around her, a warm little huddle over the small screen. Genuine delight ripples through them, someone laughs at a candid shot, someone else ahs audibly. Priya, looking at one photo a beat longer, wait, is that the one from the toast? With the guitar? Claire, quiet, a small private smile, yeah. That one. Leo glances at the photo over her shoulder, then at Claire, she doesn't look away from the screen, but she doesn't hide the smile either. Priya notices, as always, and says nothing, just files it away with everyone else's small unspoken things. Jake, returning with drinks, setting them down. What did I miss? MIA, wedding photos. Very important business. Jake, peering over. Oh, nice. Owen, you're smiling in this one. Rare sighting. Owen, checking, mildly alarmed. I don't remember smiling that hard. Jake, open bar does things to a man. MIA, scrolling, wistful, you know, for a case that started with a fake burglary, this has been a surprisingly nice month. Claire, dry, don't tell the judge that. It's not supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be justice. MIA, grinning, can't it be both? Claire, small, real smile, occasionally. Rarely. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Owen sits alone at the bar, finally finishing his expense report, Jake's napkin propped up beside the laptop like an actual reference document. Owen, typing, reading off the napkin, stress ball, reason, statistically necessary. He pauses, actually considers it, then hits submit anyway. Owen, to himself, worth a shot. Dana walks by, glancing at the screen. Dana, they're gonna reject that. Owen, resigned, yeah. Probably. Dana, almost sympathetic, should have just said office supplies like a normal person. Owen, closing the laptop, where's the fun in that? Dana raises an eyebrow, a rare flicker of something like approval, before flipping the sign to closed and heading for the register one last time. Episode 88, The Verdict. Type, major event setting, the courthouse, then the attic, Tuesday afternoon, Millbrook. Cold open, courthouse hallway, morning. A long, quiet hallway, marble floors, muted echoes. Mia and Owen sit stiffly on a bench outside the courtroom doors, both dressed a notch more formally than usual. Mia's planner sits untouched in her lap, for once, not open. MIA, whispering, should we be here? Is this weird? Are we allowed to just show up? Owen, whispering back, I looked it up. Courts open to the public. We're allowed. MIA, still whispering, that doesn't make it not weird. Owen checks his watch, then checks it again 4 seconds later. Owen, muttering, she said closing arguments would take an hour. It's been 58 minutes. MIA, staring at the door, you're doing the thing. Owen, not stopping, I'm aware I'm doing the thing. The courtroom doors swing open. Both of them freeze, sitting up straighter than necessary. Act 1. Scene 1, courthouse hallway, moments later, a plot, the verdict. Claire emerges last, blazer slightly rumpled, folder clutched to her chest, looking utterly drained but standing straighter than her exhaustion should allow. She spots Mia and Owen and stops short. Claire, drained, sitting down, verdicts in. Clients cleared of the fraud charge. Not per se innocent of everything, but cleared of the big one. MIA, that's huge, Claire. Claire, for a second in there, I thought my worst fear realized was about to happen, losing a case I actually believed in. Owen, how are you holding up? Claire, a rare, real smile, better than expected. Mia doesn't wait for permission, she pulls Claire into a hug right there on the bench. Claire, stiff for half a second, actually leans into it. MIA, into her shoulder, I'm so proud of you. So proud. Claire, quiet, a little thrown by the emotion, it's just a case, Mia. MIA, pulling back, firm, it's not just a case. You believed in something and you fought for it and you won. That matters. Claire doesn't argue this time. She just nods, blinking a little too fast. Owen, standing, awkwardly patting her shoulder once, for the record, I never doubted the outcome. Statistically, your win rate on cases you actually believe in is? Claire, laughing despite herself, Owen. Not now. Owen, retreating, understood. Filed away for later. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, later that afternoon, B plot, the surprise witness. The bar has been hastily but lovingly transformed, a few mismatched balloons, a hand-lettered sign taped crookedly to the wall reading "Congrats Claire," legally, in Jake's handwriting. Leo is tuning his guitar near the small stage, Priya arranging snacks with unusual flourish. Dana watches the whole setup with her arms crossed. Dana, flat, I run a bar, not a courthouse after-party venue. Leo, grinning, tonight you run both. Dana, sighing, already grabbing extra glasses, fine. But the balloons come down by Thursday. The door swings open. Jake enters, with an unfamiliar man trailing slightly behind him, looking a little unsure of himself. Jake, so this guy crashed a party at the bar last week, turns out he's the actual witness from Claire's case. Small world doesn't even cover it. Claire, blinking, you're joking. Jake, I do not have the imagination to make that up. The room goes quiet for a beat, Claire studying the man's face, clearly recalibrating in real time. He shifts uncomfortably under the attention. Darren, witness, awkward, I didn't know this was your case until Jake mentioned the name tonight. Small city, I guess. Claire, recovering, professional but warm, Darren. Right. You did the right thing, coming forward. I know it wasn't easy. Darren, rubbing the back of his neck, wasn't easy, no. But it felt worse not to. Mia, ever the host, is already ushering him toward a chair with a drink in hand before he can protest. MIA, sit, you're basically an honorary guest of honor tonight. Second only to Claire. Darren, surprised, softening, I really didn't expect this. Any of this. Priya, quietly, to Owen, see, this is a good ending. Not every witness story gets one. Owen, nodding, statistically rare, actually. Good outcomes for whistleblowers. Priya, gently, you don't have to statistic everything, Owen. Owen, considering this, I might though. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The celebration is in full, warm swing. Glasses have been passed around, the mismatched balloons bobbing gently overhead. The group has gathered close, Claire at the center for once instead of on the edges. Owen, raising a glass, to Claire, who managed to achieve a goal most people would have quit halfway through. Priya, we all face a challenge eventually. Good to see one actually go right for once. MIA, I just face a problem the same way every time, overplan, panic, somehow land on my feet. Claire, to landing on our feet. Glasses clink around the table. Claire looks around at everyone, Mia still teary, Owen visibly pleased with his toast, Priya smiling quietly, Jake already refilling drinks, Darren looking genuinely moved to be included. Jake, grinning, raising his own glass, and to Darren, the guy who accidentally crashed my bar and turned out to be plot relevant. Darren, laughing now, more relaxed, happy to help. Accidentally. Leo, guitar still in hand from earlier, plucks a few soft notes, not performing, just underscoring the moment. Claire glances at him, he catches it, gives her a small nod, keeps playing. MIA, leaning toward Claire, quiet, you did good. Really good. Claire, quiet, honest, it didn't feel like it most of the way through. MIA, gently, that's usually how the good ones feel, until they don't. Claire considers this, looks around the table once more, the balloons, the crooked sign, the people who threw together a celebration in an afternoon because they believed in her before the verdict even came in, and something in her finally, fully relaxes. Claire, soft, mostly to herself, funny. I spent the whole case scared of losing something I believed in. Didn't think about what I'd have waiting if I didn't. Leo, still playing quietly, doesn't miss a beat, but his eyes flick up to her, warm, present, unmistakably meaning something by it. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. The celebration has wound down. Darren has left with a warm goodbye and a promise from Jake of a drink on the house, next time, seriously. Claire sits alone at the corner table, the crooked "Congrats Claire," legally, sign still taped to the wall behind her, one balloon slowly deflating in the corner. Dana approaches, wiping down the table, glancing at the sign. Dana, Jake's handwriting is genuinely concerning. Claire, tired, happy, it's growing on me. Dana, surprised, that's new. You usually hate anything crooked. Claire, looking at the sign a moment longer, some things are better a little crooked. Dana raises an eyebrow but says nothing more, moving off to finish closing. Claire sits a moment longer in the quiet, glass in hand, the deflating balloon bobbing gently above her, before finally standing, grabbing her coat, and heading out into the night with something lighter in her step than she's had in weeks. Episode 89, A Feedback. Type, minor event setting, the attic, Wednesday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. Dana restocks napkins, humming under her breath. Priya enters, dropping her bag on a chair, phone already out, scrolling through what looks like a long, deliberate message she's drafting. Priya, muttering, no, too formal. Delete. Too casual. Delete. Dana, not looking up, who are you texting, the president? Priya, sheepish, Daniel. We're doing the figuring out what we are conversation. Over text. Which is apparently a terrible idea, according to every article I've read in the last hour. Dana, deadpan, then stop reading articles. Priya, defeated, that's annoyingly good advice. She sets the phone face down, exhales, then immediately flips it back over to keep drafting. Dana just shakes her head and moves on. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, later, a plot, Jake's relationship talk. Jake leans against the counter, wiping down glasses with more focus than the task requires, a clear sign he's thinking hard about something. Leo slides onto a nearby stool, immediately clocking the mood. Jake, Sasha says we need to communicate effectively or the whole moving in together conversation is going nowhere. Leo, beaming with pride, mock, look at you. Evolving. Jake, don't make it weird. Claire, relationships play a role in how people grow, whether they like it or not. Leo, to Jake, I can give feedback, if you want an outside opinion. Jake, absolutely not. Claire, arriving mid-conversation with her usual quiet timing, sets down her bag and gives Jake a considering look. Claire, for what it's worth, communicate effectively is not code for anything scary. It usually just means say the thing instead of implying the thing. Jake, groaning, that's the hardest part. Leo, grinning, say the thing, Jake. It's a small ask. Jake, pointing at him, you are the last person who gets to give commitment advice. You took 4 years to name a song. Leo, unbothered, and look how that turned out. He glances, briefly, toward the corner table where Claire has drifted to sit, a small private acknowledgement. Jake catches it and rolls his eyes good-naturedly. Jake, muttering, insufferable. Both of you. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, same time, B-plot, Owen's low week. Mia sits across from Owen, who's been quiet for the better part of the evening, laptop closed, untouched, which is unusual enough on its own to draw notice. Mia watches him a moment before speaking. MIA, noticing Owen distracted, you've seemed off this week. Want some guidance? I can give guidance, unsolicited, my specialty. Owen, quiet, it's not really something guidance fixes, Mia. MIA, okay. I'm here when it is. Owen, barely audible, some days feel like the depths of despair for no reason I can explain yet. Don't worry about it. Priya, nearby, hears this. Says nothing. But something shifts in her face. Mia doesn't push, she just reaches over, quietly, and rests a hand on the table near his, not quite touching, just present. MIA, gentle, no plan or brisk energy left in her voice, you don't have to explain it. Not tonight, not ever if you don't want to. Owen, small, tired smile, thanks. MIA, careful, but if it keeps feeling like that, the despair thing, I want you to tell me. Not fix it. Just tell me. Owen, nodding slowly, yeah. Okay. He doesn't say more, and Mia doesn't ask him to. She just stays there, quiet company, letting the moment be what it is instead of turning it into a plan. Priya, still nearby, catches Owen's eye for half a second. She doesn't say anything clever, doesn't deflect with a joke the way she might have a year ago. She just gives him a small, steady look, I see you, before turning back to her phone, giving him room. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The group has loosely reconvened. The mood is gentler than usual, nobody pushing too hard, conversation drifting easily between smaller things. Jake has rejoined, still turning Claire's earlier comment over in his head. Jake, to Claire, okay. Hypothetically. If I did say the thing to Sasha, the let's actually live together thing, how do I not make it weird? Claire, considering, genuinely, don't oversell it. Just say what you want, plainly. People can smell overselling. Jake, nodding slowly, plainly. Okay. I can do plainly. Elio, unable to resist, since when? Jake, flatly, since right now, apparently. Growth is a today thing. Priya, still glancing occasionally at Owen across the table, leans over to Mia quietly while the others talk. Priya, low, is he okay? Really? MIA, equally quiet, I don't know yet. I think we just stay close. Don't make it a whole thing unless he wants it to be. Priya, nodding, yeah. Okay. She glances at Owen once more, he's half listening to Jake and Leo bicker, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through, even if it doesn't quite reach all the way. Priya seems to relax slightly at that, though not completely. Owen, catching the tail end of the Jake conversation, for the record, Jake, plainly doesn't mean blunt. There's a difference. Jake, pointing at him, see, this is why I need outside opinions. Not from Leo. From him. Elio, mock offense, rude. Owen, a little more present now, warming to the topic, I could actually draft some language if you want. Nothing formal. Just options. Jake, surprised, touched despite himself, you'd do that? Owen, shrugging, small smile, it's easier to help someone else say the thing than to say my own. A beat. Nobody comments on it directly, but the weight of it lands anyway. Priya glances at Mia, who gives the smallest nod, both quietly registering it without making it a moment. Claire, dry, gentle, funny how we're all fluent in advice for everyone but ourselves. MIA, soft, good thing we've got each other for that part, then. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. Most of the group has filtered out. Owen lingers, laptop still closed on the table in front of him. Priya sits down across from him, quiet, not saying anything at first. Priya, finally, careful, you don't have to talk about it. I just didn't want you sitting alone tonight. Owen, looking up, a little surprised, thanks, Priya. Priya, small shrug, occupational hazard of noticing things. Owen almost laughs, genuine, if quiet. They sit together a moment, no pressure to fill the silence. Owen, eventually, honest, it's not always like this. Some weeks are just heavier than others. I don't really know why. Priya, gently, you don't have to know why for it to be okay to say out loud. Owen looks at her, something easing slightly in his shoulders. He doesn't respond right away, just nods, once, grateful. Dana passes by, flips the sign to closed, gives the two of them a rare, unbothered nod of privacy before retreating to the back. The lights dim slightly overhead, the two of them still sitting quietly together in the near-empty bar. Episode 90, Finding Direction. Type, minor event, transitional checkpoint, setting, the attic, Monday morning, Millbrook, Dana has just rearranged the whole place. Cold open, the attic, early morning. The bar looks different. Tables have been shuffled to new corners. The corner table has been moved 6 feet to the left. Even Leo's chair is missing from its usual spot. Dana stands behind the counter, surveying her work with quiet satisfaction, sipping coffee like nothing happened. Priya is the first to walk in, and she stops dead in the doorway, genuinely disoriented. Priya, blinking, did I walk into the wrong bar? Dana, not looking up, nope. Same bar. New feng shui. Priya, still processing, where's the corner table? Dana, pointing without looking, corner. Just a different corner. Priya walks slowly toward it like she's approaching a crime scene, sits down cautiously, testing if it's real. Priya, to herself, this is deeply unsettling. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, main floor, moments later, a plot, the new arrangement/B-plot, concern for Owen. Jake enters next, stopping in the doorway with the exact same disoriented energy as Priya moments before, looking genuinely lost in a space he's worked in for years. Jake, looking around, give me a second to find my bearings, you moved everything again, Dana? Dana, not looking up, someone had to. Jake wanders in a slow circle, orienting himself, eventually locating the relocated corner table with something like relief. Jake, sitting, still a little thrown, you couldn't have warned us? A text? Anything? Dana, where's the fun in that? Jake, muttering, there is no fun in this. This is chaos. Mia and Priya are already deep in a low conversation by the time Jake settles in, heads bent together. MIA, I want to get involved in whatever's going on with Owen. He's been off for weeks. Priya, I think I'm starting to become aware of what it might be. I don't want to guess out loud, though. Jake, catching the tail end, leans in, quieter than usual. Jake, low, you think it's serious? Like, actually serious? MIA, careful, I don't know. That's the part that's hard, not knowing if we should be doing more, or if doing more just makes it worse. Priya, thoughtful, I think, we just keep being around. Without making it a whole production. Jake, nodding slowly, yeah. Okay. I can do just being around. Owen enters, laptop bag over his shoulder, immediately stopping short at the rearranged room, momentarily distracted from whatever else was weighing on him. Owen, deflecting, can we talk about literally anything else? I've been trying to create opportunities for good news around here. Leo, gently, can't keep up with your own deflecting forever, man. Owen, watch me try. He sits, opens his laptop out of pure habit, then closes it again without typing anything, a small tell that doesn't go unnoticed by the table. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, relocated corner table, later, a plot, Owen's news. The group has settled into the new arrangement, adjusting slowly. Claire arrives last, stops at the old spot out of habit, looks around, and eventually locates everyone with mild exasperation. Claire, sitting, dry, I walked past this table twice. Leo, grinning, everyone did. Dana's staging a coup. Dana, from behind the bar, it's called improvement. Claire, unconvinced, it's called moving my usual seat 6 feet for no reason. Despite the grumbling, the group settles in, the disorientation of the new layout becoming, itself, a small unifying joke. Owen sits a little apart from the conversation, present but quiet, absently tracing a water ring on the table. MIA, gently, not pushing, you mentioned good news. What did you have in mind? Owen, brightening slightly, grateful for the opening, I looked into some things. Talked to someone. A professional someone. Just to have somewhere to put all of it instead of just carrying it around. The table goes quiet for a beat, not an awkward quiet, but an attentive one. Nobody rushes to fill it. Jake, careful, genuine, yeah? how'd that go? Owen, small, honest, good. Actually good. First appointments this week. Priya, relieved, warm, Owen, I'm really glad. Genuinely. Owen, a little embarrassed, deflecting slightly, it's not a big deal. It's just an appointment. Claire, firm, gentle, it's a big deal. Let it be a big deal for 5 seconds. Owen looks at her, surprised by the directness, then nods slowly, allowing himself, just for a moment, to actually sit with it instead of waving it off. Owen, quiet, okay. 5 seconds. The table waits, oddly solemn, counting the silence with him. After a beat, Jake breaks it, gently, not to dismiss the moment, but to give Owen room to breathe again. Jake, soft, time's up. Proud of you, man. Owen, small, real smile, thanks. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, relocated corner table, later. The mood has lightened, conversation drifting back toward easier things, Dana's rearranging, Mia's ongoing outrage about the missing coat hooks, Leo's theory that Dana secretly enjoys chaos. Owen, though quieter than usual, seems more present than he has in weeks, laughing at Jake's jokes, actually engaging. MIA, still scanning the room, where did the coat hooks even go, Dana? People need somewhere for their coats. Dana, flat, coats go on chairs now. New system. MIA, outraged, that's not a system, that's just chairs. Leo, grinning, to the table, I give it a week before she moves it all back. Dana, overhearing, unbothered, 2 weeks. Minimum. Priya, still keeping half an eye on Owen throughout, catches him glancing at his phone, a calendar reminder, similar to the one Mia left untouched weeks earlier. He looks at it a moment, then, instead of dismissing it, quietly sets a second reminder. Priya, noticing, quiet, what's that? Owen, a little sheepish, reminder to actually go to the appointment. I have a bad habit of scheduling things and then finding reasons not to show up. Priya, gently, we could come with. Not into the room, obviously. Just to the building. If that'd help. Owen, touched, surprised, you'd do that? Priya, simple, yeah. Course. Mia, overhearing this despite the coat hook debate still raging around her, reaches over without a word and squeezes Owen's shoulder once, brief, wordless, exactly enough. Leo, raising his glass, easy, to new arrangements. Furniture and otherwise. Claire, small smile, raising hers too, I'll drink to furniture. The otherwise is still a work in progress. Owen, quiet, genuine, progress, though. Claire, nodding, progress. Tag/outro, the attic, later that night. Most of the group has gone. Owen lingers at the newly relocated corner table, laptop finally open, but instead of a spreadsheet, it's a simple calendar app, a single event highlighted, appointment, Thursday, 4 p.m. He stares at it a moment, then closes the laptop gently, like he's protecting it rather than dismissing it. Dana passes by, glancing at the empty seat beside him where Priya sat earlier. Dana, you good? Owen, considering the question honestly, for once, getting there. Dana, nodding, unusually gentle, that's allowed to be enough for now. Owen looks up at her, a little surprised by the softness, but grateful for it. He packs up his bag slowly, glancing once more around the rearranged room, new table, new corner, same people who'd shown up anyway. Owen, quiet, to himself, new arrangement. He heads for the door. Dana watches him go, then flips the sign to closed, the newly relocated tables catching the last of the evening light. Episode 91, The Fall. Type, minor event, opens Owen's family arc, setting, the attic, Tuesday night, Millbrook. Cold open, the attic, early evening. An ordinary night, Dana restocking napkins, a couple of regulars at the far end of the bar. The corner table, still adjusting to its new spot from last week, has the group settled in comfortably. Owen is mid-story, laptop closed for once, actually animated about something. Owen, and so the whole spreadsheet was wrong the entire time because someone entered the date in the wrong format, and nobody caught it for 6 months. Jake, 6 months of wrong numbers? Owen, 6 months. I still think about it sometimes. Late at night. MIA, laughing, you think about a spreadsheet error late at night? Owen, completely serious, it haunts me, Mia. Everyone laughs. It's a good, easy night, the kind that doesn't announce itself as anything but ordinary. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, moments later, a plot, the phone call. Owen's phone buzzes on the table. He glances at it, and something in his face changes instantly, not alarm yet, just recognition of a name. Owen, standing, already stepping back, sorry, it's my mom. 1 second. He walks a few steps away, phone to his ear, back half turned to the table. The conversation is inaudible, but the group's easy chatter slowly dies as they clock his posture, stiffening, one hand gripping the back of a nearby chair. He returns. Pale. The table falls silent before he even speaks. Owen, shaken, that was my mom. Dad had a fall from the ladder in the garage. Leg cramp, apparently, mid-climb. He's at the hospital now. MIA, oh my God. Is he okay? Owen, they don't know yet. I have to go. Claire, immediately practical, go. I'll follow instructions from whoever's in charge here if you need anything handled while you're gone. Jake, I can drive you. My shift ends in 10. Owen, quiet, thanks. Owen fumbles with his jacket, hands not quite steady. Priya reaches over without a word and helps him find the sleeve he's missing. He looks at her, grateful, wordless. MIA, already reaching for her phone, text us the second you know anything. Anything at all, even if it's nothing. Owen, nodding, distracted, yeah. Okay. Claire, calm, grounding, Owen. Breathe for a second before you go. He looks at her, actually stops for half a beat, takes one visible breath. Owen, quieter, right. Okay. Elio, standing, gentle, we've got everything here. Go be with your family. Owen nods once, grabs his bag, and heads for the door with Jake already shrugging out of his apron behind the bar, calling something to Dana on his way past. The door swings shut behind them. The table sits in stunned quiet for a moment. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, after Owen leaves, B-plot, the group waits. The remaining group sits in an unusual stillness. Mia's planner is open but untouched. Claire has her phone out, but isn't looking at it. Priya fidgets with a napkin, folding and refolding it without purpose. Priya, I feel useless just sitting here. I want to complete a task, any task, so I'm not just waiting. Elio, softly, sometimes there's nothing productive to do. Doesn't mean you're not helping by being here. MIA, trying to distract herself, I always thought I had good creative thinking under pressure. Turns out I just reorganized the napkin drawer. Elio, that's a form of critical thinking, honestly. Panic cleaning. Mia, despite herself, lets out a short, watery laugh, the first crack in the tension. MIA, wiping her eyes, unexpectedly, sorry. I don't even know why I'm. Claire, gently, you don't have to explain it. It's scary. It's allowed to be scary. Claire's phone buzzes. Everyone freezes. She checks it, and her shoulders drop slightly with visible relief. Claire, it's just Jake. They made it to the hospital, no update yet. Priya, exhaling, okay. Okay, that's something. Dana approaches quietly, setting down a round of waters without being asked, no comment, no questions, just present. She lingers a moment longer than necessary before returning to the bar. MIA, watching her go, she's better at this than any of us. Leo, nodding, she doesn't try to fix it. Just shows up. Priya, quiet, almost to herself, maybe that's the whole trick. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, time passing. The waiting has stretched on. Half-finished drinks sit untouched. Mia has, at some point, actually gone and reorganized the napkin drawer behind the bar. Dana let her, without comment. Priya sits closest to the door, watching it every time it opens. Jake's text arrives. Claire's phone lights up first, but it's Priya who spots it and grabs for her own phone at the same moment. They all buzz in unison. Jake reads a text aloud, careful. Jake, reading, via text, relayed by Claire, stable. Waiting on scans. That's all he sent. You'd be amazed how fast you acquire knowledge in this job. Drunk regulars, broken glass, now this. Nothing actually prepares you, though. Relief moves through the table like a wave, not full relief, but enough to breathe with. Mia sits down hard, hand over her chest. MIA, stable. Okay. Stable is good. Stable is a good word. Priya, nodding, repeating it like an anchor, stable. Elio, quiet, still a long night, probably. But stable's the right direction. Claire types out a reply, thumb hovering before sending, brief, practical, warm. Claire, reading aloud what she's typing, tell him we're all here. Whatever he needs, whenever he needs it. MIA, nodding fiercely, yes. That. Send that. She sends it. The table settles into a different kind of quiet now, still tense, but no longer frozen. Priya finally stops fidgeting with the napkin, sets it down. Priya, quiet, I keep thinking about what Owen said. Weeks ago. About feeling off, not knowing why. Elio, gently, yeah. Priya, careful, I don't think this is unrelated. To that. Mia looks at her, something clicking into place, the pieces of weeks of quiet worry starting to form a fuller picture. Nobody says it outright. They don't need to. MIA, softly, will be there. However that looks. Whatever he needs. Leo, looking around the table, quiet, funny how the nights that matter most are usually the ones where nobody actually does anything. Just stays. Claire looks at him for a long moment, something unspoken passing between them, the echo of every quiet night this season has held. She doesn't say anything, just reaches over and squeezes his hand once under the table. Tag/outro, the attic, late night. Nearly closing time. The others have drifted toward the door in twos, promising to check phones the second they wake up. Priya is the last to leave, lingering near the bar where Dana is doing final closing tasks. Dana, not looking up, you should go home. Nothing more to do tonight. Priya, quiet, I know. I just don't love the idea of him going through this without knowing we're all awake for it. Even if we can't do anything. Dana pauses her wiping, actually looks at Priya for a moment. Dana, unusually soft, he'll know. People always know when someone's awake for them, even from far away. Priya considers this, nods slowly, grabs her bag. At the door, she pauses, phone buzzing once more in her hand. She reads it, and something in her posture eases, not fully, but enough. Priya, to Dana, relieved, scans came back. Just a sprain and a bad scare. He's going to be fine. Dana, for the first time all night, allows herself something like a real smile. Dana, told you he'd know. Priya smiles back, steps out into the night, phone still glowing faintly in her hand, the message open, reread once more before she pockets it and heads home. Episode 92, The Waiting Room. Type, minor event, Owen's family arc, Part 2, setting, the hospital waiting room, late at night. Cold open, hospital, waiting room, night. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. Rows of stiff chairs, a muted TV playing an infomercial nobody's watching, a coffee machine that's clearly seen better decades. Jake sits with two vending machine coffees, staring at them like they might solve something. Jake, to himself, one's for Owen. One's for me. Neither of us is gonna drink it. But it feels wrong not to have one. Mia enters from down the hall, arms wrapped around herself despite the warm room, planner nowhere in sight, a small, telling absence. MIA, sitting heavily, I left my planner in the car. Didn't even notice until just now. Jake, quiet, yeah. Some nights don't need one. They sit together in silence a moment, the hum of the vending machine the only sound. Act 1. Scene 1, hospital, waiting room, later, a plot, the update on Owen's dad. The whole group has gathered now, scattered across the stiff chairs in a loose half circle. Claire sits closest to Owen, who stares at a spot on the floor, hollowed out in a way none of them have seen before. Owen, he's in a coma. They induced it, actually, something about swelling. Controlled, not an emergency exactly, but... Claire, but it's terrifying regardless. Owen, yeah. They share information whenever there's an update, which isn't often enough for how it feels waiting. Priya, I can help gather information if that's useful. I'm decent at asking the right follow-up questions when I'm not the one who's scared. Owen, small, grateful, that would actually help. Priya nods, already pulling out a notepad, not her phone, an actual notepad, something steadier to hold on to. She doesn't say anything more, just moves toward the nurse's station with quiet purpose. Mia scoots her chair closer to Owen's, not saying anything, just closing the distance. Claire remains on his other side, still and present. MIA, after a moment, careful, does your mom need anything? Food, a change of clothes, someone to sit with her for a bit? Owen, quiet, she won't leave the hallway outside his room. I've tried. Claire, gently, then we bring the hallway to her. Small things. Coffee, a blanket, company that doesn't ask her to talk. Owen looks at her, something in his face loosening slightly at the practicality of it, a small foothold in the chaos. Owen, quiet, yeah. That'd help. Act 2. Scene 1, hospital, hallway, later, B-plot, Owen opens up. A quieter corridor, away from the main waiting room. Jake sits beside Owen on a bench near a window, the city lights faint and distant beyond the glass. Mia lingers nearby, close enough to hear, not close enough to intrude. Jake, sitting beside Owen, for what it's worth, you're allowed to grieve before you even know the outcome. That's not giving up. That's just being human. MIA, softly, you don't have to draw a conclusion about any of this yet, Owen. Everything's still moving. Owen, quiet, I don't think I can discuss a topic this heavy right now. Not fully. Mia nods, backs off gently, sits on his other side instead, just presence, no more pushing. A long quiet stretches between the three of them, broken only by the distant sound of a cart being wheeled somewhere down the hall. Priya rejoins, notepad in hand, sitting down across from them. She doesn't share whatever she learned right away, she watches Owen a moment first, weighing something. Priya, gently, is there something else going on? Something you've been trying to address an issue about, even before this happened? Owen looks at her, startled. She's finally said it out loud. Owen, long pause, yeah. There is. Nobody rushes him. Jake sets a hand lightly on his shoulder. Mia goes still, waiting. The hallway seems to hold its breath along with them. Owen, quiet, slow, I've been, for a while now, actually, longer than I've let on, I've been having a hard time. Not about one thing. Just, generally. Getting out of bed some mornings feels like a project. Everything's heavier than it should be. He stops, glances at them, half expecting the words to land wrong. They don't. MIA, steady, no judgment, thank you for telling us. Owen, quiet, I started seeing someone. A therapist. first appointments, was supposed to be this Thursday. Jake, careful, you still going? After all this? Owen, small, honest, I think I need to more than ever, actually. Priya writes nothing down. She just closes the notepad gently, sets it aside, and reaches over to take his hand, simple, steady, no words needed for a moment. Act 3. Scene 1, hospital, waiting room, later still. The group has drifted back to the main room. Leo enters last, having gone to find Owen's mother down the hall, carrying 2 cups of vending machine coffee of his own. He hands one to Claire without a word, sits beside her. Elio, quiet, your mom's doing okay. Tired. But okay. She said thank you for the coffee, by the way. Very specifically thank you for the coffee. Owen, small, tired smile, that's very her. A doctor appears briefly at the far end of the hall, speaking quietly to Owen's mother. The group all straighten at once, watching. Owen stands, moves toward them halfway, stops, waits. After a moment, his mother turns, gives a small nod, not triumphant, but not devastated either. Owen exhales, shoulders dropping an inch. Owen, returning, quieter, swellings going down. They're optimistic. Still cautious, but optimistic. MIA, exhaling hard, hand to her chest, okay. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Claire, steady, one step. But a real one. Owen sits back down, some of the tension finally, visibly leaving his body, not gone, but eased. He looks around at all of them, still here, still awake, hours into a night none of them planned for. Owen, quiet, you didn't have to stay this long. Any of you. Jake, simple, wasn't a question. Priya, gently, we're not going anywhere. Not tonight, and not with the other thing either. Whatever that ends up looking like. Owen looks at her, at all of them, something shifting in his face, not relief exactly, but something adjacent to it. Being known, finally, instead of quietly carrying it alone. MIA, soft, looking around at the exhausted, coffee-stained group, funny where you end up finding out who actually shows up. Never the place you'd planned for. Claire, quiet, agreeing, no. Never the place you'd planned for. Tag/outro, hospital, waiting room, toward dawn. The room has quieted further, the first faint gray light creeping through the windows. Most of the group doses in uncomfortable chairs, Jake's head tipped back, Mia curled against his shoulder, Leo and Claire close together, her head resting lightly near his. Priya sits awake, notepad open again, quietly jotting something down. Owen, awake beside her, watches her write. Owen, quiet, what are you writing? Priya, not looking up, small smile, nothing important. Just a reminder. For me, not you. Owen, curious, what kind of reminder? She turns the notepad toward him. In simple handwriting, ask him how the appointment goes. Actually ask. Don't wait for him to bring it up. Owen reads it, something warm cutting through the exhaustion in his face. Owen, quiet, thank you. 4, noticing. 4 weeks, actually. Not just tonight. Priya, gentle, that's what we do, apparently. Notice things. Even the quiet ones. Owen almost smiles, small, tired, real. Outside, the first proper light of morning creeps over the parking lot. Down the hall, faintly, a door opens, and a nurse's voice carries, calm and unhurried, toward Owen's mother. Episode 93, Farewell. Type, major event setting, the hospital, then a funeral home, a few days later. Cold open, hospital, waiting room, early morning. The room is quieter now than it's been in days. The group sits scattered, worn thin, coffee cups long gone cold. Claire sits upright despite the hour, watching the hallway. Leo is beside her, guitar case leaned against the wall, brought, unspoken, in case it was needed for comfort rather than performance. Mia doses lightly against Jake's shoulder. Priya sits with her notepad closed in her lap, no longer writing, just watching the hallway with the rest of them. Nobody speaks. There's nothing to fill the silence with that wouldn't feel wrong. Act 1. Scene 1, hospital, waiting room, moments later, a plot, the news. Down the hall, a door opens. Footsteps. The group straightens at once, the way they have every time all week, but this time is different, and they all seem to know it before anyone says a word. Owen walks back into the waiting room. His face says it before he does. Owen walks back into the waiting room, and everyone already knows from his face before he says anything. Owen, barely audible, he's gone. About 20 minutes ago. Mia hugs him first. No words for a moment. The others rise, slowly, and gather in, not a group hug exactly, just closeness. Claire's hand finds Owen's shoulder. Leo stands near, quiet, present. Priya doesn't move to touch him, but stays close enough that he can feel her there. Owen doesn't cry, not yet, he just stands there, held, hollow, exhausted past the point of tears. Mia pulls back only slightly, keeping a hand on his arm. MIA, quiet, steady, we're right here. Whatever you need. Whenever you need it. Owen, barely a whisper, I don't know what I need. Claire, gentle, you don't have to know yet. Down the hall, Owen's mother appears in the doorway, and Owen goes to her without another word, disappearing into a long, silent embrace. The group watches, quiet, giving them the space the moment asks for. Act 2. Scene 1, the funeral home, conference room, a few days later, B-plot, arrangements. A softly lit room, understated and formal. Owen's mother sits at the head of a table, exhausted but composed, papers spread in front of her. The group has come to help, quietly, without being asked twice. MIA, helping Owen's mom with logistics, the family's decided on a closed casket. Owen's mom wants people to remember him as he was. Priya, my grandmother's was an open casket, back home. Different tradition, I think. Both make sense, honestly. Claire, quiet, organizing, I want to make a contribution somehow, flowers, a reading, anything. Just tell me what's needed. Jake, softer than usual, I'd like to make a recommendation, if it's welcome, a song, maybe. Leo could play something. Leo, nodding, serious, I'll make sure it's high quality. He deserves that much. MIA, to the group, a wide range of people are coming, coworkers, neighbors, family from 3 different states. Owen's mom is overwhelmed. Owen, numb, there's a huge amount of paperwork after someone dies. Nobody tells you that part. Owen's mother looks up at that, a tired, grateful sort of look passing over her face as she watches the group quietly divide the work between them without being asked, Mia already writing a list, Claire pulling out her phone to call a florist, Priya offering to help draft the program. Owen's mother, quiet, you have good friends, Owen. Owen, small, honest, yeah. I do. Priya slides a notepad toward Owen's mother, gentle, practical. Priya, whenever you're ready, we can go through the guest list together. No rush. Owen's mother, grateful, thank you, dear. Jake, standing a little apart, catches Leo's eye across the room, a quiet, unspoken understanding passing between them about the song, about what it needs to hold. Act 3. Scene 1, the funeral home, small chapel, later that afternoon. Rows of folding chairs, soft light through stained glass, a simple arrangement of flowers. Claire spent the morning arranging herself rather than trusting to a florist rush order. The room is empty except for the group, running through final details before the service. Leo sits at the front with his guitar, quietly working through the song he and Jake discussed, not performing, just making sure it's right. Claire watches from a few rows back, arms crossed loosely, something soft in her expression. Leo, finishing a phrase, glancing back, too much? Too little? Claire, quiet, it's right. It doesn't need to be more than that. Owen enters from a side door, having stepped away for air, and stops at the side of the room, the flowers, the quiet, Leo's guitar resting gently against the moment rather than dominating it. Owen, quiet, this is a thank you. All of it. MIA, turning, gentle, you don't have to thank us. This is just what we do. Owen, small, honest, I know. That's kind of the whole point of saying it, though. Priya approaches with the finished program, hands it over carefully. Priya, your mom approved everything. She said it's exactly right. Owen looks at the program a long moment, his father's name, a photo from some year he half remembers, the small details the group assembled from grief and love in only a few days. Owen, quiet, throat tight, he would have hated how much fuss this is. Jake, gentle, probably. Doesn't mean he didn't deserve it. A long quiet settles over the small chapel, not heavy, exactly. Just full. Claire moves to stand beside Owen, doesn't say anything, just stands with him, looking at the same empty rows soon to be filled with people who loved his father. Owen, quiet, to no one in particular, I keep waiting to feel like I know what to do next. I don't think that feeling's coming. Claire, equally quiet, it doesn't, for a while. You just do the next thing anyway. And then the thing after that. Owen nods slowly, absorbing that, not comfort exactly, but something steadier than comfort. Something true. Tag/outro, funeral home, chapel, evening, after the service. The chapel has emptied. Chairs sit slightly askew from the day. Leo's guitar rests in its case near the front, the song already played and settled into memory. Owen sits alone in the front row, staring at nothing in particular. The others wait quietly near the back, giving him the room. Priya finally approaches, sits beside him without a word. Priya, gentle, take whatever time you need. We're not going anywhere. Owen, quiet, I know. He doesn't say anything else for a long moment. Priya doesn't push. Eventually, he speaks again, barely above a whisper. Owen, the appointment. Thursday. I think I still want to go. Priya, soft, I think that's a good idea. Owen, quiet, will you come? Just to the building. Like you said. Priya, without hesitation, yeah. Of course. Owen nods, something settling in him, not peace, not yet, but the smallest foothold of it. Outside, the rest of the group waits under the darkening sky, ready to walk him out whenever he's ready to go. Episode 94, After the Funeral. Type, minor event, Owen's family arc, Part 4, setting, Owen's mother's house, the day after the funeral, then the attic a few days later. Cold open, Owen's mother's house, kitchen, morning. A quiet kitchen, casserole dishes stacked on every surface, the aftermath of a week's worth of neighbors dropping off food nobody has the appetite to eat. Mia stands at the counter, methodically labeling each dish with masking tape and a marker. Chicken, Tuesday, lasagna, needs reheating, unknown, smells good. MIA, muttering to herself, if I don't label these, someone's going to microwave the wrong one and it's going to be a whole thing. Jake enters from the hallway, carrying a folding chair he's clearly been tasked with putting away somewhere. Jake, where do chairs go in a house that already has enough chairs? MIA, not looking up, garage. Ask Owen's mom. Actually, don't ask Owen's mom. Just put it in the garage. Jake, heading off, got it. Garage. Don't ask. Mia finishes labeling the last dish, steps back, surveys her work with the small, tired satisfaction of someone who needed a task and found one. Act 1. Scene 1, Owen's mother's house, living room, later, a plot, the job offer. The group has gathered loosely around the living room, some on the couch, some on the floor, the quiet comfort of just being present without needing to perform conversation. Owen sits near the window, Priya beside him, the light catching dust in the air. Priya, softly, to Owen, I'm sorry your dad passed away. I know sorry doesn't really cover it. Owen, small nod, it helps more than you'd think, actually. Owen takes a slow, deliberate breath. Owen, a cleansing breath, then, okay. I need to tell you all something I've been sitting on for 2 months. Everyone waits. Owen, I applied for a job near my mom's, before any of this happened. Just applied. Then Dad's fall happened, and now it's not hypothetical anymore, she can't be out there alone, and I got the offer this week. MIA, quiet, are you leaving? Owen, I don't know yet. That's the honest answer. The room sits with this a moment. Nobody rushes to respond, the kind of pause that means everyone's actually thinking, not performing sympathy. Claire, careful, whatever you decide, it's the right call if it's yours to make. Not something you're forced into. Owen, quiet, it doesn't feel like a choice, honestly. It feels like the only option that makes sense. Elio, gentle, that doesn't make it not a choice. Just means it's the choice you're leaning toward for good reasons. Owen nods slowly, absorbing that. Priya, beside him, says nothing, but reaches over and takes his hand, the same quiet gesture from the hospital hallway, familiar now. Jake, from the doorway, having overheard, whatever you land on, man, we're not going anywhere. Distance doesn't change that. Owen, small, grateful, yeah. I know. Doesn't make it easier to think about, though. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, a few days later, B-plot, back to normal. The bar has returned to its usual rhythm, though something in the air is still a little quieter than normal, the group easing back into ordinary life without quite forcing it. Mia has her planner out, but it sits closed in front of her, untouched. MIA, trying to lighten the mood, for the love of God, can we talk about literally anything else for one night? I need normal. Jake, deal. Did anyone see that new noodle place got increasingly popular overnight? Line around the block. Claire, family responsibility is becoming increasingly important to a lot of people our age, I've noticed. Not just Owen. Priya, something highly effective happens when people just talk about this stuff instead of guessing. Wild concept. Elio, soft, things grow rapidly when you stop hiding them. Ironic, considering the source. Owen manages a real laugh, the first in days. Owen, still laughing a little, okay, that one actually landed. Elio, pleased with himself, for years of not naming a song. I know a thing or two about hiding stuff. Claire, dry, but warm, don't get smug. It took you 4 years. Elio, grinning, and here I am, dispensing wisdom anyway. Jake leans back, genuinely relieved to see Owen laughing, even briefly. Jake, okay, but seriously, the noodle place. Line around the block. We're going. This week. No debate. MIA, perking up, grabbing her planner after all, I can actually get behind planning something fun for once. Priya, teasing, careful. Don't want to overexert the spontaneity muscle. MIA, already writing, it's spontaneous if I decide it in under 5 minutes. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The mood has settled into something easier, not fully back to normal, but close enough to breathe in. Owen sits back in his chair, quieter than the group around him, watching them bicker good-naturedly about noodle toppings. Jake, I'm just saying, if they don't have soft-boiled eggs, it's not a real ramen place. Priya, that's a very specific hill to die on. Jake, it's the correct hill. Claire, seated beside Owen, notices him drifting quiet again and leans in, low, just for him. Claire, you don't have to decide the job thing tonight. Or this week. Or even this month, probably. Owen, quiet, I know. It just feels like it's already decided, somehow. Like I'm just catching up to something that already happened. Claire, gently, that's allowed too. Grief does that, makes decisions feel like they're happening to you instead of by you. Owen, looking at her, a little surprised, that's oddly specific. Claire, small, wry smile, I've had a decision or two feel that way myself. Recently, actually. Abit Leo, a few seats down, catches this exchange without quite hearing it, and something knowing passes over his face. He doesn't comment, just goes back to arguing noodle toppings with Jake. Owen, after a moment, quieter, if I do this, it wouldn't be forever. Probably. I don't know. I haven't let myself think that far. Claire, steady, then don't, yet. One thing at a time. Mia, overhearing the tail end, reaches across the table and squeezes Owen's hand briefly, no big statement, just present, the way the whole table has learned to be with him these past weeks. Priya, raising her glass, softer than her usual teasing, to normal nights. And to however many of them we've got left before things change. Mia, raising hers too, voice thick, to however many. Whatever the number. Everyone drinks to that, quiet, a little sad, but warm underneath it. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. The group has mostly filtered out, the noodle place debate still unresolved and destined for another night. Owen lingers at the bar, where Dana is finishing up. Dana, not looking up, you look like a man with a decision hanging over him. Owen, small, tired laugh, is it that obvious? Dana, shrugging, you've got the same face as everyone who's ever sat at that bar with a big decision. It's a very specific face. Owen, considering this, any advice? From the face expert? Dana, finally looking up, unusually thoughtful, just don't let the decision make itself out of guilt. Make it out of what you actually want. Even if what you want is complicated. Owen nods slowly, turning that over. Owen, quiet, that's better advice than I expected from you. Dana, already turning back to closing up, don't tell anyone. I have a reputation. Owen almost smiles, grabs his jacket, heads for the door. He pauses there a moment, looking back at the newly rearranged tables, the ghost of 100 ordinary nights sitting in the empty chairs, before stepping out into the cool night air. Episode 95, Water Breaking. Type, minor event, opens the baby's birth arc, setting, the attic, rush hour, 2 weeks after the funeral. Cold open, the attic, early evening, packed. The bar is slammed, every seat full, a line 3 deep at the counter. Jake moves fast, pouring drinks, calling orders over his shoulder. Mia and Priya sit at the corner table, half shouting to be heard over the noise. Mia, checking her phone, Owen said he'd swing by after his appointment if he's up for it. Priya, nodding, distracted, watching the crowd, good. That's good. Dana moves behind the bar with her usual brisk efficiency, weaving between Jake and the register, unbothered by the chaos as business as normal, if a little more crowded than usual. Dana, calling to Jake, table 9's been waiting on their second round for 10 minutes. Jake, already grabbing glasses, on it. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, the bar, moments later, a plot, Dana's water breaks. The rush continues, loud and busy. Dana reaches for a bottle on the top shelf, and stops. Freezes mid-motion, hand still raised. Dana, mid-shift, suddenly freezes behind the bar. Dana, flat, as ever, my water just broke. Beat. Everyone stares. Jake, I'm sorry, what? Dana, you heard me. Someone call Marcus. I'm finishing this order first. Mia, Dana, you're in labor, you cannot finish the order. Dana, already moving, watch me. She pours the drink, hands perfectly steady, slides it across the bar to a bewildered customer, and only then reaches for her phone with the same unbothered calm she's brought to literally everything else all night. Jake, staring, half panicked, half amazed, you just finished a drink order. While in labor. Dana, already dialing, it's a mojito, Jake. It takes 90 seconds. Priya has already grabbed Dana's coat off the hook, holding it out like an offering. Mia is frantically scanning the bar, mentally cataloging who's about to be left to run the place. MIA, to the room at large. Okay, someone needs to cover the bar. Owen's not here, Leo's not here. Jake, already untying his apron. I'll stay. Someone's gotta hold down the fort. Claire, drive her. You're the calmest one who isn't currently pregnant. Claire, already grabbing her keys, visibly not calm. I am the opposite of calm right now, but okay, fine, yes. Dana, to the room, deadpan, hanging up her phone. Marcus is losing his mind over the phone. Somebody's gonna have to drive fast, apparently. Act 2. Scene 1, Claire's car, moving, continuous, B-plot, the drive. The car lurches through traffic, Claire gripping the wheel with white knuckles. Dana sits calm as ever in the passenger seat, timing something on her phone. Leo, Mia, and Jake are crammed in the back, Jake having abandoned his apron mid-shift the second Priya volunteered to cover for him. Claire, driving, unusually rattled. Things can change rapidly in situations like this. I read that once in an article. Leo, not helping, Claire. Jake, honestly this might have a positive impact on my nerves, weirdly, focusing on someone else's crisis instead of my own for once. Leo, or a very negative impact if we crash this car. MIA, everything has consequences, Leo, thank you for that. Owen, calling Dana's partner, I'm trying to work effectively under pressure here, everybody stay calm. Wait, beat. Everyone in the car turns. Jake, Owen, when did you even get in the car? Owen, on speakerphone, voice tinny, I'm not in the car. I'm on speaker. Priya called me the second it happened. MIA, relieved, oh thank God, someone competent is involved. Owen, still on speaker, Marcus says he's 15 minutes out. He also says, and I'm just relaying this, tell her I'm sorry I'm not there yet approximately every 30 seconds. Dana, checking her phone, unbothered, tell him it's fine. Contractions are still 8 minutes apart. We have time. Leo, staring at her, how are you tracking your own contractions right now like it's a spreadsheet? Dana, flat, somebody's gotta. Claire takes a turn slightly too fast. Everyone lurches. Jake, gripping the door handle, Claire. Claire. We do not need 2 emergencies tonight. Claire, through gritted teeth, I am aware, Jake. Act 3. Scene 1, hospital, waiting area, later. The group spills into the hospital lobby, slightly disheveled, Claire visibly relieved to be out of the driver's seat. Dana has already been whisked off with a nurse, calm as ever, waving off the wheelchair they offered her. Marcus arrives moments later, practically running, hair a mess, shirt buttoned wrong. Marcus, breathless, where is she? Is she okay? Is the baby? MIA, steering him toward the doors, she's fine. She finished a drink order before she even called you, so I think she's got this handled better than any of us. Marcus, half laughing, half crying, that tracks. That completely tracks. He disappears through the doors. The group collapses into the waiting room chairs, adrenaline slowly draining out of them. Jake, exhaling hard, okay. That was a lot. Leo, still catching his breath, I've never been more scared of a woman's driving in my life, and I include actual demolition derbies in that. Claire, defensive, still rattled, I got us here in one piece. MIA, patting her arm, you did great. Terrifying, but great. Priya's name flashes on Owen's phone, still on speaker somewhere in Jake's pocket, forgotten in the chaos. Owen, through the phone, is everyone alive? Priya wants to know if everyone's alive. Jake, grabbing the phone, everyone's alive. Dana's in with a nurse, Marcus just ran in like his pants were on fire, and Claire nearly killed us all getting here. Claire, loudly, for the phone's benefit, I did not nearly kill anyone. Owen, dryly, through the phone, noted for the record. Mia, catching her breath at last, looks around at the group, exhausted, wired, a little giddy with the strangeness of the night. Leo, leaning back, shaking his head, you know, for someone who's never had a single emotional reaction to anything in the 4 years I've known her, Dana sure picked a dramatic way to go into labor. MIA, laughing despite herself, she finished a mojito first. That's the least dramatic labor start in human history. Jake, grinning, that's the most Dana thing that's ever happened. Tag/outro, hospital, waiting area, later still. The adrenaline has faded into quiet waiting. Claire sits with her head tipped back against the wall, eyes closed, still recovering from the drive. Leo sits beside her, close, not saying anything, just present. Claire, eyes still closed, I don't think I've ever driven that fast in my life. Leo, quiet, amused, you were very impressive. Terrifying. But impressive. Claire, small smile, eyes still closed, I'll take it. A nurse pokes her head into the waiting room. Nurse, are you all here for Dana? Everyone sits up at once. MIA, standing fast, yes. Is everything? Nurse, smiling, everything's going well. Might be a while yet, but she's asking that someone bring her phone charger from her bag. She wants to keep tracking the intervals. A beat. The whole group looks at each other. Jake, deadpan, of course she does. Priya, through Owen's forgotten phone, still on speaker somewhere, I heard that. I'm bringing the charger myself. Someone needs to keep this bar running and get to that hospital, and apparently that someone is me. Owen, through the phone, I can close up. Go. Mia laughs, shaking her head, sitting back down to wait, the whole group settling in for what's clearly going to be a very long, very Dana kind of night. Episode 96, In Labor. Type, major event setting, the hospital, waiting room. Cold open, hospital, waiting room, night. Hours have clearly passed. Coffee cups litter the small side tables. Priya has returned with Dana's phone charger, now curled up in a chair scrolling something on her own phone with unusual focus. Jake paces a slow, worn path across the same 6 feet of carpet. Jake, muttering, 8 hours. 8 hours is a long time to make a person. MIA, not looking up from her planner, some labors take way longer than that, Jake. Don't jinx it. Jake, stopping, that's not comforting. MIA, finally looking up, I wasn't going for comforting. I was going for accurate. Leo enters from the vending machine hallway, arms full of snacks nobody asked for, dropping them unceremoniously on the nearest table. Leo, nobody said what kind of chips, so I got all of them. Jake, grabbing a bag, finally. Something that makes sense tonight. Act 1. Scene 1, hospital, waiting room, later, a plot, crowning. The group has settled into a loose, exhausted vigil, Claire with her feet up on an empty chair, Owen scrolling something on his laptop out of pure habit rather than purpose. The doors at the end of the hall swing open. A nurse pops her head out. Nurse, she's crowning. Won't be much longer now. Jake, pale, I did not need the visual that word gave me. Priya, weirdly calm, I actually read a whole article about the mucus plug thing yesterday, completely unrelated, and now it's suddenly extremely relevant. Leo, nobody asked, Priya. Priya, I'm just saying, preparation matters. Jake has gone slightly green, sinking into the nearest chair. Mia pats his knee without looking, entirely unbothered. MIA, you've bartended more disgusting things than childbirth, Jake. Pull it together. Jake, weakly, that's different. Those were voluntary. Leo, grinning, still a little pale himself, nobody in there is doing this voluntarily either, technically. Priya, matter of fact, biologically speaking, quite a lot of it is, actually. Jake, cutting her off, hand raised, Priya. I love you. Please stop. Priya raises both hands in surrender, suppressing a smile, and goes back to her phone. Act 2. Scene 1, Hospital, Waiting Room, Continuous, B-plot, Mia's planner. Mia is on her feet now, pacing with her planner open, scrawling something that looks suspiciously like a bullet-pointed agenda. Owen watches her with the resigned patience of someone who's seen this exact energy before. MIA, pacing, new priority list. We need to develop a strategy for who goes in when, food runs, all of it. Owen, do we really need a strategy? We just need to meet expectations of showing up and being quiet. MIA, making adjustments to her own plan mid-sentence, fine. Revised plan. Less bossy. This is officially high priority to me, though, I want this to go well for her. Claire, unusually relaxed, feet up, I'm just going to kick back until someone tells us something. Nothing left to control here. Mia stares at Claire, genuinely stunned by the sentence. MIA, who even are you right now? Claire, not opening her eyes, a woman who's spent 2 weeks lawyering, funeral planning, and driving Dana to a hospital at 90 miles an hour. I'm retired for the evening. Owen, nodding slowly, that's fair. Genuinely fair. Mia closes her planner, considers this, and, after a visible internal struggle, sets it down on the table instead of holding onto it. MIA, sitting, deflating slightly, okay. Fine. I'll just sit. For a bit. Owen, gently, look at that. Growth. MIA, pointing at him, not quite a threat, don't push it. She lasts about 40 seconds before picking the planner back up, if only to hold it, not to write in it, a small, quiet compromise nobody comments on. Act 3. Scene 1, Hospital, Waiting Room, later still. The room has gone quiet with anticipation, everyone half standing, half sitting, watching the double doors like they might announce something at any second. Jake has recovered his color, sitting beside Leo, both of them leaned forward. Jake, quiet, you think it hurts as bad as everyone says? Leo, equally quiet, I think if it didn't, they wouldn't need a whole waiting room full of nervous people outside. A long beat. Priya sets her phone down entirely, giving the doors her full attention for the first time all night. Owen closes his laptop, unopened all evening anyway. Priya, soft, feels different, waiting for good news. After everything. The room goes quiet at that. Owen glances at her, understanding immediately what she means without needing more said. Owen, quiet, yeah. It does. Claire, gently, from her relaxed sprawl, let it be different. You're allowed to just be excited about this one. MIA, reaching over, squeezing Owen's hand briefly, we all are. A cry, thin, high, unmistakable, cuts faintly through the walls down the hallway. Everyone freezes at once. Jake, standing bolt upright, was that. Leo, also standing, that was definitely a baby. The whole room holds its breath. The double doors swing open. Marcus appears, absolutely wrecked, grinning so hard it looks painful, still in scrubs a size too big. Marcus, voice cracking, it's a girl. She's perfect. Dana's asking for everyone. Well, she said, and I quote, tell them to keep it down, but yes, they can come. The room erupts, Mia bursts into tears immediately, Jake lets out a whoop that earns him a dirty look from a nearby nurse, Priya grabs Owen's arm in pure delight. Leo, grinning, wiping his eyes without shame, Dana had a whole baby and still managed to be bossy about volume control. Never change. Claire, standing, finally, genuinely moved, wouldn't dream of asking her to. Tag/outro, hospital, Dana's room, moments later. The room is soft and dim, monitors beeping quietly. Dana sits propped up in bed, exhausted, hair a mess, holding a small bundle with an expression none of them have ever seen on her face before, something unguarded, entirely without her usual deadpan armor. Marcus hovers close, still teary. The group files in quietly, careful, awed. MIA, whispering, she's so small. Dana, not looking up from the baby, voice soft for the first time in the show's history, yeah. She is. Jake, peering in, whispering, what's her name? Dana, finally glancing up, small, real smile, Nora. Elio, quiet, that's a good name. Dana, looking back down at Nora, quiet, yeah. It is. A long, warm silence settles over the room, the whole group crowded close, watching Dana hold her daughter with a tenderness none of them expected but all of them somehow always knew was there underneath. Priya, softly, to Owen, standing beside her, funny how life just keeps going. Even after everything. Owen, equally soft, watching Dana and the baby, yeah. It really does. Dana looks up at the room full of exhausted, teary, thoroughly overinvested friends crowded around her hospital bed at 3 a.m, and for once, doesn't have a deadpan line ready. She just looks at them, grateful, tired, happy, and lets the moment be exactly what it is. Episode 97, Welcome to the World. Type, minor event, baby's birth arc, part 3, setting, the hospital, a patient room, early morning. Cold open, hospital, hallway, early morning. The hallway outside Dana's room has become an unofficial campsite, cardigans draped over chair backs, empty coffee cups lined up on a windowsill like trophies. Owen sits with his laptop open, though the screen has long since dimmed to sleep. Priya is curled sideways in a chair, eyes half closed. Owen, blinking awake, what time is it? Priya, not opening her eyes, doesn't matter. Time stopped being real around 2 a.m. Down the hall, a nurse wheels a cart past, humming softly. Owen watches her go, then glances at his phone, a missed calendar reminder blinking at him, appointment, Thursday, 4 p.m., now 2 days past. Owen, quiet, to himself, rescheduled. Not missed. Rescheduled. Priya cracks one eye open, having heard him, and says nothing, just reaches over and pats his arm once before closing her eyes again. Act 1. Scene 1, Hospital, Dana's room, moments later, a plot, meeting June. Soft morning light through the blinds. Dana looks exhausted but radiant, propped up in bed, a newborn cradled against her chest. Marcus sits beside her, spooning ice chips into a cup with the focused devotion of a man who has found his life's purpose. Dana, to Marcus, more ice chips. And thank you, but also, never speak of my language during transition. Ever. Marcus, noted. Jake, peeking in, so oh boy or girl? Dana, girl. Her name's June. MIA, that's beautiful, Dana. Jake tiptoes in like the floor might be lava, peering down at the baby with the same wide-eyed caution he brought to the waiting room hours earlier. Jake, whispering, she's got your face. The unimpressed one. Dana, glancing down at June, small smile, she better. It's a good face. Marcus, proud, exhausted, she's already given the pediatrician a look. This morning. An actual look. MIA, delighted, a day old and already deadpan. Iconic. Dana accepts the ice chips from Marcus, popping one in her mouth, watching the room fill slowly with the rest of the group crowding gently in the doorway, careful not to overwhelm. Dana, to the doorway, dry despite the exhaustion, you can all come in. Quietly. I will throw ice chips if it gets loud. Elio, from the doorway, grinning, fair terms. Act 2. Scene 1, Hospital, hallway outside Dana's room, same time, B-plot, the group looks back. A few of them linger in the hallway, giving Dana and Marcus a little space with the baby, taking turns visiting in 2s and 3s. Leo leans against the wall, arms crossed, the exhaustion of the long night settling comfortably rather than heavily. Elio, relieved, I think tonight the whole group played an essential role, actually. Even if all we did was sit here being loud. Owen, being loud was probably the major advantage we offered, honestly. Priya, laughing. Anxiety was definitely the main factor keeping Jake talking for 6 hours straight. Jake, mock offended. I was trying to save it, the nervous energy, and it just kept coming out as words. Claire, the major cause of tonight's chaos was entirely Dana finishing that drink order first, for the record. Everyone laughs, properly, for the first time in weeks. Jake, stretching, time to wind down. It's been a month. MIA, checking her phone, disbelieving, it's been a day and a half, Jake. Jake, deadpan, felt like a month. Emotionally, spiritually, and in terms of how many vending machine snacks I've eaten. Owen, mildly, that last one's measurable, actually. I could calculate it. Jake, pointing at him, please don't. Priya leans her head against the wall, watching the group with quiet, tired affection, the kind that comes from having weathered something hard together and come out the other side lighter than expected. Priya, softly, feels good. Laughing like this again. Claire, nodding, equally soft, yeah. It does. Act 3. Scene 1, Hospital, Dana's room, later. The whole group has finally crowded in properly, careful and hushed, taking turns admiring June from a respectful distance. Owen stands near the foot of the bed, and Dana, noticing him hanging back, waves him closer. Dana, to Owen, you've been quiet. Quieter than usual, even for you. Owen, small smile, long few weeks. Dana, studying him a beat, heard about your dad. I'm sorry. Owen, nodding, quiet, thanks. And, congratulations. Really. This is good news. We needed good news. Dana, looking down at June, then back at him, yeah. We did. She shifts June slightly, offering Owen a closer look without quite handing her over, a small, careful gesture of inclusion. Dana, statistically speaking, since I know you'll want to know, she was 7 pounds, 2 ounces. 19 inches. Apparently very average, according to the nurse. Owen, touched she remembered his whole thing, small laugh, average is good. Average means healthy. Dana, small, real smile, that's what I told Marcus. He didn't believe me until the doctor said the same thing in fancier words. Mia, watching from nearby, dabs at her eyes again, entirely unbothered by how many times she's cried in the last 24 hours. MIA, sniffling, I'm not going to apologize for crying this much. This is a beautiful morning and I'm allowed. Claire, dry, gentle, nobody's asking you to apologize. MIA, still crying, good. Because I wasn't going to. Dana, looking around at the exhausted, overinvested group crowded into her small hospital room, you know, for a group of people who mostly just sat in a waiting room eating chips, you all act like you did the hard part. Jake, grinning, we provided emotional support. Very taxing work. Dana, unconvinced, but fond, sure. Emotional support. Tag/outro, hospital, Dana's room, later, group thinning out. Most of the group has finally peeled off to go home and sleep, Jake practically horizontal with exhaustion, Mia still dabbing her eyes on the way out. Priya lingers last, standing quietly beside the bed. Priya, softly, can I say something a little sentimental before I go? Dana, raising an eyebrow, that's usually my line to refuse, but go ahead. Priya, smiling, I just think it's nice. That after everything this month, all of it, this is where we landed. Something good. Dana looks down at June, quiet for a moment, then back up at Priya. Dana, unusually soft, yeah. It is nice. She glances toward the doorway, where the faint sound of Jake and Leo bickering about parking validation drifts in from the hallway. Dana, dry, but warm underneath it, don't let them hear me say that, though. I've got a reputation. Priya, grinning, backing toward the door, wouldn't dream of it. She slips out, leaving Dana alone with June and Marcus in the soft morning light, the hallway noise fading gently as the door closes behind her. Episode 98, Slipped the String. Type, minor event setting, a park, an outdoor party celebrating baby June's 1-month milestone. Cold open, the park, midday, early summer. A cluster of picnic blankets and folding chairs under a big oak tree, streamers tied loosely to branches, a banner reading 1 month old, hung slightly crooked between 2 trees, unmistakably Jake's handiwork. Jake stands back, admiring it. Jake, to Leo, tell me that's not the straightest banner you've ever seen. Leo, squinting, it's crooked, man. Jake, unbothered, it's character. Mia arrives, arms full of a cooler she's clearly overpacked, planner tucked under one arm despite the outdoor setting. MIA, setting the cooler down, huffing, okay. Sandwiches, juice boxes for the actual children present, and a backup diaper bag in case Dana's runs out. Jake, you packed a backup diaper bag. For someone else's kid. MIA, defensive, it's called being prepared, Jake. Dana approaches, June strapped to her chest in a carrier, looking more rested than she has any right to after a month of sleepless nights. Dana, deadpan, nodding at the banner, crooked. Leo, pointing at Jake, told you. Jake, throwing up his hands, it's character. Act 1. Scene 1, the park, picnic blankets, later, a plot, the balloon/B plot, Owen's decision. The party is in full swing, a small gathering, warm and easy. A few kids from the neighborhood run around nearby, one of them clutching a bright red balloon. Priya sits cross-legged on a blanket, watching the kids play, a paper plate of sandwich crusts beside her. Mia sits nearby, sorting something in her planner despite herself. A small shriek, the balloon slips free from a kid's fist and drifts upward, catching the breeze, rising fast. Priya, watching it drift, it broke free. Just, gone. Kind of poetic, actually. MIA, you find poetry in everything lately. That's a major difference from the Priya who first showed up here. Priya, I contain multitudes now, apparently. Owen sits a little apart, checking his phone, the balloon shrinking to a red dot against the blue sky above them. Owen, checking his phone, relocating for family is becoming a bit of a current trend among people my age, I've read. Weirdly comforting to not be the only one. Claire, have you thought more about the offer? Owen, I have some future development to figure out, yeah. Not there yet. Claire, gently, whatever you decide, there's probably an effective method to stay close without leaving everything behind. Worth exploring before you commit. Owen nods slowly, watching the balloon vanish entirely now, swallowed by the sky. Owen, quiet, I keep thinking about that balloon thing Priya just said. About it being gone but also kind of free. Priya, surprised, touched, I wasn't trying to make it a metaphor for your life, but sure, I'll take the credit. Owen, small smile, it's not a metaphor. MIA, gently, you don't have to have it figured out today. Today's just June's 1-month thing. Owen, nodding, yeah. I know. Just thinking out loud. Act 2. Scene 1, the park, near the food table, same time, C-plot, Jake and Leo. Jake and Leo are attempting, with mixed success, to keep the sandwiches from blowing away in the breeze, weighting down paper plates with juice boxes. Leo, glancing over at Owen's group, he's really turning it over, huh? The job thing. Jake, nodding, yeah. Been on his mind for weeks. Longer, probably. Leo, quiet, you think he'll go? Jake, considering, I think he already half decided the night his dad fell. Rest of it's just catching up. They watch Owen a moment longer, quiet, thoughtful, half a conversation away from Claire. Leo, changing the subject, lighter, you and Sasha figure out the moving in thing yet? Jake, grinning, a little proud, said the thing. Plainly, like Claire said. Didn't die. Leo, impressed, look at you. Growth. Jake, pointing at him, don't make it weird. Leo, already making it weird, I'm just saying, the guy who took 4 years to name a song is calling me the slow one now? Jake, deadpan, that's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Dana approaches, June fussing slightly in the carrier, and hands Jake a burp cloth without a word, a small, practical interruption that neither of them questions. Dana, hold this. Don't ask why. Jake, taking it, wasn't gonna. Act 3. Scene 1, the park, picnic blankets, later. The party has mellowed into its late afternoon stretch, kids tired out, adults lounging in the shade. Claire sits beside Owen now, the others scattered nearby in easy conversation. Priya has drifted over to help Dana with June, cooing softly at her. Claire, careful, for what it's worth, if you do take the job, I don't think it's the same as leaving. Not really. Owen, quiet, feels like it would be, some days. Claire, gently, you watched all of us show up at a hospital at 3 a.m. for a stranger's baby. Distance doesn't undo that kind of thing. It's not a switch. Owen considers this, watching Mia across the blanket, laughing at something Jake said, planner finally, fully closed beside her. Owen, quiet, I think I needed to hear that from someone who isn't my mom. Claire, small smile, happy to be someone who isn't your mom. Leo wanders over, dropping down beside Claire with his guitar, having fetched it from the car at some point without anyone noticing. Leo, to Owen, whatever you land on, I'll write you a going away song. Or a staying song. Either way, you're getting a song. Owen, laughing, some real lightness in it, that took you 4 years the last time. Leo, grinning, I'm faster when it's not about my own feelings. He plucks a few idle notes, nothing structured, just filling the warm air with something soft. Mia glances over, and something about the moment, the whole group scattered loose and easy under the tree, June asleep now in Dana's arms, Owen's decision still unmade but somehow lighter for having been said out loud, settles over the group like the last of the afternoon light. Priya, watching the empty sky where the balloon disappeared, quiet, maybe it's not about the string breaking. Maybe it's about where the thing ends up going once it's free to. MIA, softly, watching her, when did you get so wise? Priya, shrugging, small smile, occupational hazard of paying attention. Tag/outro, the park, late afternoon, packing up. The party winds down, blankets folded, banner, still crooked, taken down carefully by Jake, who insists on keeping it for the next one. Dana straps a sleeping June into her car seat, Marcus loading the cooler. Owen lingers near the tree, looking up at the sky where the balloon vanished hours ago. Priya joins him, quiet. Priya, you good? Owen, nodding slowly, yeah. Actually, yeah, I think I am. Priya, gently, any closer to deciding? Owen, small, honest smile, closer to being okay with not deciding today. That's something, right? Priya, nodding, that's something. They stand together a moment longer, the last of the group calling goodbyes across the park, the crooked banner rolled up under Jake's arm like a trophy. Owen looks up at the sky one more time, empty, blue, wide open, before turning to help fold the last blanket. Episode 99, in unison. Type, minor event, light recap episode, setting, the attic, a quiet evening, near the end of the season. Cold open, the attic, early evening. A slow night. Dana wipes down the bar with unhurried rhythm, the radio playing low. Leo sits at the counter, guitar across his lap, playing the now finished, now titled song softly, not for anyone in particular, just because the quiet asked for it. Dana, not looking up, still playing that one. Leo, smiling faintly, figure I'll play it for a while yet. Dana, a small, rare warmth, it's a good one. The door chimes. Priya enters first, both socks matching, a habit that's stuck, mostly. She glances around the familiar room, taking a breath, something settled in her posture that wasn't there a year ago. Priya, to herself, quiet, same table. Same everything. Dana, overhearing, you say that like it's a bad thing. Priya, sitting, smiling, didn't say that at all. Act 1. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, a plot, the toast. The whole group has gathered, unhurried, drinks in front of them, no agenda for once, no wedding to plan, no crisis to manage, no spreadsheet to argue about. Just an ordinary night, the kind the season started with and, it seems, is ending with too. Mia lifts her glass, no announcement, no ceremony, just a small, natural gesture. And somehow, without a word passed between them, every hand at the table rises at the same moment. Claire, surprised, smiling, we just did that in unison. Nobody signaled it. Elio, about 2 months ago I would have said this group couldn't coordinate a group text, let alone a toast. Jake, grinning, growth. Extremely useful, occasionally, this group. MIA, I feel like we're finally making real progress, as people, not just as a friend group that survives things. Owen, quiet, thoughtful, I think I finally set realistic goals for myself this year. Not big ones. Just honest ones. Priya, that might be the most grown-up thing anyone's said at this table all year. A beat of quiet contentment settles over them, glasses still raised, nobody quite ready to drink yet, like the moment itself is worth holding a second longer. Claire, finally, softer, to honest goals, then. Small or not. They drink. Mia sets her glass down first, already looking a little misty, though tonight it's the good kind. MIA, wiping her eyes, laughing at herself, I'm not even sad. I don't know why I'm doing this. Jake, gently, you cry at good things now. New personality trait. We've all noticed. MIA, unbothered, I contain multitudes. Priya, grinning, that's my line. MIA, shrugging, I'm borrowing it. Sue me. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, continued, B-plot, Owen's decision revealed. The conversation drifts easy and loose, the kind that only happens after a long stretch of hard things have finally settled. Leo has brought his guitar over, resting it against his chair rather than playing, present without performing. Elio, looking around, feels like a while since we just sat here. No emergency. No wedding. No baby on the way. Claire, dry, don't jinx it. Elio, grinning, wouldn't dream of it. Owen, laptop notably absent tonight, leans back in his chair, more relaxed than he's looked in months. Jake, to Owen, so. You never actually told us. The job. What did you decide? The table quiets slightly, giving him room. Owen takes a moment, unhurried. Owen, calm, turned it down. For now. MIA, surprised, careful, yeah? Owen, nodding, found a way to visit more instead. Claire helped me look into it, actually. Every other weekend, some remote days built in. Mom's not thrilled, but she gets it. Claire, small, proud smile, he did his own research this time. I just pointed him at the right people. Owen, small smile back, statistically, that's most of what research is anyway. Priya reaches over, squeezes his arm once, the same quiet gesture from the hospital hallway, familiar now, worn smooth with use. Priya, soft, good. I'm really glad. Owen, quiet, yeah. Me too, actually. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later. The night has settled into its easy final stretch, the kind of hour where nobody's in a rush to leave, where the conversation loops back on itself, comfortable and familiar. Jake leans back, arms behind his head, looking around at all of them. Jake, reflective, weird year. Elio, nodding, weird year. MIA, quiet, good weird though. Mostly. Claire, considering, mostly. A comfortable silence. Dana passes by with a tray, catching the tail end of the mood without needing the full context. Dana, dry, as ever, you're all doing the sentimental thing again. Jake, grinning, it's a whole year's worth of sentimental. We're due. Dana, unbothered, walking off, just keep it under control. I've got a baby monitor going off in my back pocket, I don't need a group therapy session too. The table laughs, easy, warm, unforced. Priya looks around at all of them, Claire and Leo close together, no longer pretending not to be, Owen lighter than he's been in months, Mia's planner sitting closed and untouched on the table, Jake grinning like he's got nowhere else he'd rather be. Priya, quiet, mostly to herself, feels like a full circle. Sort of. Elio, overhearing, gentle, only sort of? Priya, smiling, still a few more circles left to go, probably. I hope, anyway. Claire, raising her glass again, easy this time, no surprise in it, to more circles, then. However many. Every glass rises again, this time, everyone waits for her cue, smiling, before drinking together, properly in unison. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. The group has finally trickled out, one by one, warm goodbyes and easy promises to see each other soon, not the anxious kind of promise, just the ordinary kind, the kind that doesn't need to be written down. Priya lingers last, same as always, at the bar with Dana. Dana, wiping down the counter, you always the last one out. Priya, settling onto a stool, occupational hazard. Dana, almost smiling, of paying attention. Yeah, I've heard. Priya laughs, glancing around the empty room, the same corner table, the same crooked chair that's still, technically, Leo's, the same chipped vase Dana never bothered to fix. Priya, quiet, feels different than when I first walked in here. All of it. Dana, following her gaze, everything usually does, eventually. You just don't notice until you look back. Priya nods slowly, taking that in. Dana flips the sign to closed, and the two of them sit a moment longer in the quiet, comfortable dark, before Priya finally gathers her things and heads for the door. Episode 100, Whole. Type, Major Event, Season 3 Finale, Setting, The Attic, a special night, exactly 1 year since Priya moved to Millbrook, closing Season 3. Cold open, The Attic, late afternoon, before opening. Empty tables, chairs still up on some of them. Dana moves through her usual pre-shift routine, June asleep in a carrier strapped to her chest, one hand steadying the baby, the other wiping down the bar one-handed with practiced efficiency. Dana, to June, quiet, barely audible, big night tonight. Try not to wake up during the toasts. The door chimes. Priya enters first, alone, a full hour before anyone else was supposed to arrive. She stops in the doorway, looking around the room the way she did the very first time, slower this time, more deliberate. Dana, not looking up, you're early. Priya, quiet, yeah. I know. She walks to the corner table, the relocated one, though nobody calls it new anymore, and sits, just for a moment, in the exact chair she sat in a year ago. She glances down at her feet, at two perfectly matching socks, and almost laughs. Priya, to herself, long way from a mismatched pair. Dana, glancing over, small, rare warmth, longer than you think. Act 1. Scene 1, The Attic, corner table, evening, a plot, the year in review. The whole group has gathered now, the table fuller and louder than it's been all season. Sasha sits easily beside Jake, folded into the group like she's always been there. Dana stands nearby behind the bar, June still asleep in the carrier. Marcus waves from a stool at the end of the counter, half watching, half letting the group have their night. Mia raises her glass, no ceremony, no announcement, just the natural motion of someone who's been waiting all week to say this. MIA, raising a glass, so, weddings, verdicts, hospitals, a baby. This has been a year. Jake, a whole year of chaos, technically, since Priya's first night. Priya, laughing, please don't remind me about the sock. Claire, dry, fond, I'm honestly not following you when you say it's just been a year. Feels longer. Feels shorter. Both, somehow. MIA, not following you either, but I'll drink to it. Owen, quiet, then a small smile. I've decided to stay focused on figuring it out slowly. No deadline on the decision. My mom agrees, for now. MIA, good. Stay focused on that instead of the calendar. Jake leans back, glass still raised, grinning around the table. Jake, real talk, a year ago I couldn't have told you Owen's coffee order, let alone his 5-year plan. Owen, dry, I still don't have a 5-year plan. Jake, pointing at him, see, that's growth. A year ago you'd have had 6. Sasha, leaning toward Jake, amused, is this what all your nights here are like? Jake, proud, every single one. Welcome to it. Claire, to Sasha, warmer than her usual register, fair warning, it doesn't get less chaotic. Just more familiar. Sasha, smiling, I think I can live with that. Act 2. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later, B-plot, Leo's song. The evening has softened into its comfortable middle stretch, plates half cleared, glasses refilled once already. Priya sits back, watching the table with the same quiet, careful attention she's always brought to it, though there's less anxiety in it now, more simple pleasure. Priya, half to herself, a year ago I didn't know a single person at this table. MIA, overhearing, gentle, a year ago you didn't know you needed us. Different thing. Priya, considering this, fair. Leo, who's been quiet for a stretch, reaches for his guitar case, pulling it up onto his lap without quite announcing it. Claire watches him do it, something soft and familiar in her expression, the look of someone who stopped being surprised by this particular ritual and started looking forward to it instead. Leo, glancing at Claire, same one. If that's all right. Claire, small smile, wouldn't want any other one tonight. He begins to play, the same melody from months ago, finished now, familiar to everyone at the table in a way it wasn't the first time Priya heard it. Owen closes his eyes for a moment, just listening. Jake and Sasha lean into each other slightly. Mia's hand finds her own chest, still moved by it every time. Jake, quietly, to Owen, still no name for it? Owen, equally quiet, I think that might be the point, at this point. Dana, behind the bar, hums along under her breath without seeming to notice she's doing it, the first time all season anyone's caught her doing that. Act 3. Scene 1, the attic, corner table, later still. The song has ended, faded into the low hum of the bar. The table has settled into its easy, familiar noise, small conversations overlapping, nobody in any rush. Priya watches Claire watching Leo across the table, a habit worn smooth over a year of noticing exactly this. Priya, watching Claire watch Leo, same as always, someday I'm going to take on a challenge and just ask you two directly. Claire, small, real smile, someday. Not today. Leo, catching the tail end of it, glances between the two of them, unbothered, setting the guitar gently aside. Leo, mild, we can hear you, you know. Priya, unrepentant, I know. That's kind of the point. Mia laughs, refilling glasses down the table without being asked, the whole group settling into the kind of contentment that doesn't need commentary. Glasses raised. Dana, not looking up from the register, mutters her usual line. Dana, not my shift's problem yet. The table laughs, warm, easy, familiar, and drinks together, unplanned but perfectly timed, the same way they did weeks ago, the same way they probably will for years after tonight. MIA, looking around the table, glass still raised, voice a little thick, you know what's funny? I used to think I needed a system for everything. Turns out the only system that ever actually worked was just this. All of you. Showing up. Claire, quiet, raising her glass slightly higher, I'll drink to that. No metaphors required. Leo glances at her at that, a private, knowing look, and she catches it, doesn't look away. Tag/outro, the attic, closing time. The night has wound down slow and easy, no rush to it. Most of the group has drifted out in twos, Jake walking Sasha to her car, Owen and Mia deep in some easy, ordinary conversation about nothing important. Claire and Leo linger near the door, unhurried. Dana finishes closing up, June still sound asleep against her chest. Priya is the last to leave, same as always. She pauses at the corner table one more time, looking at it in the dim light, the same table, worn in all the same places, holding a year's worth of everything. Dana, glancing over, you gonna stand there all night? Priya, small smile, just looking. Dana, walking over, flipping the sign, at what? Priya, quiet, everything, I guess. All of it, at once. Dana follows her gaze, the empty chairs, Leo's still slightly askew, the chipped vase, the crooked banner Jake insisted on keeping, tucked now behind the register for the next milestone. She doesn't say anything profound. She never does. Dana, simply, yeah. It's a good one. Priya nods, pulls her coat on, glances back one final time before stepping toward the door, where Claire and Leo are still waiting, unhurried, together, the porch light catching them both in its warm glow. Priya, to herself, quiet, content, a whole year. She steps out into the night. Behind her, Dana flips off the lights one by one, the last one catching the empty corner table a moment longer than the rest, before the room goes dark, and the door swings softly shut behind them all. End of episode 100, end of season 3.